Chapter 1 An Angwo comes true. Grand Line, New World. On a sea. Debris from the ship's planks could be seen everywhere, and the heavy iron from the rollers sank into the seabed. 4 huge ships are gathering together. Can be seen. One of them was dilapidated, with half of its body in the water, already crumbling and about to sink. The other 3 ships used their horns to block the dilapidated ship. On those 3 ships, the flag was flying with a skull and a crescent-shaped beard between the nose and teeth. This is the flag of the Whitebeard Pirates. Whitebeard Pirates. The leader of the New World 4 Emperors, its captain Whitebeard is also known as the strongest man in the world. Famous all over the world, resounding throughout the world. Just be in the New World. Even if he is just an insignificant passerby, he still knows the name of the Whitebeard Pirates. Now, the battle is almost over. The result is self-evident. The 3 pirate ships of the Whitebeard Pirates defeated each other. The opponent's ship has been destroyed, and the pirates on it have suffered numerous casualties. This is a battle between the Whitebeard Pirates and another pirate group. Those dispatched were the 2 captains of the Whitebeard Pirates. Fire Fist Ace, the captain of the second team, is a user with the ability to burn the burning fruit. He is a rising star pirate who has risen in the past 2 years. He has a bounty of 500 million and is famous all over the world. The captain of the 4th Division, Sachi, is the veteran division captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. He followed Whitebeard through life and death many years ago. Except for 2 people. There were 2 other people who were extremely brave in this confrontation. One is Sachi, who once competed for the captaincy of the second team, but ended up handing it over to Ace. The other one is the deputy of Team 4 Sachi, Lin Yan, who has been a member of the Whitebeard Pirates for some years. Lin Yan? The White Regiment has this number 1 person? That's right. Lin Yan is a Blue Star traveler. A few years ago, he came to the pirate world due to an accident and time traveled into the body of an 8-year-old child. What can an 8-year-old do? Coincidentally, he met the Whitebeard Pirates. And got Whitebeard's permission to join it smoothly. When I realized that in the world of pirates, the weak are the strongest, and if they are not strong enough, they will always be ants. Since then, Lin Yan began his years of hard training in the Whitebeard Pirates. What a pity! Not everyone is gifted and specialized. For 12 years, no matter how hard he worked, no matter how hard he practiced, no matter how hard he worked day and night, he, who was not talented enough, could only watch the people around him rise to fame one by one. However, his progress has always been slow, difficult, and he is unable to do anything. To this, Lin Yan also sighed repeatedly. Time travelers are not omnipotent. Fortunately, there is always a way out. 3 years ago, there was finally movement coming from the system that was long overdue. Just when Lin Yan was looking forward to it, the system prompts that you need to obtain the dark fruit to fully activate it. Dark fruit? Hear this tip. Lin Yan couldn't help but feel shocked. You need to know why Teach was able to gain a foothold in the New World and become the new 4 Emperors. The dark fruit is indispensable. It was even rumored for a while. The reason why Teach can have dual fruit abilities. Most of them are closely related to the dark fruit. What the system means. Are you letting yourself take away Teach's luck? Seeing this, Lin Yan suddenly smiled. To become stronger, he can do whatever it takes. The dark fruit is the top devil fruit in the New World. Compared to the thunder fruit, compared to the shaking fruit, etc., it is no less. How could Lin Yan not be moved? What about a mere dark fruit? If only it were that simple. That couldn't be better. After getting the system. Lin Yan also secretly explored the footprints of the dark fruit. But he is not the chosen one after all. After years of practice, he was unable to ascend. How could he find the dark fruit so easily? Waited for many years. He even didn't hesitate to join the fourth team, Sachi. Finally. Just today. The dark fruit has a new look. Back to business. After wiping out all the enemies, the second and fourth teams began to clean the battlefield on the ship and collect loot. Hey! I found a devil fruit. Sachi unexpectedly found a box among the broken barrels. Open it and take a look. There is a devil fruit inside that exudes a little bit of black energy. His voice. It immediately attracted the attention of others. When everyone saw the faint purple one in Saki's hand, which looked like a pineapple, with a snail-like spiral pattern imprinted on it, everyone was amazed. I didn't expect to find devil fruit on this ship. You are so lucky, Sachi. Ace walked next to Thatch. He looked at the purple devil fruit in front of him and said, "The atmosphere in the Whitebeard Pirates is relatively harmonious. Even if you find something extremely precious, such as a devil fruit or other rare treasures. But it can be placed in this family that I miss so much. It is also worth 1,000 pieces of gold and cannot be exchanged for 10,000 pieces of gold. No one would covet this devil fruit." Most people looked at Thatchy with envy. At the same time, encourage yourself secretly. Find it quickly. I also need to find a similar good baby. The lines on this devil fruit are a bit strange. To be honest, I can't figure out what kind of devil fruit it is. Although Sachi is the squad leader. But after practicing hard for many years, he doesn't know much about this devil fruit. Moreover, devil fruit illustrated books are very rare. It is almost impossible to find it on the sea. It's no surprise that he doesn't know him. My Xiao Xiao fruit exudes a fiery red color, but yours is a bit weird. Is it purple or black? Ace frowned and compared it with his original Xiao Xiao fruit. Don't know why. The moment I saw this devil fruit, he suddenly had a strange illusion. It's as if fate has taken hold of it and is strangling it. But although it exudes black energy, it looks like an ominous thing. But devil fruit is still very mysterious even after hundreds of years of development. No one knows what secrets are hidden behind it. Perhaps. Maybe this black energy is innate to it. Looking at this situation, is it also a Logia devil fruit? After hearing Ace's words, other crew members also began to speculate. Devil fruits vary. But no one can tell what abilities they have. If you eat well, you may soar into the sky like their Captain Whitebeard. Not eating well. Are there still few nameless people in this sea? It can be said. A devil fruit. It directly affects this person's fate for the next half of his life. Since I'm not sure, forget it. If you have time, go back and ask Dad. First, confirm what kind of devil fruit it is. Everyone I saw was unclear. She didn't think much, he just thought that he got a good thing. It's not in vain to work so hard in this firefight today. He closed the box and put it away. However, Thatch didn't notice. Just as he was putting away the box, there were two eyes, staring in this direction intently from the moment he took out the devil fruit. One of them is Lin Yan. Yes. What Thatch found was the dark fruit. This dark fruit. It was also the beginning of his descent into the abyss. Just the moment I saw the dark fruit, Lin Yan looked directly at Teach. Sure enough. Teach also stared at the devil fruit in Thatch's hand. There was excitement, surging, and unconcealable greed in his eyes, and the look of desire even overflowed onto his face, and he couldn't stop it at all. He was always cautious. At this moment, he didn't even notice that someone was patrolling him. Thump. Thump. Teach's heart almost jumped into her throat, and her hands were shaking because of the excitement. For this moment, Teach didn't know how long he had been waiting. The burning desire can no longer be restrained. He wants it. It's this dark fruit. Emperor Tian pays off his conscientious people. Tonight. I'm gonna get it tonight. Blackbeard Teach's eyes were bloodshot, Chapter 2, Get the Fruit and Leave the White Group. For everything that's about to happen, Lin Yan calmed down his impetuous heart. Although Teach is extremely eager for the dark fruit, he is not the same. So, just let him see it. This devil fruit. Who will win and win next? This crusade ended successfully. A party is inevitable. Everyone from the second and fourth teams gathered together. The people in the two squads were enjoying themselves. Around the bonfire, people ate large pieces of meat and gulped down drinks. The lively atmosphere ensued, and laughter continued one after another. As for Sachi, who captured a large amount of property and even a mysterious devil fruit, he became the protagonist of this feast. Everyone took turns drinking. Not for a while. Sachi was drunk. I can't do it anymore. Sage burped. Ha 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 ha, Sachi, you are so inferior. Ace laughed while holding the wine jar in his hand, laughing and taunting at the same time. I'll let you this time, don't let me wait until next time. Sachi also knew that he was too drunk, but he was good at talking, and he would fight back no matter what. With the help of everyone, he limped off the deck. The sky has darkened. It's getting late too. After Sachi was brought back to the room, Ace was also tired. The party must come to an end. Some people went back to their rooms, and some fell asleep. The atmosphere was lively just now. It stopped in the blink of an eye. The sound of snoring was endless, resounding throughout the entire deck. Now, no one knows. The turning point for the end of the Whitebeard Pirates is happening quietly tonight. Night falls. Black clouds cover the mysterious moon, the sea wind keeps roaring, and the waves are rough. It's a dark and windy night. A figure came to Saki room quietly. Squeak. The door made a slight sound. Sachi, who was sitting in a chair and feeling uncomfortable, looked up. Then with a smile on his face, Saki said, "It's really a joke to the people in their second division. Who can resist me like this?" "You are right, Lin Yan." The person coming was none other than Lin Yan. He was holding a box in his hand and placed it on the table in front of Shi. Lin Yan said, "Captain Shi, let's drink something hot so that we can sober up and not feel so uncomfortable." As soon as I opened it, the heat inside hit my face. Sachi took a deep breath and praised, "You are the most attentive among our fourth squadron, but it's a pity. Look at the entire Whitebeard Pirates. Lin Yan's strength is not top-notch. But his hard work was noticed by everyone on the ship. Going out early and coming back late, studying and practicing hard every day, some of them may occasionally see Moby DK at 4 in the morning, but for Lin Yan, it is just a daily routine. But due to lack of talent, it's just a matter of drawing water from a bamboo basket." Sachi couldn't help but shake his head after seeing it. For a period of time, he even wanted to let Lin Yan serve as the deputy of the fourth team, but the strength was really insufficient, and New World was strong and weak, so he finally gave up. But it's not about the mind. Lin Yan is beyond the reach of ordinary people. He often makes suggestions for the fourth team, and their fourth team is already in an invincible position before the battle begins. This is also the reason why he can gain a foothold in the Whitebeard Pirates. Picking up the hot soup, Sachi drank it in one gulp without saying a word. Feel the warmth coming from inside your body. Even the drunkenness has dissipated a lot. Much more comfortable. Sachi couldn't help but sigh. Next. Inside this room, Lin Yan chatted with Shi for another half an hour. During this period, Sachi felt dizzy, his eyes were dull, and his body was shaky. After all, he still couldn't bear it. His head sank and he fell on the table on the spot. Seeing Shi unconscious, Lin Yan sighed. Good. He added something to the hangover soup. It can make people unconscious in a short period of time. But it won't cause any serious harm to your body, and you will feel refreshed after waking up. Talk about it. For Sachi. For this huge white-beard pirates. Lin Yan was grateful. After all, I was able to survive almost entirely because of the white-beard pirates. Sachi is the leader of their fourth team again. He also takes good care of himself. If developed according to the original work, Thatch will definitely be killed by Teach for the dark fruit. Take away the dark fruit yourself. Firstly, it can help Sachi get through the difficulties, and secondly, it can also activate his own system smoothly. Killing two birds with one stone, getting the best of both worlds. At least Lin Yan thought so. I'm sorry, Captain Sachi, I have to do this for the sake of the dark fruit. Lin Yan didn't want to be a salted fish for the rest of his life. He stood up and came to the side. The small box containing the dark fruit was very eye-catching. Lin Yan had already caught it when he entered. Raise your hand and take off the box. When he opened it, he found that it was the dark fruit obtained by Sachi during the day. The dark fruit is held in the hand. At this moment, Lin Yan's eyes flashed with greed. I wish I could swallow it directly into my belly now. Fortunately, he still held back. After accepting the dark fruit, Lin Yan came to Seiki's side. Seiki, without this dark fruit, I wouldn't have the capital to survive. If you feel resentment towards me because of this, I will wait for you. Leave this sentence behind. With ambition in mind, Lin Yan quickly left Seiki direction. Before that, he had already placed a small boat in the cabin. I thought of it just in case of emergencies, but now it finally comes in handy. He didn't hesitate at all. In this silent night, when everyone is immersed in sleep, with dark fruits. Taking a small boat, Lin Yan set foot on the sea. The sea breeze roared, and the cool cold wind slapped on the face. In the envelope of darkness, Lin Yan disappeared into the sea area and left quietly. Chapter 3. After learning the truth, the furious Teach. Lin Yan just left. About 2 or 3 hours later, another sneaky figure sneaked into Sachi's room quietly. Just came in. Teach then noticed Sachi, who was sleeping directly on the table. With a cold look in his eyes, he slowly walked out of the darkness. Sachi? Sachi? He called softly a few times, but Sachi, who was lying on the table, remained indifferent, breathing steadily and snoring. Teach was surprised, but he didn't expect that Sachi would be so sleepy. It seems that those people's drinking has some effect. Breathed a sigh of relief. Teach quickly searched the room. After a while, the small box of dark fruit shot into his eyes. Teach was overjoyed. Grabbed the box. Can't wait to open it and take a look. Immediately afterwards, Teach's pupils tightened for a while, and then his face became extremely gloomy. Inside the small box. Empty. How is this possible? How is this possible? I was so excited when I first came in. After seeing that there was nothing in the box, Teach's face became ferocious. This guy Sachi. I clearly saw him using this box to store the dark fruit. Why? Maybe not. Teach's movement is quite big. Even with the help of medicine, Sachi still woke up. After taking a look at the person in front of me, it was Teach. Sage's face was full of confusion and he was defenseless. He said, "Teach, why are you here?" His voice made Teach startle, turn around, and look at Sachi looking at him with curious eyes. Teach quickly adjusted his facial expression, calmed down and asked, "Ace said you drank a lot, let me come over and take a look." Sachi nodded and showed his original expression. "Ace, this guy seems to have his heart. It's strange. He just drank some hangover soup, and his head is so heavy." Hangover soup? Teach's ears moved and he instantly captured this keyword. Taking a look at SA key table, he saw a food box. Inside the food box was still warm soup. It was obvious that someone had come to Sachi's room before. Could it be? Teach's expression changed. Is it possible that I am going to miss out on the dark fruit? However, Teach still chose to have a glimmer of hope. He asked, "Where are the devil fruits you captured today? I have a lot of experience in devil fruit illustrations, and I may be able to help you judge one or two." "You mean that devil fruit?" They were all members of the Whitebeard Pirates, and since they had just woken up, Thatch yawned. He didn't think much about it, pointed to the small box on the bookshelf and said, "Isn't it inside the box?" At the same time, Thatch added, "Tisk, Teach, I really can't tell that you still have this ability. That devil fruit illustrated book. I can't even memorize it." In our fourth team, it seems that only Lin Yan can tell the difference. Teach opened the box without saying a word. "Sachi, where is your devil fruit?" "It's not in it at all." Watching the box open, there was nothing inside. Sachi was also slightly startled, and even his groggy head woke up a lot. He couldn't help but rub his eyes. "Hey? I obviously put it in this box." Teach's face was gloomy to the extreme. With Sachi's groggy state, it was obvious that he would not lie. He hurriedly asked, "Sachi, who came over just now to give you hangover soup?" It was obvious that the effects of Saki's medicine had not worn off, so he muttered, "It's Lin Yan, and it's all thanks to him. Otherwise I would still be feeling uncomfortable now." Linear. Lin Yan. Teach was overwhelmed with emotion, his fists clenched, and his whole body was trembling. The matter has come to light, it must be the dark fruit that Lin Yan took away. This guy, he definitely realizes the special nature of the dark fruit. Damn, you really deserve to die. Because he is familiar with the devil fruit illustrations, Teach is familiar with many kinds of fruits, and the same is true for the dark fruits. The dark fruit is special enough, and so is itself. The two complement each other. If you want to achieve the goal in your heart, the secret fruit is indispensable. But Teach couldn't think of it. Just because of an oversight. Dark fruit. It was actually obtained by others. I have been lurking for so long, I have been hiding for so long, and I have worked so hard for a dark fruit. How could Teach accept today's failure? In just a moment, Teach imagined countless possibilities in his mind. Lin Yan covets an An's fruit? Does Lin Yan have the same special characteristics as himself? Lin Yan knows some kind of ability of the dark fruit? But what Teach really couldn't figure out was, Lin Yan obviously looks so ordinary, his talent is almost too poor, and he is a stepping stone in the valley. Even though he has the trust of Teach in the fourth team, to be honest, Teach has never looked at him. But Teach couldn't think of anything. Such an ordinary person. Such a person that I once looked down upon. He took away the dark fruit, took away everything he had, and took away the things he had dreamed of and wanted. He hides deeper than himself, and even does things neatly and without leaving any traces. Lin. Smoke. Vicious resentment came from Teach's mouth, and he almost shouted these two words through gritted teeth. The low roar made the surrounding air condense. Seeing Teach's ferocious appearance, Sachi became a little more energetic. He shouted, "Teach, what are you? Not finished yet? Just listen to Puff." Sage's expression suddenly changed. He looked down and saw that Teach's hand had been inserted into his chest. As he pulled harder, Teach tore out a still beating heart. Blood dripped down, staining the wooden boards on the ground red, extremely bright. Organs involving the heart were pulled out one after another, and the nausea reached its peak. The severe pain made Sachi suddenly wake up. He was about to shout out, but his hoarse throat couldn't utter a single word. "You're such a tough guy, can't you even see Lin Yan's tricks? Why let him take away the dark fruit so smoothly? Do you know what this dark fruit means to me? It is everything to me. You know what? Trash." Teach seemed to be going crazy. He pulled out the heart and squeezed it hard, causing Sachi's heart to break. What's more, Teach felt uneasy, so he directly wrapped the organ tube around Sachi's neck, and then pulled hard. His eyes were red and exuding murderous intent. Teach hadn't been so angry for an unknown amount of time. The power quickly passed away, blood was scattered on the ground, and anger rushed to his mind, and Sachi stopped struggling. After a while, his pupils dimmed and his head drooped. To his death, Teach could not understand why Teach had such hatred for him when it came to Lin Yan and the dark fruit. Without knowing why, he died in Teach's hands. Chapter 4, Framing the Murderer, System Activation. The dark fruit has been stolen. No matter how you vent your anger, it won't help. Looking at the already dead Sachi on the ground and the messy environment around him, Teach closed his eyes and took a long time to calm down. It's not like he doesn't understand the temperament of the crew members of the Whitebeard pirates. Once something happens to any of the crew members, they will be greeted by the endless anger of the Whitebeard pirates. This is also the reason why the pirates from the outside world dare not provoke the Whitebeard pirates. We must not let the third person know that I killed Sage. After looking at the surrounding environment, there was such an eye-catching food box. Teach is not cunning, and he has an idea in his mind almost instantly. Now that the deal is settled, it might as well be to blame Lin Yan for Saki death. No need to think about it. Now Lin Yan almost rolled up his things and left. With all the physical evidence available for absconding out of fear of crime, it is not difficult to pin this label on Lin Yan. Instead of letting yourself continue to wait for the dark fruit, it is better to borrow the hands of the Whitebeard pirates and let them eradicate Lin Yan. By then, looking for opportunities myself. It's not impossible to regain the dark fruit. Moreover, in the past, it was just an aimless search for the dark fruit. Now that Lin Yan is in front of him, he won't have to look around. If you can keep staring at each other, the chance of obtaining the dark fruit is definitely unmatched before. Think of this. Teach quickly began to clean up the scene and redressed Sachi's body. At least on the surface, it doesn't seem to have anything to do with me. To be cautious, Teach immediately went to Lin Yan's room to explore. As expected, Lin Yan had already disappeared here. Thinking that this guy might have taken the dark fruit at this moment, the anger in Teach's heart couldn't help but become a little bigger. It was before. After getting the dark fruit, Teach naturally wants to leave the Whitebeard pirates quickly and start a new company. But now, without the help of the Whitebeard pirates, not to mention searching for Lin Yan, which is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Even if he finds it, he may not be able to get it easily if he has the dark fruit. Although I have never seen the strength of the dark fruit with my own eyes, I have heard about it. Even if Lin Yan is not very talented, it is still easy to reach the top in one step. This is the unique strength that devil fruit brings to the user. It is also a goal that countless people want to pursue throughout their lives. Take this step to take away the dark fruit. Lin Yan miscalculated. He originally thought that taking the dark fruit first would allow Teach to let Thatch go and change his life. But in the end, Sachi died in Teach's hands. He even put the blame on himself. He underestimated the dark fruit's desire for Teach to pursue power, and also underestimated Teach's hatred for losing the dark fruit. A deserted island. Lin Yan's lone boat docked at the coast. The weather in the New World is complex and unpredictable. It is simply a dream to cross the ocean with a single boat. Moreover, as the four emperors of the New World, Whitebeard's jurisdiction is not very large. Going down to Fishman Island and going up to all sea areas, they all belong to the territory of the Whitebeard pirates. In a short period of time, it was almost impossible for Lin Yan to escape from this place. Fortunately, he is weak on his own. Even Whitebeard uses all his hands. I'm afraid it will take some effort to search for myself. The uninhabited desert island is the best shelter. This defection. You must be careful at all times. The center of the island. After confirming that this is a deserted island, your own safety can be guaranteed. Lin Yan took out his dark fruit. Look at the strange patterns on it. Take a deep breath. He bit it immediately. Before I could chew it, the bitter taste inside hit my nostrils. Even though Lin Yan was well prepared, he still put on the mask of pain, bared his teeth, and looked extremely ugly. What's more, his face was full of disgust, and the taste was almost indescribable. Even so. But he still insisted on eating the entire devil fruit. I know that one bite of devil fruit is enough, but that is just hearsay after all. The opportunity to change the trajectory of your life is just around the corner. Lin Yan definitely didn't leave any room for criticism, and swallowed the entire devil fruit with difficulty. He grabbed the drinking water that had been prepared on the side and poured it directly into his mouth. Gulu gulu, hiccup. During this period, half an hour passed, and Lin Yan finally regained consciousness. It took me so long to get this devil fruit, I hope the system will not let me down. Suddenly. Just then. A voice came from Lin Yan's mind. Congratulations to host, you have taken the dark fruit, the conditions are met, and the system is officially activated. Activating, 5%, 10%, 50%, 100%. Activation completed. In front of Lin Yan, a high-tech panel appeared. The panel has a sense of future technology, with all kinds of virtual lights displayed on it, which is dazzling and overwhelming. At the same time, your own information is also at a glance. Character, Lin Yan. Talent, mediocre. Fruit, dark fruit LV1. Ability, physical skills LV30. Haki, armed color Haki LV12. Note, LV represents level, the full level is 100. See your own panel. Lin Yan nodded slightly. The system is pretty good. Before there was no dark fruit. What Lin Yan practiced hard was physical skills. Armed Haki can only be mastered by many captains of the Whitebeard pirates. It's a pity that even if you practice so far, you can only reach this level. Lin Yan couldn't help but shake his head. His talent was really poor. It is detected that the host is browsing the system for the first time, and we will officially give you a novice gift package. Gift packs for newbies are being distributed. Distribution completed. Congratulations to host for getting 3-color domineering. Congratulations to host for getting talent skill points *3. Congratulations to host for obtaining 6 months of training experience *5. Congratulations to host for getting space treasure bag. Congratulations to host for getting fruit side effects cleared. Moment. A full 5 abilities were integrated into Lin Yan's body. Lin Yan's heart moved, and then he quickly looked towards the reward window. The first 3-color Haki, although he himself mastered the armed color, it can be seen that Wents and Conquerors cannot be acquired after all. Now that the system has completed it, all 3-color Haki is in hand, and the future will be smooth. The second talent skill point, what is Lin Yan lacking now? Naturally, mediocre talent cannot be mediocre. Sometimes he once sighed for this. Now that the talent point came, he applied it to himself without saying a word. On the body. The third item is 6 months of cultivation experience, and there is also the mark *5. If you calculate it carefully, the number added up. Although it always feels a little weird. But this can also save yourself a lot of practice time. The fifth one is the space treasure bag. Just looking at these 5 words, Lin Yan can roughly guess that it is similar to the system warehouse, and it will be much more convenient to carry items in the future. The last one was the one that made Lin Yan's eyes light up the most. The side effects of the fruit are eliminated. What does this mean? The side effects of the dark fruit are so great that even Teach was tortured to death. And in addition, for example, those with fruit abilities are afraid of sea water, afraid of sea tower stones, etc., they will not be given to Lin Yan in the future. With such side effects eliminated, how can he not be surprised? Character, Lin Yan. Talent, outstanding. Fruit, dark fruit LV15. Ability, physical skills LV35. Haki, armed Haki LV20, knowledge Haki LV15, conquerors Haki LV15. Looking at his system panel again, Lin Yan couldn't help but take a deep breath. To know. After spending so many years practicing in the Whitebeard Pirates, my physical skills have only reached LV30. Now, after obtaining the talent skill points, in just 2.5 years of training bonuses, many of my abilities have been upgraded to the LV25 level. Talent bonus. It's really not comparable to ordinary things. There is no harm without contrast. It was worth noting that he had gone through a lot of effort to capture Teach's dark fruit. Overall, just the novice gift package given by the system this time. Lin Yan was very helpful. Chapter 5: The Pursuit from the Whitebeard Pirates. Just then, Lin Yan suddenly saw a huge sign in the corner of the system. Click to take a look. I saw a pop-up window coming my way. The system has been activated. Please host complete the task as soon as possible. Main mission: establish a pirate group. Request: as a pirate, what can you do without a pirate group? Host is requested to have an exquisite ship as a navigation tool as soon as possible. The staff should be at least 5 people including host, and ensure that everyone has influence in the original work. Achieved level A. Reward: S-level lottery. Side mission: evade pursuit. Requirement: within 1 month, you will not be caught by the Whitebeard Pirates. Reward: B-level lottery. Side mission: practice hard. Request: please host to practice hard for a month. Reward: C-level lottery. Lin Yan hurriedly took a look at the tasks released by the system. Generally speaking, by completing the tasks, you can get the corresponding rewards. The rewards are divided into C-level, B-level, A-level, and S-level from bottom to top. Among them, C-level is the worst and S-level is the strongest. Although I don't know what kind of reward I will get after completing the task. But it is undeniable that this is the only way to become stronger. Whether it is establishing a pirate group or practicing hard. For Lin Yan, these are all part of the road to becoming stronger. Something that must be done sooner or later. The only thing that puzzled him was the second task. Escape from the Whitebeard Pirates? What does this mean? Lin Yan was extremely puzzled. Why would the system issue such a task? Although what he did was a bit unkind and he took away Thatchy's devil fruit. No matter how angry Thatch is, he won't use all the strength of the Whitebeard Pirates to destroy him, right? Could it be that something happened to the Whitebeard Pirates? After thinking about it, Lin Yan had no clue. Instead of waiting, it is better to concentrate on practicing. It just so happens that there is no one around here to disturb him. Lin Yan found a cave and quickly began to practice his dark fruit. As a top-level fruit, its internal impact was so overbearing that even Lin Yan could hardly withstand it. The ability to simply have side effects has long been of no use to him. No matter how domineering the dark fruit is, it can only settle down and slowly turn into energy, flowing throughout Lin Yan's body. And Lin Yan's strength also improved rapidly in a short period of time. In the blink of an eye. Half a month passed like this. I have to say that the bonus of talent is very significant. Lin Yan's strength has skyrocketed. I originally planned to complete the 2 branches on the deserted island. Unexpectedly today, something that made Lin Yan frown still happened. Standing on the highest mountain on the island, Lin Yan looked toward the seaside. Around the abandoned island, 3 fleets appeared. There is a pirate flag hanging on the fleet. There is a huge skull on the flag and an inverted beard under the skull. The flag is fluttering in the sea breeze. Lin Yan was naturally familiar with this pirate flag. No need to think about it. The Whitebeard Pirates are here. How did they find this place? Lin Yan narrowed his eyes and quickly disappeared on the island. After the Whitebeard Pirates landed on the island, they immediately launched a blanket search. Recalling the mission issued by the system, the Whitebeard pirates were chasing him. He wondered why the people of the Whitebeard pirates were so obsessed with him. Even on such a deserted island, no effort was spared to conduct such an intensive search. What really happened to the Whitebeard pirates? Report: we found traces of human life in a cave. A soldier hurriedly ran to the big vortex spider Skiyard, and he reported. Go check it out. Skiyard stood up and immediately ran towards the cave with his men. Just arrived at the scene. Skiyard's eyes instantly turned cold. As a modern person, Lin Yan naturally has many modern habits. After living in the Whitebeard pirates for so long, more or less these habits were brought to him on the Moby Dick. Skiyard had just walked in, and he knew clearly with just one glance that these must be the footprints of Lin Yan's life. With his fists clenched and a little murderous aura bursting out of his body, Skiyard said coldly, I finally caught your tail. The subordinate on the side did a little inspection. Sir Skiyard, these things have been used by geniuses recently. Lin Yan must still be on this abandoned island. Skiyard was also polite, search with all your strength, don't let me spare even an ant. Yes. The hands and feet of the people below became even faster, with hatred on their faces, and they wanted to turn the huge abandoned island upside down. Not only that, Squard even shouted directly on the desert island, Lin Yan, if you really still regard yourself as a member of the Whitebeard pirates, then come out and meet me. Watching the crew of the Whitebeard pirates pressing forward step by step. Soon, their hiding place will be found by them. Lin Yan deliberately wanted to escape by water. The side effects of devil fruit are no longer limited. If you want to leave. It wasn't impossible for Lin Yan to swim out. Only. Driven by doubts in my heart. Lin Yan decided not to hide anymore and stepped forward to confront him about what happened. Skiyard sat on a boulder, his eyes closed. Suddenly, there were bursts of footsteps in my ears. Skiyard hadn't opened his eyes yet, but he said directly, I thought you, a hidden rat like you, didn't dare to show up. How come you finally show up after knowing that you can't leave? Lin Yan looked at Skiyard with complicated eyes. Although Skiyard is not a member of the 16th Division, he is one of the 43 captains of the Whitebeard Pirates Grand Fleet. In terms of identity and status, he is not inferior to any captain of the White Squadron. He has become even more famous among the Whitebeard Pirates, and has been famous in the New World for many years. Lin Yan said, did something happen to the Whitebeard Pirates? Chapter 6 What did you say? Sachi is dead? Hearing Lin Yan's words, Skiyard opened his eyes suddenly, veins popped up on his forehead, his chest was burning with anger, and his murderous aura was suddenly released, heading straight for Lin Yan. After standing up, Skiyard took a step forward, raised his finger and pointed at Lin Yan, and said angrily, I don't know how you can have the face to say such a thing. In the 4th team, Sachi should tell you not bad, right? Why would you do such a thing to Sachi? Lin Yan frowned, and he heard some clues from Skiyard's words. Sachi. Something must have happened. Wrong. He has already taken away the dark fruit. Sachi should never have to face that kind of experience again. He took a deep breath and calmed down. Lin Yangxun asked, what's wrong with She? It's better not to say this. The moment it was spoken, the murderous aura on Skiyard's body became even stronger. In an instant, the surrounding stones were forced to retreat, and waves of air surged into the sky, and dragons soared around the fields. Skiyard held his hand on the handle of the knife, took out the long knife from its sheath, and pointed the tip of the knife at Lin Yan's neck. Don't you know what you are doing? You are still pretending now. I will kill you, you traitor. Say it. Skiyard took action directly. The knife struck Lin Yan's head. Lin Yan would naturally not sit still and wait for death. He ducked and avoided the knife. After the first blow failed, Skiyard attacked again. He was flying at a fast speed, with wind blowing under his feet, and his speed was even better than before. Wherever the long sword is directed, there are bursts of sharp edges. Each blade is heavier than the last, and the murderous intent is getting more intense each time. If it were in the past, Lin Yan would definitely not be Skyard's opponent. You can obtain the dark fruit and activate the system. He has many abilities at his disposal. He also has the strength to compete with Skyard. In the blink of an eye, the two fought for more than 30 rounds. You come and I go, no matter who wins or loses. Hey! Skyard was doubly surprised. He stared at Lin Yan closely and said, "Lin Yan, how come you have become so strong?" Lin Yan's talent, not to mention Skyard, was well known to almost everyone on the Moby DK. Although it is an excessive effort, in the end, the talent is limited to this, which makes people secretly regret it. Never thought about it. After taking away the dark fruit for a few days, Lin Yan's strength unexpectedly increased to the point where he could compare with himself. But Skyard was only slightly shocked. He angrily rebuked, "Thankfully, I used to think you were a good person, a person worthy of close friendship, and someone who can integrate into our entire family. I really didn't expect you to be so despicable. You don't have much talent, so you were accepted by Daddy as an exception, and you were promoted to the 4th team. In order to make sure that there is no barrier between you, Sachi has taken enough care of you, right? What's the result? Is this how you compensate him?" Lin Yan said guiltily, "I am indeed sorry for She about this matter. If you can, please say sorry to him on my behalf." Upon hearing this, Lin Yan not only dared to mention She, but also apologized to She on his behalf. Skyard's heart was churning, he wished he could skin Lin Yan alive. He said, "Absurd. Why do you ask me to bring you a message? Why do you dare to say such a thing? Thatch is dead. If you continue to capture me without restraint, I will ask you to go down and be buried with Sachi right now." As soon as this statement came out, even Lin Yan couldn't help but be stunned. He looked at Skyard in disbelief, and said with a horrified expression, What did you say? What happened to Sachi?" Skyard gritted his teeth and his eyes burst out with anger. "Now that things have happened, you are still so brazen. My patience has reached its limit. I just brutally killed Sachi and made his body look like neither a human nor a ghost. You are an ungrateful guy who repays kindness with evil. If I don't kill you today, I, Skyard, will not be a human being." Skyard's eyes were full of determination, as if this battle would determine their life and death. With his roar, the battle broke out instantly. Skyard rushed towards Lin Yan and slashed with his sword, making a crisp impact and sparks flying. His movements were agile and powerful, and every attack was full of power and skill. The sword's momentum was like a gust of wind, and it continuously attacked Lin Yan. Lin Yan responded calmly, using his dark fruit to deftly resist every attack. Skyard's sword energy blasted out like a cannonball, with powerful force, directly hitting Lin Yan's body. Of course, his attack had no effect at all. Once the elements were transformed, the sword energy passed through Lin Yan's body. At this time, Lin Yan launched a counterattack and activated the secret fruit. In a moment, Skyard was knocked back by this blow, but he did not give up. Instead, he readjusted his posture and attacked Lin Yan again. The collision of knives and fists continued, and the battle between the two became more and more intense. Skyard used his special skills to capture the opponent and bring him back to the Moby DK. But in the end, compared to Lin Yan, Skyard's moral skills were inferior. With a muffled sound, Skyard was kicked out by Lin Yan. "Take advantage of this gap," Lin Yan explained. "Skyard, I didn't kill Sachi." Skyard held his numb chest, and there was a huge footprint on it. This made him even more angry, and he yelled at Lin Yan, "Who else would it be if it weren't for you? Why would you run away if it weren't for you? You traitor! Lao Zi wants to cut you to death with 1,000 knives." Lin Yan lowered his head, knowing that this was the situation. I am absolutely speechless. It was absolutely impossible to follow Skiyard back. Even if I jump into the Yellow River, I can't wash away the stigma on my head now. In the huge Whitebeard pirates, I don't know how many people want to kill me. The only thing that made him feel strange was, how could Sachi die for no reason? Logically speaking, shouldn't he get through this disaster? Suddenly, Lin Yan raised his head suddenly. By the way, it's Teach, it must be him. It's not difficult to guess the rules and regulations. Teach has been coveting the dark fruit for a long time. He finally found a way, but he got there first. Thinking that the first person to get the dark fruit was She, he became angry and killed She. Yes. That must be it. Think of this. Lin Yan's face suddenly darkened. Chapter 7. Is there something else strange? So far, Lin Yan also knew that his explanations were pale now, and the top priority was to get rid of Skiyard in front of him. He has clearly seen that Squard's subordinates are reporting to the Whitebeard pirates. If you stay here for a long time, I'm afraid the other members of the Whitebeard pirates will arrive here next. As it stands now, he is definitely no match for them. Think of this. Lin Yan no longer held back. In an instant, he turned into a flash of light and attacked Skiyard with lightning speed. Skiyard was not afraid, holding a long knife in his hand, and cut in front of him. If there was still room for negotiation before. So this time, Lin Yan used all his strength. With just one move, Skiyard was knocked over. This ability. Squard was shocked, and he quickly reacted, this devil fruit is really not simple. No wonder you would choose to take the risk, kill Sachi in this way, and take this fruit from his hands. Skiyard didn't pay attention to Lin Yan at all before. After all, no matter how strong Lin Yan was, in the end, he was just like that. Even if he was at a disadvantage in the fight just now, Skiyard still believed that he had the capital to make a comeback. But with Lin Yan now at full strength, he knocked himself down in less than a second. Skiyard also suddenly realized, Lin Yan has already surpassed him, far surpassing him in terms of strength. Looking at Skiyard, who fell to the ground, Lin Yan explained again, I have indeed been waiting for this devil fruit for many years, but Skiyard, you have to know that Captain Sachi has been kind to me. I will never attack Captain Thatch for this devil fruit. Humph, do you think I will believe your sophistry? Skiyard's attitude remained the same from beginning to end. Since you keep saying that you were wronged, then tell me who killed Captain Sage. It's Teach. Lin Yan said the name without politeness. Although he also knows that if he wants to convince the other party, the chance is very slim. This is the current situation. Everyone on the entire Whitebeard pirates. There is no reason to believe that Teach did this. Sure enough. After hearing this name, Squard suddenly laughed. He raised his long knife, pointed at Lin Yan and shouted, Teach? You are so anxious that you have already started biting people. In order to avenge Teach, Teach is the person in our Whitebeard pirates who wants to kill you the most. Now you actually want to frame him. Hear this answer. Lin Yan narrowed his eyes. You don't need to think about it to know that Teach has done everything possible for his dark fruit. In the past, I didn't know where the Anan fruit was, but now I know that the Anan fruit is in my hands. It is expected that he will make a big fuss about himself. Become stronger. It's the only way to survive. For such a situation, Lin Yan was not surprised. He also knew that there was no point in continuing to say this. Lin Yan took a deep breath and said, Skiyard, I think you should have seen that you are no match for me. At the same time, you can't catch me, and I don't want to get entangled with you anymore. Squard sneered, I have used the phone bug to contact other people. Are you afraid that other captains of the Whitebeard pirates are about to arrive? Yes and no. Lin Yan raised his hand, and a wisp of black smoke turned into his hand, strangled Skiyard's neck, and then lifted him up. If possible, I wouldn't mind using you as a bargaining chip for blackmail and a means of escape. Delusion. Skiyard's expression changed. He naturally knew what Lin Yan was thinking, and he said fiercely, "You have no right to choose." Lin Yan said calmly. As he held and strangled Skiyard's neck, the other members of the large fleet around him did not dare to continue to take action. Lin Yan also said unceremoniously, "Arrange a ship for me, or I will strangle him to death right now." Said. The hand holding Skiyard's neck tightened a little more. Seeing Skiyard's face turned red, the members of the large fleet thought for a while and arranged a boat for Lin Yan. Lin Yan was not polite and took Skiyard directly to the ship. After boarding the ship, Lin Yan released Skiyard directly. Skiyard's face darkened, and he was a little surprised. "You actually let me go." It started from the moment he was captured alive by Lin Yan. Skiyard knew that he was probably in danger. After all, just how Sage died. It was difficult for him not to have so-called prejudice against Lin Yan. He has even done it. If there is a chance later, he will definitely lure Lin Yan into the water. At worst, both Jade and Stone will be destroyed. It is enough to live this life in this world. Recalling the honor that my father brought me. For the Whitebeard pirates, Skiyard can ignore anything. Unexpectedly, when he was ready for everything, Lin Yan did the opposite. This also made his expression change. The look he looked at Lin Yan was very strange. Why not? Lin Yan looked at Skiyard in front of him, and he continued, "We don't have any deep hatred, right?" Skiyard took a deep breath. Although he was lucky enough to survive, he did not pay the bill. "Humph, stop pretending here. I won't thank you for killing Captain Sage and this humiliation. If I have a chance in the future, I will definitely repay you 100 times. Hearing this, Lin Yan nodded. "I will give you this opportunity. If you want to come, then go ahead. If you still think you have the strength in the future. Now that I have obtained the dark fruit and activated the system." Not to mention Skiyard. Even the other division captains in the Whitebeard pirates. Lin Yan is also completely confident that he will be out of reach of them. What's more, it is not impossible to sit on the four emperors' position that countless people have spent their whole lives on. "Squard, I would like to ask you to give Dad a message." As they were leaving, Lin Yan couldn't help but speak again. "You are really brave," Skiyard shouted. No matter how angry Squard was, Lin Yan said to himself, "I do covet Sachi's devil fruit, and it was me who stole it, but I can promise Dad that from the beginning to the end, I didn't." He has no intention of killing Captain Sachi, let alone anyone in the Whitebeard pirates. I will never forget the kindness he cultivated back then. If there is a crisis in the future for the Whitebeard pirates, I will definitely do my best to help. After finishing this sentence, a lone boat slowly sailed towards the sea. Skiyard and a group of people in the large fleet were left looking at the sea in front of them with complicated expressions. Skiyard's frown gradually relaxed. Just this series of actions by Lin Yan. It was obvious that he was not the real culprit behind the murder of Captain Sage. And according to Lin Yan's character in the past, he was definitely not such a person. Either he is not discerning enough and cannot see through Lin Yan's disguise. Or, maybe there's something fishy about this. Chapter 8 Ace's Pursuit, Whitebeard's Doubts. Lin Yan, did he really say that? On the Moby DK, there was a huge chair in the center of the entire deck. Whitebeard was sitting on the chair, drinking water and listening to Squard's report below. Skiyard nodded, "Exactly. Dad, this." Marco looked at Whitebeard. Could it be that they really misunderstood Lin Yan? Not to mention Skiyard, in fact, even they couldn't believe that this was something Lin Yan could do. After all, the relationship between Lin Yan and She is so friendly. At least not something that can be practiced on the surface. Certainly. They think so. doesn't mean other people would think so. Unforgettable? Will you help our Whitebeard pirates when we encounter a crisis in the future? What a foolish dream. Some cotters had sneers on their faces, especially those in the 4th Division. Many people hated Lin Yan deeply and even spoke tit for tat. That's right, what qualifications does he have to say such a thing? Seiki is a person who has been with us for so many years. But because of a devil fruit, he killed him on the spot. Lin Yan is just a villain. Some other members of the Whitebeard pirates followed closely and echoed, all with hatred for Lin Yan on their faces. Under their influence, many division captains also began to hate Lin Yan. I wish I could arrest him now and bring him to justice. But while the people below were still busy expressing their opinions, Whitebeard was not moved by this. He supported his chin with one hand and stroked the chair with the other. His brows were furrowed and his face was depressed. After living for so many years, he became the 4 emperors of the New World, and was praised by countless people as one of the 3 great pirates of the old era. Although his strength has declined in recent years, he no longer has the sharp edge he once had. He is half buried in the ground at sunset, drinking water every day, and even wine has been banned by Marco and the others. But even so, Whitebeard's vision of people is never bad. When She died, he was naturally angrier than ever before. The burst of energy almost tore the entire Moby DK to pieces. The target of the attack was pointed at Lin Yan, and he almost started a riot. But after a few days of settling, he recalled what Lin Yan had done on the Moby DK. Lin Yan is not the kind of person who can do the same thing. Moreover, the 2 of them were in the 4th Division. They didn't say they were brothers, but they also cherished each other. It was precisely because Lin Yan was handling the affairs within the division that the 4th Division was able to thrive. This was an atmosphere that other divisions never had. Said without politeness. As long as Lin Yan says he wants the dark fruit, She would definitely not hide it secretly. Thinking of Lin Yan's hard work over the years, it could only support him to get here. If you can rely on the dark fruits to make further progress, not only will he give it, he will even offer it with generous hands. Plus, what Skiard brought back was sound. Apart from the dark fruit, Lin Yan really had no reason to attack She. This also made Whitebeard fall into deep thought. Could it be? Is it really not his doing? But since it's not Lin Yan, so who killed Sage? Who will kill Sage? What good does Sachi's death do to someone? My thoughts seemed to be knotted. Whitebeard was a little confused. This matter is definitely not as simple as imagined. Marco. After a long silence, Whitebeard spoke. Dad. Marco stepped forward quickly. Whitebeard glanced at the distant sky, an array of light shot out from his eyes, like a dragon rising out of the sea and flying thousands of miles into the sky. He said calmly, "Where is Ace now?" Marco was stunned for a moment, and then quickly replied, "Ace is currently looking for Lin Yan all over the world. Ever since the Sachi incident. It wasn't just Teach who was looking for Lin Yan like crazy. The same goes for Ace. After all, that was the day Sachi died. He was also on that ship. So far, Ace is very remorseful. If only I hadn't been drunk that day, if I was still somewhat sober that day. He would never let such a tragedy happen in front of him. But all this, it's too late. Only in the endless pursuit can Ace get rid of the guilt in his heart." After a moment of silence, Whitebeard continued, "Let Ace come back." As soon as these words came out, other officers around the Moby DK were a little confused. "Dad, why is this?" After Skiard contacted other squad leaders through the phone bug, Ace rushed towards the deserted island almost immediately. Now, in order to find Lin Yan, Ace almost risked his life. Now that Ace is told to withdraw, Ace is unwilling to do so, and they are also unwilling to do so. I have carefully considered this matter, and the probability of Lin Yan taking action is too small. Even if all the spearheads are pointed at him, even if he is after a secret fruit, I still have an intuition that this matter was not done by him. Either we misunderstood, or something happened midway. Whitebeard expressed his thoughts. But Dad, you also said that this is just your guess. What if it is really Lin Yan? Yet, maybe he was afraid of us, so he asked Skiard to send the message. Dad, you must not believe his tricks. Whether it's reasonable or not, I just know that I will definitely avenge Sachi. The Cotters still wanted to stick to their opinions, with unprecedented hatred in their eyes. Marco touched his chin, as if he had figured something out, and asked, Dad, what do you want to do? Whitebeard breathed out and glanced at the water pump next to him. The water in the tube above the water tank was continuously gathering towards his body. He said, with Lin Yan's character and his hard work over the years, now after getting the dark fruit, your strength has definitely improved to a new level. Soon, Ace may not be his opponent. When you call Ace back, remember to release some news to the outside world, just say. At this point, Whitebeard paused, withdrew his gaze, and looked at Marco. I just want to meet Lin Yan. More than anything else, I want to see how he explains it face to face. Of course, if he agrees. The Cotters and crew members chatted endlessly, and they were particularly puzzled by Whitebeard's behavior. Marco didn't think too much. He nodded heavily. I understand. Dad, you are right. While talking, blue gold flames bloomed behind him. Putting one foot on the deck, Marco rose into the air, his whole body turned into an eagle, and quickly flew away into the distance. Watching Marco's leaving back, Whitebeard closed his eyes again, and the entire deck of the Moby Dick fell into silence again. Aside, Josie and Baista did not speak. Unlike others, they were also the people who got along closest with Lin Yan. Whitebeard didn't believe that they were not like this. If there is a chance. Naturally, they also hoped to confront Lin Yan face to face. Chapter 9 Heading to the East Daxia Sea to recruit crew members. Stepping on a lonely boat, crossing the ocean. Lin Yan looked at the sea in front of him. He didn't know whether Skiard would tell Whitebeard what he said. At the same time, he didn't know whether Whitebeard would kill him even after hearing what he said. The hunt for oneself. Now, the bad fate has arisen, and the only way to improve your strength is to work hard. Character, Lin Yan. Talent, outstanding. Fruit, dark fruit LV15. Ability, physical skills LV35. Haki, armed Haki LV20, knowledge Haki LV15, conqueror's Haki LV15. Obviously, these attribute points of one's own. It's not enough to compete with the people in the Whitebeard pirates. After searching and searching on the sea, Lin Yan once again found a desert island. He hid in it and practiced hard. In the blink of an eye. Half a month passed like this. I had practiced for half a month before, and now I have been practicing for half a month. It just so happened that the task had reached a bottleneck. Congratulations to host for completing the side mission, evading pursuit. Winning the B-level lottery. Congratulations to host for completing the side mission, practicing hard. Winning the C-level lottery. The B-level rewards are being drawn, the drawing is complete. Congratulations to host for getting 1 year of training experience. The C-level rewards are being drawn, the drawing is complete. Congratulations to host for getting half a year of training experience. Several rays of energy are emitted from the system, and these energies are integrated into his body. In just a moment, Lin Yan felt that he had accumulated a lot of practice experience. Strength is rising steadily. Character, Lin Yan. Talent, outstanding. Fruit, dark fruit LV21. Ability, physical skills LV37. Haki, armed Haki LV24, knowledge Haki LV21, conqueror's Haki LV21. Lin Yan immediately brought up his system panel. Watch the numbers on the panel increase again. He couldn't help but smile. What do you lack most now? Nothing is better than the improvement of strength. And this time, whether it is a B-level reward or a C-level reward, almost all of them are related to training experience. Why is he unhappy? Ding! It is detected that the host side task has been completed and a new side task is being released. Heard this movement? Lin Yan returned to the system and took a look. Sure enough. In the taskbar, I saw a red exclamation point beating. Click in and take a look. A new mission has been posted. Main mission: establish a pirate group. Request: as a pirate, what can you do without a pirate group? Host is requested to have an exquisite ship as a navigation tool as soon as possible. The staff should be at least 5 people including host, and ensure that everyone has influence in the original work. Achieved level A. Reward: S-level lottery. Side mission: defeat Pier's new dot. Request: there is only so much territory. If you don't take it, someone will. Please host defeat a pirate group and ask the other party to put a total reward of more than 20 million Baileys. Reward: B-level lottery. Side mission: recruit crew new dot. Request: is it the style of a great captain to be a loner? Host: please recruit a crew member as soon as possible to integrate more new people into your team. Rewards: no limit judgment based on recruiting characters. The stronger the influence of the original work, the more generous the rewards will be. Side mission: practice hard. Request: please host to practice hard for a month. Reward: C-level lottery. Compared to before. This time, 3 new tasks have been refreshed. Except for the last part of cultivate hard, which is repeated. Almost everything else required Lin Yan to do it himself. Certainly. His eyes immediately fell on the third task of recruiting sailors. Especially its final prompt reward: unlimited. After thinking for a moment, he understood it at a glance. In other words, as long as the other party's influence in the original work is stronger, the rewards you will receive will be very generous. If you recruit an ordinary person yourself, you may only get the lowest C-level reward. But what if I recruit a general level person? Maybe S-level rewards are possible. How could this not surprise Lin Yan? This reward. He looked very satisfied. But problems also arise. General, will you agree to your invitation? Don't say anything else. With my own strength, I am afraid that I would really encounter a strong man at the level of a general. There should be no scum left in the seconds, right? Should be removed. People are greedy after all. Lin Yan is no exception. He really started to think about how he could use the task of recruiting crew members to directly rush into the ranks of S-level rewards, and then make a lot of money. Looking around the world, there are only a few people at the general level. And at this time, the 2 Fujitora Green Bulls, who have not yet gone through the world conscription, joined the ranks of Marine. If you are eloquent enough, it is not impossible to attack them. But as soon as the thought came up, Lin Yan snuffed it out. Regardless of whether they agree or not, where should I go to find them? Lin Yan tilted his head, then shook his head helplessly. Seemingly. It seems that there is really no way. But then I thought about it. Lin Yan suddenly raised his head again, and murmured to himself, by the way, why do I always focus on strength to draw conclusions? Doesn't the system say that the stronger the influence, the richer the rewards? It doesn't necessarily have to be about strength, other places may also be important factors that affect the system rating. Yes. That must be it. Think of this. Lin Yan looked towards the East Daxia Sea. Luffy. You haven't gone to sea yet. It's not like recruiting Luffy. Luffy's temperament is not meant to be used as a subordinate. But those people below Luffy, for example, Nami Robin, or something, Lin Yan has been coveting for a long time. Do they have enough influence? Their abilities are also very outstanding, one is sailing and the other is tomb robbing. Lin Yan's eyes shot out a bright light, and his smile became more and more intense. Sorry. Luffy's eldest nephew. I will decide your chance. Chapter 10 Sweeping the Evil Dragon Group, The Furious Eren. Cocoa West Village. The headquarters of the Dragon Pirates. The castle was in a mess, and there were sores everywhere where one could see. Who are you? As one of the cotters of the Dragon Pirates, Marine offered a bounty of 9 million belly. Kruby looked at the man in front of him with his hands behind his back and shouted in horror. Today? Because they went out to plunder. Eren and Hachi took away most of the Dragon Pirates. As one of the main cotters, Kruby stayed with some of his men to guard the base camp. Unexpectedly, today, uninvited guests are here. First, he had to deal with the remaining members of the Dragon Pirates. Even he was not his enemy. I didn't meet Eren. What a bad luck. The person standing in front of Kruby was naturally Lin Yan. Ben unexpectedly killed the Dragon Pirates in one fell swoop. Unexpectedly, the other party was not in Cocoa West Village at all. Not bad, not bad. Because I went out to collect rent. Eren escaped by luck. Certainly. Although I haven't encountered it. It's not like Kruby's head is incorrigible. Upon hearing the other party's question, Lin Yan glanced at him and said in a cold tone, "Go to the King of Hell and ask." Say it. The knife fell from the hand. Just listen to the blood spilling out like a fountain. As the second in command of the Dragon Pirates, Kruby's head fell and he rolled several times on the ground. The thick white liquid mixed with blood dyed the land red. Kruby died on a chair in the castle. 2 days later, when Eren returned to the headquarters of the Dragon Pirates with a lot of jewelry. However, the scene before my eyes. But Eren's eyes were filled with anger. On the chair in the castle, Kruby, who had long turned into a headless corpse, had died. Krub's right and left, as well as other remaining defenders, all died on the spot. Kruby. This. What happened? Damn it, someone must have attacked our base camp while we were away. Who? Who did it? The cotters of the Dragon Pirates all climbed up instantly with their eyes filled with anger and restless auras. They are still like this, let alone Eren. The muscles in his body were tense everywhere, veins popped out, his teeth were clenched, and his eyes were full of anger. Don't let me know who you are. Same day. Throughout Cocoa West Village, all vigilance has been raised to a new level. Around the island, there are 3 layers of boats inside and 3 layers outside. The sudden movements of the Dragon Pirates also made the villagers nervous. The other side of the East Daxia Sea. In an old tavern. People come and go in an endless stream, and noisy sounds come and go, and the sounds are heard. The water spilled from the colliding wine glasses shone on the ground. People of all colors toasted to celebrate, their faces were full of joy, and the inside of the tavern was even more joyful. At this time, in the aisle of the tavern, I saw an orange-haired girl walking lightly through the crowds of people coming and going. She was holding a plate in her hand, with several buckets of wine on it. The aroma of the wine was fragrant. Lingering in this huge tavern. The girl was wearing a white shirt and a clean skirt, with a slight smile on her face and light makeup. She walked gently with a scent of fragrance. This appearance was somewhat incompatible with the rough and arrogant men around her. The girl was obviously a newly hired employee here. She quickly came to a table and placed the wine glass on the table of the black-haired man in front of her. She smiled sweetly and said, "Guest, please you sit slowly." The black-haired man glanced at the orange-haired girl indifferently and said with a smile, "Do you have any other charging methods in this pub?" The girl was stunned for a moment, tilted her head, and replied rather cutely, "Why did the guest say this?" Although she said this, she quickly hid a money bag and put it into the rather material gap on her chest. There is a cute expression on her face. If an ordinary person sees the girl like this, he will feel relaxed and happy. Pity. The black-haired man was not moved by all this. He continued, "Since there is no other way to charge, why should you withhold money from me?" Nami rolled his eyes. Although he was surprised, his face remained calm. "Guest, please stop asking me riddles. What do you want to say?" Lin Yan poured himself a glass of wine and said, "Shouldn't you know it very well?" What do I know? You really want me to say it?" Nami thought for a while, then changed the subject and said, "Guest, are you not satisfied with this drink? If you are not satisfied, I will give you another one now." With that said, Nami wanted to put away the drink in front of Lin Yan. Lin Yan raised his hand to stop her, a friendly reminder, "If you take my things, you will get into trouble." "Guest, you drank too much." Nami smiled in apology, and then quickly pulled away and left Lin Yan's table. After confirming that she was already some distance away from Lin Yan, Nami patted her chest and let out a long breath. To say that his method was discovered by that weird man, Nami would never believe it. Nothing else. She was confident in her ability to steal. And if you were an ordinary person and lost money accidentally, you would definitely yell, such as "Who stole my money?" and other nonsense. Moreover, if he was really sure that he had taken away his money bag, he would have taken action immediately to take it back from him instead of talking to him calmly like he did. Thinking of this, Nami also felt relieved a lot. It became an order again. "Oh. Mimi, 2 more bottles of wine will be given to table 2. From the kitchen, the boss's voice came over. "Coming." Nami waved his hand and ran towards the kitchen again. Out and about. Especially in this high-risk profession. How could there be no trumpet? Mimi is naturally a pseudonym of Nami. When heading to the kitchen, Nami had 2 more money bags in her hands. Glancing at the 2 big men who were still unaware of the seriousness of the problem, Nami raised the corner of her mouth, stuffed the bag back into the same place again, and slipped into the back kitchen without a trace. Seeing Nami's skillful technique, Lin Yan twitched the corner of his mouth. He was worthy of the name of a little thieving cat. He took a sip of wine, not to mention, no wonder the business of this pub was booming. Just this 10-mile fragrant drink will surely bring many repeat customers. With so many obvious targets, it's no wonder Nami came here to work as a temporary worker. But no matter how flawless Nami is at what she does, things will eventually come to light. There was restlessness in the crowd. And some people shouted sharply, "Where is my money bag?" But I saw the man frantically searching his body, but there was no trace of the money bag at all. As the first person shouted, a stone stirred up 1,000 waves. The other people immediately realized that there was a thief in the tavern. Thieves can be found anywhere. Especially in this era when you can't scan QR codes and use WeChat, almost everyone has a money bag when they go out. Because of this, money bags are more likely to be missed by thieves. Many people also started to check their money bags. It would be better not to check. After reading this, a large number of people's eyes went dark. "My money is gone." "Mine too." "What? You are all gone?" "Wait, my horse rider is also gone. There is a thief in this tavern." After seeing their money bags disappear, everyone present became angry and howled like a wolf after discovering that there were no chopsticks in the takeaway. An infinite anger spurted out from their eyes, their faces were ferocious, and they cursed in circles, wishing to cut the thief into pieces. At this time, I saw 2 strong men clanging and guarding the door of the tavern. One of the strong men said angrily, "If the mastermind behind it is not found out, no one can get out of this door. Perhaps it's because thieves are rampant these days, and this tavern is full of business. To be cautious, the only exit is in the direction of the tavern door." Lin Yan looked in the direction of Nami. The latter frowned, his face was pale, his eyes were wandering and flickering, and then he lowered his pretty face, biting his teeth, not knowing what he was thinking. Holding his head with one hand, Lin Yan smiled casually, "There's a good show to watch." Chapter 11 Nami, it makes sense. As these two big men guard the door, other people who have lost their money also rise up, and it is bound to find out the mastermind behind the scenes. They are divided into two teams. A team searched the tavern to prevent thieves from hiding their money. Another team searched the person at the scene, and no leaks were leaked, and no concessions were made. Think about it, the person who stole the money either hid the money in a secret compartment of the tavern or carried it with him. As long as you look for these two signs, you can always find out the culprit. When the owner of the tavern saw this scene, he was willing to cooperate fully in order to ensure business. That's all. A group of people swept through the tavern in great force. Just less than half an hour. Almost everyone at the scene has been checked out, and it will soon fall on Nami. Seeing this scene, Lin Yan couldn't help but sit up straight. He wanted to see how Nami avoided the disaster that was about to befall her next. But Lin Yan didn't even think of it. The next second, Nami taught herself a lesson. How about being a professional thief cat? Nami suddenly sat down on the ground, then started sobbing, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. She originally had a girlish style of painting, and her lowly style is very eye-catching. Before adding, he treated everyone in the tavern warmly and hospitably. As well as his previous status as a temporary worker, he must have come out to seek a living because of family difficulties. Her delicate pretty face was filled with tears. Who doesn't feel heartbroken after seeing this? And her sobbing voice just fell into the ears of the searching men. The big man stepped forward quickly and asked with a distressed look on his face, "Little sister, what's wrong?" Nami didn't speak, just sobbing. The further back you go, the louder the sobbing sounds become. Who can withstand this? The big man tried his best to use gentle words, and comforted him, "Little sister, don't cry, don't cry. If you have any difficulties, just tell us." Lin Yan nodded secretly, "Seriously, life is like a play, it all depends on acting skills." When the scene was almost over, Nami stopped crying, but even so, her body was twitching and shaking. While wiping her tears, she replied in a low voice, "My family is in trouble. I came here to make a living. My boss saw me as pitiful, so he gave me a daily allowance. I will be given as much money as I can entertain as many guests as I can today. I didn't expect that. Now something like this has happened. I can't make any money, how can I go back and explain to the people at home?" Listening to Nami's explanation, other people couldn't help but feel a little lost. If they do this, the boss will definitely not make much money today. The boss doesn't make much money, so he naturally can't give Nami a certain daily salary. This also makes them unbearable. How about, just forget it? Yes, this little sister is so pitiful, why don't we just let it go? We did have some impact on the boss's business. That's right. Who wouldn't throw some money when you go out? This small amount of money is nothing. Little sister, please stop crying, okay? Uncle will give you candy." Under Nami's acting skills, the sound of a wolf howling like a chopstick lost in a takeaway disappeared in the blink of an eye. Look at Nami's appearance. Driven by machismo. The money I lost, I really didn't want it anymore. Really? Nami choked, rubbing her eyes. Of course it's true. Yes, uncles will not lie to you. Others continued to comfort him. Thank you so much. You are all good people. Nami quickly wiped away her tears and put a smile on her face again. I don't know why, but the moment I heard Nami calling out "good guy," everyone present felt that a candle was lit in their hearts, and their whole heart was illuminated with warmth, giving them an indescribable sense of comfort. Then, can I go? Nami asked. Let's go, little sister. We won't search you. The two big men shouted in unison, with onto smiles on their faces. Thank you so much. Nami thanked her and walked towards the door. However, just when Nami was about to step out the door, Lin Yan's fingertips lit up with a black flame, and the dark fruit activated silently. In the gap between Nami's chest, something suddenly rolled. Feeling the strangeness coming from her body, Nami's expression changed. Just listen to clang. A money bag passed through her clothes, passed over her waist, and fell out from under her skirt. You know, what's in the money bag? Although there were many Baileys, most of them were just broken pieces of silver and gold coins, which fell to the ground. The crisp sound was like an orchid in an empty valley or a temple bell, resounding throughout the entire tavern in the blink of an eye. Seeing a bag of things falling out of Nami's skirt, everyone present looked at the money bag at Nami's feet. Some people are still a little confused. Why does this money bag look familiar? Nami was shocked and quickly picked up the money bag on the ground and explained, Everyone, I just said that I am working as a temporary worker for the owner of this pub. The boss will pay me a salary. It is very reasonable. The people present heard this, perhaps because they had just experienced Nami's actress-level performance, and couldn't help but nodded. It seems, it should be, almost, quite reasonable. Lin Yan's fingertips slid again, and the dark fruit was released again. There was another clang sound, and the second money bag fell out from under the skirt. Why does this money bag look like? There is a pink bear pattern on the money bag, and the big man who just searched his body raised his eyebrows. Nami's eyes widened. Why did he jump out again? She hurriedly picked up the money bag again, almost suppressing her trembling and explaining, as I just told everyone, the boss sees me as pitiful and gives me an extra salary. It's very reasonable. Once is fine, twice is a bit fishy. Lin Yan was not polite and just snapped his fingers. Wow! For some reason, Nami loosened her belt and all the money bags stuffed inside fell out from under her skirt like dumplings. This. No. Don't. Nami exclaimed for a moment, even though she tried her best to hug her body and try her best not to reveal her money bag, but it was obviously too late. Around Nami, people from all walks of life in the tavern gathered together with their lost money bags. At this moment, if you really can't see it, then these people have almost lived most of their lives in vain. It's you are the little thief. It turns out you stole our money. What a shame. You pretended to be like this and lied to us. It's a shame I trusted you so much just now. Ed by the FG Big B. I at number yen percent you number yen percent, I, the old grandson, just FK and yen percent. In an instant, the storm surged, and everyone directed their anger towards Nami. They lost their money bag and were almost deceived. How could they swallow this sigh of relief? Just when they were about to vent their anger on Nami. But look up. Nami had already wandered away without a trace. Only the two shuttered doors of the tavern were left shaking slowly. Chapter 12 Help You Kill the Dragon Pirates. He rushed all the way out in one breath. Nami has nothing but excellent escape skills. There is no way. If you are not strong enough, you have to be quick with your legs and feet. Otherwise, with the things you have done, who knows what will happen to you. Looking back, Nami let out a sigh of relief after confirming that no one was following. Reaching out to touch her waist, Nami's expression suddenly changed. While trying to escape, she lost the kettle. Nami was extremely upset. Without the kettle, how could he store fresh water supplies on this vast ocean? Just when Nami was in distress. Give. Suddenly, a hand stretched out from the tree overhead, holding a kettle in that hand. Thanks. Nami was already extremely thirsty, so she subconsciously caught it, but the moment she was about to open it, she was suddenly startled, and immediately looked up in the direction of the source of the kettle. But he saw a young man looking at him with a smile on the tree in front of him. The person coming was none other than Lin Yan. Who impressed Nami the most in the tavern? I am afraid that this guy was the only one who discovered his theft immediately. Is it you? Nami's desire to drink water stopped abruptly. She could not drink even if she opened the kettle, nor could she drink even if she didn't. What an honor! I didn't expect that the little thieving cat would actually remember me. Lin Yan's face was full of smiles. He looked at Nami in front of him in a condescending manner, and at the same time added, "Thanks to you, in the tavern, but it gave me a good show." Nami's pupils were shocked, and she thought it was just a coincidence that Lin Yan discovered her theft. Now when Lin Yan directly called out the code name of Marine's bounty for him, Nami finally realized that the man in front of him had probably already figured out his identity. "Who are you?" Nami frowned and took a step back, trying to distance herself, as if this could reassure herself. Lin Yan glanced at Nami. "Are you serious about taking half a step back?" He continued, "Looking at how out of breath you are, drink some water first." Nami looked at the kettle. She didn't dare to drink the water inside. What if something is added to it? "Don't be nervous, there is nothing evil in the kettle, don't worry." Lin Yan could see what Nami was thinking at a glance and explained. Unfortunately, Nami is not willing to pay the bill. To this, Lin Yan didn't force it either. Nami asked, "Are you from Marine?" If anyone could target him now, it would be the person he stole from, or Marine. But when he was in the tavern just now, he stole Lin Yan's money bag, but the other party didn't pierce it. I expected that it would be the first time that I met the other person. Since he was not the one who had things stolen from him, the only explanation was that the other party was most likely from Marine. Marine. These two words have mixed feelings for Nami. My own adoptive mother once worked for Marine. What a pity. But it ended up like that in the end. This also resulted in Nami not being very friendly towards Marine. Looking at Lin Yan in front of her, Nami seemed to be in contact with the past while being alert, and the sadness in her eyes could not help but reveal itself. Lin Yan was surprised. How could he be related to Marine? "I'm not Marine." Lin Yan shook his head in denial. Hearing this, Nami was surprised. He wasn't from Marine? Then why did you come to me? Suddenly, Nami looked at Lin Yan strangely and covered her body with her hands. "You are not plotting against me, are you?" Lin Yan jumped down from the tree and walked up to Nami. Under Nami's surprised gaze, "You are quite narcissistic." However, Lin Yan didn't give in. After making a complaint, he went straight to the point and said, "I want to invite you to join my pirate group." As soon as this statement came out, Nami frowned. Although not very friendly to Marine. After all, Nami has seen how corrupt Donghai Marine is. But how corrupt are they? After all, his adoptive mother is also one of the Marines. There are also quite a few Marines who have worked with their foster mothers. It left a good childhood impression on Nami. But when talking about pirates, Nami immediately thought of the dragon pirates. While doing business with Marine, he committed murder and arson in Coco West Village, doing all kinds of evil. Nami looked at the carving on his shoulder. The engraving is the mark that attracts the attention of the dragon pirates. Every time she thinks about it, she feels disgusted. Knowing Lin Yan's identity as a pirate, Nami's tone turned cold. "It turns out that you are a pirate, so I have to disappoint you and ask me to join your pirate group? Don't even think about it." After saying that, Nami added, "You pirates don't have any good stuff." Lin Yan had already expected this scene before coming here. Needless to say, Nami's attitude towards pirates. If you want to recruit him into your pirate group, you will naturally have to spend some effort. What a coincidence. In this regard, Lin Yan has a lot of confidence. He asked, "Really don't want to?" Nami's eyes were firm. "I don't want to die." "Don't you want to hear about my offer to you? How can you be paid?" With that said, Nami turned around and walked straight away. Lin Yan looked at Nami's back, he smiled, and then said calmly, "I can help you kill the dragon pirates." The sound turned into a gust of wind and floated into Nami's ears. The moment I heard these words, Nami's heart that was about to leave suddenly stopped. The steps stopped in place. Under the sunlight, the shadow forms a sharp contrast with her. After a moment of silence, Nami resisted the throbbing in her heart and turned around. "You, what did you say? I believe you can understand what I mean. There are some things I don't want to say a second time." Lin Yan came to the side and sat down on the big rock. His eyes were blazing, like the scorching sun in the sky, and he stared at Nami so fiercely that she dared not look directly at her. He said, "Miss Nami, I'm waiting for you. Answer." Nami clenched her fists and her body was shaking. What Nami hopes to achieve most now is to drive those evil gangs and the entire dragon pirates out of Cocoa West Village. After seeing Nami's excellent sailing ability, the fishman Aaron also made an offer to Nami. One is to join his pirate group, and the other is to collect 100 million belly to protect the villagers. In order to collect 100 million belly, Nami embarks on this road of no return. At such a young age, she has been running around the vast East Daxia Sea day and night. This is also the reason why Nami was named a little thief cat by Marine, was put a reward by Marine for theft, and was exiled in the East Daxia Sea. Everything she does, it's nothing more than trying to pass a verbal agreement that cannot withstand scrutiny. It is hoped that the fishman Aaron can be magnanimous. Use 100 million belly to spare yourself. Spare the villagers of Kokoyasi village. Chapter 13, Just a Pirate, Why Does He Need Help? Honestly, the moment Lin Yan said these words, Nami was extremely surprised at first. It never occurred to her. The man in front of me whom I met for the first time. I can actually understand the secret behind this. Nami was a little moved. If what this guy says is true, then I can help the villagers solve all their difficulties now. Get rid of the shackles of the dragon pirates. But then I thought about it. Nami was disappointed again. It was the first time that I met the man in front of me. Why should the other party help me? Moreover, Nami is getting closer and closer to 100 million belly. As long as you persist for a while to collect all the funds, in the end, it must be possible. You can let Aaron let go of himself and the folks in Kokoyasi village. You're thinking that you're already close to collecting 100 million belly, so why not continue on this path and give it a try, right? At this time, as if he saw Nami's thoughts, Lin Yan spoke. Nami's eyes tightened, and then she lowered her head. No answer, but no denial either. Stop dreaming. If I were Aaron, not only you, but also the 100 million belly in your hand, and the entire villagers of Kokoyasi village. Having said this, Lin Yan paused and made a fist with one hand. I want them all. No. Impossible, Aaron wouldn't do that. Nami tried her best to defend. You've already said that none of the pirates are good. In fact, you know their style better than anyone else, right? Lin Yan smiled, as if there was a demon hiding in his eyes, a vicious dog from hell that devoured a city alive, leaving no bones behind. The scene was so horrifying that it made people shudder. Nami's face turned pale, unable to prove herself. Naturally, Nami spent some time in the dragon pirates. What is their style of doing things? I know better. In the final analysis, Nami just wants to give herself some comfort and sustenance. But as Lin Yan told the naked truth, tear off her last disguise. Nami stopped talking, but her breathing became more and more rapid. Under Lin Yan's words, she seemed to have seen the predetermined ending, and her heart was entangled in every possible way, struggling in the mud. She asked, "Why should I trust you?" Wow! The moment Nami said these words, but I saw a round object being thrown over. The blood was mixed with white liquid, and the head rolled several times on the ground, covered with a lot of dust. Nami was shocked. Then she felt that the head looked familiar. Take a closer look. Then Nami's face was shocked. There was a roar in my heart. Waves all over the sky rippled in my heart. He shouted out loud, "Krobi, this." Her beautiful eyes widened and she looked at Lin Yan in disbelief. You killed him. As the second in command of the dragon pirates. Colonized Kokoyashi village for many years. For such people. How could Nami not know him? You went to Koko West village. Her voice was trembling. Is it hard to see? Lin Yan nodded simply. Nami was shocked and speechless. Let's talk about the beginning. She still had concerns. After all, the man in front of him was not an exaggeration to describe as strange. But then she saw Krobi's head. Nami also suddenly realized. He has the ability to defeat the dragon pirates. After a brief moment of shock, Nami suppressed the throbbing. Trying to calm down. Why are you doing this? As my crew, you should have a meeting gift. Let me introduce myself again. My name is Lin Yan. What do you think of this gift, Ms. Nami? Just want to invite me on board. Otherwise, my crew is in trouble. As a captain, I can't just turn a blind eye, right? Nami no longer knows how to describe her current situation. Able to go to Koko West village alone and take off the head of the second in command of the dragon pirates. It was enough to prove Lin Yan's strength. Now, Nami is like a ray of dawn in the dark clouded sky. The warmth spread over her body made her world glow again. But very quickly. Recalling the fishman Aaron's strength far beyond that of humans. Nami couldn't help but lowered his head. Such people. It is impossible for ordinary people to defeat it. He is the culprit who threatens Koko West village. He is the devil that has been surrounding Nami's heart. I appreciate your kindness, but the fishman Aaron, he is very strong. Yeah, I know. And the dragon pirates behind us, everyone in them is extraordinary. Well, I know that too. What's more important is that he has Marine's back. Even Marine can't do anything to them. Anything else you want to add? Nami calmed down for a while, then she asked, I would like to ask, how many helpers do you have now? Lin Yan chuckled, what kind of help do you need to deal with a mere pirate from the East Daxia Sea? In one word. One person is enough. Nami opened her mouth. I was speechless for a long time. Nami reminded, they own an entire pirate group. Lin Yan glanced at Nami and said calmly, so what? And? So what? Listening to Lin Yan's domineering words. Nami was so shocked that she fell to the ground. Lin Yan repeated again, Miss Nami, I'm waiting for your answer. At this point, how could Nami not know her next choice? 4 words came out of his mouth. I promise you. Now that you have agreed. At least you need to know what's going on the ship. Nami asked, I would like to ask, how many people are there on our boat? Lin Yan turned his head with a mysterious smile on his face, you, and me. Nami originally wanted to wait for the next step. But Lin Yan didn't say his next name for a while. Moment. She seemed to understand something. No. It's not just the 2 of us on the boat, is it? To be precise. I don't even have a boat. This. Chapter 14, Colonel Mouse was torn apart by his hands, and the whole place was silent. Nami, are you telling the truth? In Nami's home in Kokoyashi village, a woman who was several years older than Nami raised her head in disbelief and looked in the direction of Lin Yan. Sister, he is the only one who can help us. Nami answered in the affirmative. Nyochi frowned. She looked at Lin Yan with a doubtful look. Nami actually saw Krub's head, and thus believed in Lin Yan's strength. But Nyochi is not taller. Moreover, regarding the naivety of this silly sister of mine. Nyaki Gao was a little more worried. Such is the situation in Kokoyasi village today. I can no longer stand what they are doing. What if the tiger is lured away and the wolf is driven away? The final consequences can only be borne by themselves. While the two women were discussing, Lin Yan was sitting in front of the wooden table drinking dry tea. Where it enters the eye. Eyes full of poverty. The Nyaki Gao family is already too poor to open the pot. As if aware of Nokijio's appearance, Lin Yan looked sideways. Miss Nokijio, it seems that you have some doubts about my ability. Yes. Lord Lin Yan, I have seen Aaron's strength. You are alone and outnumbered. I'm afraid you may not be a match for Aaron. So forgive me for not believing everything you say. Nokijio didn't hide anything and answered truthfully. You are quite straightforward. So, how do I need to prove it? Lin Yan narrowed his eyes and stared at Nyochi. The dragon pirates have indeed experienced changes recently, but we have no way of knowing what happened. However, Captain Marine, who is behind the dragon pirates, has also arrived at Kokonishi village. If you, Lord Lin Yan, are really powerful and can deal with this guy. Nokijio gave a list. You're talking about that Colonel Rat. Haha, Colonel Marine, it's really scary. Lin Yan originally sneered at proving his ability. But at this moment, a temporary task popped up in the system panel. Temporary mission, kill Colonel Rat. Requirement, as Marines, we do not do human affairs. A nest of snakes and rats work together. Although we are pirates, we are also obliged to pay off all injustices. Any evil will eventually be brought to justice. Reward, sea-level lottery. The moment I saw this temporary mission, Lin Yan's eyelids twitched. Not that killing Colonel Rat was that unusual. It's just that the introduction is a little weird. What does any evil will eventually be brought to justice mean? Good guy. A strong sense of justice came over me. In fact, Nokijio was not sure. She said in an anxious tone, Master Lin Yan. What do you think? It seems that I have no reason to refuse. I'm just a colonel, there's really no challenge at all. Lin Yan stood up. Whether it's Nokia Cow or Nami, the two girls just felt like their eyes were blurred. When I came back to my senses, I was surprised to find out Lin Yan had disappeared from the house. Bang! It doesn't take a moment. The door burst open. A bloody head was nailed to the wall. Nokijio and Nami were shocked. They both looked over. On the wall is the head of Colonel Mouse, one of the corrupt Marines who has exploited their Koko West village for many years. Time goes back to 1 minute ago. On the streets of Kokoyasi village. The wind blew the fallen leaves, the grass and trees swayed. And in the breeze, the people around him knelt on both sides of the road. Everyone lowered their heads, not daring to look at the Marine on the main road. Colonel Rat is arrogantly collecting people in Kokoyasi village. In the past. It's not Colonel Mouse's turn to do this kind of thing himself. What a pity. There have been changes in the dragon pirates recently. Want to make money? Then you can only take action yourself. With a team of people, there was no grass growing anywhere, and the sound of wailing was everywhere. The people on both sides were miserable. Their rickety bodies and bent waists did not dare to move at all. Who are you? At this moment, there was a loud shout, causing the people on both sides, as well as Marine present, to look over. The end of the street. A man who looked very gentle. He stood there, with the sun shining his shadow on the ground. His temperament was extraordinary and otherworldly. Sniff sniff. After all, they are the elite of Marine. No matter how bad the mouse is, he is still a colonel inside. He had a very keen nose, and after sniffing, he immediately sensed the danger of Lin Yan. From a long distance away, Colonel Mouse pointed at Lin Yan and said, "Who are you?" Lin Yan didn't answer. He stepped closer to Colonel Mouse. Colonel Mouse's eyes changed. The more silent you are, the more it means the person coming is not good. A handful of truth suddenly appeared in his hand. Bang bang bang. 3 shots were fired in succession. The bullet accurately hit Lin Yan's heart. Just when Colonel Mouse was overjoyed. The next second, he was stunned. But he saw a black flame igniting in Lin Yan's chest. The bullet passed through his body. This is Logia Devil Fruit. Quick, stop him. Colonel Mouse quickly greeted the people around him. Marines gathered around him. Pity. Useless. Less than a breath. A full 30 ordinary Marine soldiers were all annihilated on the spot. This is the blink of an eye. Just killed more than 30 Marines? Colonel Mouse's pupils tightened. And at this moment, Lin Yan had already arrived in front of him. Colonel Mouse tried to escape as quickly as possible. At the same time, the bullets in his hands poured out crazily, and the flames from the muzzle spurted out one after another. But almost all the bullets penetrated Lin Yan's body. Can't do any harm at all. In this East Daxia Sea. In this place where even the domineering power is not perfect. Ethereal dog. Basically it is an invincible existence. Only for a moment. Colonel Mouse was strangled by Lin Yan's neck. Look at the other person's face turning red. The limbs were struggling wildly. Lin Yan really wanted to say something. Do you also want to dance? The moment he was mentioned, an idea suddenly flashed in Colonel Mouse's mind. On. Dying. His instincts were right. Lin Yan put a hand on his shoulder. Another hand grabbed his leg. Lift your left hand. Right hand sinks. Stab. Colonel Rat's body was torn to the limit. On the body surface of the skin, there were cracks. Then there was a harsh impact. The hot blood was thrown into the sky with a bang, rising 3 to 5 meters like a fountain. Colonel Mouse's body was separated on the spot. It was torn directly by hands. The frightened eyes widened. I will never die with my eyes in peace. This moment, the huge Kokoyasi village, be it the surrounding villagers or the remaining Marines. There are also the belated arrivals of Nakajao and Nami. There was a deathly silence. In the sight of everyone, Lin Yan was bathed in the hot blood. His face was full of scarlet. Raise your hand. He wiped the blood on his face a little. A gentle voice came faintly. I'm sorry, the scene is a bit bloody. Chapter 15, Rampant Aaron. All but Marine present. Some cotters of the Dragon Pirates, such as Jinchinch, Shioyaki, and others, were also present. No matter how weak Colonel Mouse is, he still has the title of Colonel after all. Just ask. If the strength is insufficient, how can one be qualified for this position? This is why. Even their Captain Aaron. When you see Colonel Mouse, you have to be in awe. What's the result? A Marine Colonel. In Lin Yan's hands. It's not just that he doesn't have the strength to resist. He even tore it to pieces in front of everyone. Jinchinch and Yanshao looked at each other. From each other's eyes, they saw horror. What's going on? Why in this remote Kokoyasi village? Will you meet such a strong person? Looking at Lin Yan bathing in blood, there were already waves in the hearts of the two of them. Just when they were about to flee the scene, suddenly, a sharp look. He looked towards the two of them. A shadow covered the two of them. Jinchinch and Yanshao looked up, and Lin Yan stood in front of them. You two, don't you stay for a glass of wine? The two of them were horrified. Eat wine? What kind of wine? Lin Yan, he said politely, of course I'll leave the fish heads for you two to drink with. Congratulations to host for completing the temporary mission, kill Colonel Rat. Get the sea level lottery. Sea level rewards are being drawn, the drawing is complete. Congratulations to host for getting half a year of training experience. The sea-level lottery has a high probability of being practice experience. No matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. Lin Yan still needs to improve his strength as soon as possible. Another half year of practice experience gained. Lin Yan only felt that his strength had climbed a small level. Not bad. Returned to the house again. How are you two? Lin Yan looked at Nakajao and Nami. Although I have already prepared. But after actually seeing this scene, Nami still made waves in her heart. Not to mention Niu Qigao. The moment Colonel Mouse was torn apart by his hands, the unhappiness she had buried in her heart for many years seemed to be vented instantly. In Lin Yan, she seemed to see the hope of liberating Cocoa West Village, and the doubts in her eyes seemed to disappear. Present. Nyoki Jao said with a pleading voice, Master Lin Yan, please help us. Looking at the expectant eyes of the two girls, Lin Yan said lightly, look at what you said, am I not here just to help you? Master Lin Yan, what do you need us to do? We can take you there. Nyoki Jao said excitedly. It's no longer necessary in the past. You don't need to go there? Why? Aaron, he's already here. The words just fell. Outside, a violent roar suddenly sounded. On the streets of Kokoyasi village, Aaron was burning with anger, his veins popped out, and his fierce eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. He stared straight at the ground, where the corpse of Colonel Rat had long been dismembered. At first, when I heard about the death of Colonel Mouse, Aaron couldn't even believe his ears. On strength, Colonel Mouse is not much worse than me. What's more, although it is in the East Daxia Sea, but among the Marines, Colonel Mouse also has a very important voice. Even if it's me, I don't dare to provoke him. You even have to lower your posture, be too flattering, and grovel. What's the result? The servants come to report. Colonel Mouse dead. To say that Marine died on the sea is not a big deal at all. After all, there are almost countless similar examples. Pirates and Marine are in a hostile state again. You come and I go. A few casualties are normal. But Colonel Mouse can die anywhere, but he cannot die in Cocoa West Village, on his own territory. This pot. Aaron can't afford it. Especially since I want to continue to develop in Cocoa West Village. This is also the reason why Aaron rushed here as soon as he heard the news. He knows. If we don't find out the mastermind today, there is no way I can do it myself. Under the leadership of Aaron, the members of the Dragon Pirates drove all the people in Cocoa West Village to the center of the square. Aaron looked at everyone, his tone was low, his fists clenched, and he shouted angrily, "Who did it?" As his words came out, the subordinates of the Dragon Pirates drew out the swords on their waists one after another. The sword light was placed on the villagers' necks. It seemed as if the knife was about to be raised and dropped at the next moment. Send them to hell. Although the villagers of Kakiasi village saw Lin Yan, but that was no more than a fraction of a second. How can they know who the murderer is? The villagers could only hesitantly say that they saw a man, but they didn't clearly see who he was. It would be better not to say this. After saying that, Aaron became even more angry. In front of you, you told me that you didn't see it. Okay. Since you want to seek death, then I will make it happen for you. Kill them one by one until they ask questions. Aaron gave the order. Soon, the first villager was taken out. This is a mother and daughter. The mother is only in her mid-20s, and the daughter looks 6 or 7 years old. The mother tried hard to protect her daughter under her body. I don't want her to see the dangers of the world. But her desperate and frightened eyes did not reveal the trembling in her heart. Under the pressure of the dragon pirates, she could only keep shaking her head, indicating that she had no idea at all. Useless thing, die. Aaron's claws grew a foot long, and he raised his hand and penetrated his mother's neck, wanting to end the lives of the mother and daughter. However, at the moment Aaron's claw was about to hit the villager, suddenly, a strong wind blew towards his face. The strong wind carries black flames. Just hear a click. Aaron's claws broke instantly. The sudden change naturally made Aaron wary, immediately afterwards, a black shadow suddenly fell to the ground in the sky. A big hole was made in the ground, and cracks spread out to the surrounding area. The agitated dust even rolled up residual clouds, shrouding the surroundings and spreading out. In the smoke, a young man walked out with a sneer on his lips. His eyes were like lightning, and his aggressive eyes were hard to look into. He said, as expected of the dragon pirates, who are famous in the East Daxia Sea, and their attacks are clean and neat. Aaron took a closer look. Suddenly, he discovered that the person coming was a human being. He frowned and said coldly, "Who are you?" Lin Yan had a bright smile on his face. "Aren't you just trying to find me by going to all this trouble?" Aaron's face was stern, and he understood the whole story at a glance. "Did you kill Colonel Rat?" Lin Yan nodded simply, "Yes." Aaron gritted his teeth. "You are so brave. Do you know who Colonel Mouse is?" "I don't know." "Why don't you explain it to me?" "BD, believe it or not, I will send you back to the West right now. If you want to avenge this scum, go ahead." Lin Yan pointed at Colonel Rat, who had been dismembered on the ground, and hooked his hand towards Aaron. "Since you, a human, insist on seeking death, I will give you a ride." Aaron gritted his teeth. "How many years? I have never heard anything similar." Aaron's eyes were already red. He looked at Lin Yan with an aggressive look. In just one breath, Aaron came to Lin Yan. The sharp claws flashed with cold light, and one claw slapped Lin Yan on the head. Chapter 16 got the good guy card? For Aaron. Except Marine. There are very few existences that he can take seriously. After all, in his worldview, possessing highly developed strength, the stronger fishman among the same generation, it has more innate advantages than humans. On strength, on ability, on power. They fishmen are even worse than humans. This is why the fishman Aaron was still able to attack Lin Yan even after he tore up the mouse Colonel with his own hands. He said he was afraid of Colonel Mouse. But what Aaron is more afraid of is the revenge from Marine. So much so that it turned out to be a bitter pill that made it difficult for him to move forward in the East Daxia Sea. "That's why I swallowed my anger towards Colonel Mouse." Said without politeness. Colonel Rat died on his own turf. This undoubtedly touched Aaron's reverse scale. Anyway, this human being in front of me must die. How fast is Aaron? He ducked in front of Lin Yan. Lin Yan looked defenseless, as if he hadn't reacted yet. The sneer in Aaron's eyes grew stronger. Human beings. As expected, they are no match for the fishman. One claw down. The sharp claws directly penetrated Lin Yan's head. Success. Aaron was overjoyed. But in a blink of an eye. But his expression changed. In imagination, this image of a broken human head and blood mixed with white liquid was not sprayed out. This made Aaron subconsciously look up at Lin Yan. At this time. That's this one look. His pupils were constricted and his heart was shaking. When his claws penetrated Lin Yan's head. The flames are burning. This is. Are you a Logia devil fruit user? Aaron told Lin Yan's fruit ability. After releasing the secret fruit, Lin Yan clenched a fist with one hand, and with black flames, he punched Aaron firmly on the body. Bang! After a muffled sound, Aaron's body was like a kite with its string broken, flying behind him at extremely high speed. Hit the wall. He smashed a huge human-shaped hole into the wall. The bricks fell off and fell on Aaron's body. Lin Yan's punch. Aaron was almost beaten to death. A touch of bright red blood spurted out from his mouth. With just one move, Aaron could barely resist it. Under the ruins. Aaron looked at Lin Yan in disbelief. Not to mention how shocked he was at this time. A tiny human being. In terms of strength. How can you compare with yourself as a fish man? That's fine if it's in the New World. Where is this place? East Daxia Sea. Do the math. Donghai is just a novice village. But the current situation told him the truth. He is far from being a match for the human in front of him. He finally knew why the man in front of him dared to attack Marine and Colonel Mouse. The first half of the Grand Line and the New World are two different worlds. The Four Seas and the first half of the Grand Line are two different worlds. Even without the ability to obtain fruits. In terms of pure strength, Aaron was definitely no match for Lin Yan. Not to mention that now he has the dark fruit and the many years of cultivation gained from the system. Crush a pirate with a bounty of 20 million. No problem at all. After getting up, Aaron still wanted to struggle. But how could Lin Yan give him such an opportunity? The fruits are taken in and spit out secretly. Aaron lost his fighting ability on the spot. With Aaron's downfall, the dragon pirates no longer have any resistance. After, Lin Yan directly destroyed their base camp. Congratulations to host for completing the side mission, defeating his peers. Request: there is only so much territory. If you don't take it, someone will. Please host defeat a pirate group and ask the other party to put a total reward of more than 20 million Baileys. Winning the B-level lottery. The B-level rewards are being drawn, the drawing is complete. Congratulations to host for getting 1 year of training experience. Lin Yan closed his eyes and felt the increase in strength. Just a short trip to Windmill Village. He has accumulated 1.5 years of cultivation experience. Lin Yan nodded. Other side. After destroying the dragon pirates. Nami, practice makes perfect. The dragon pirates' warehouse was opened by her skillful hands. Lin Yan looked towards the warehouse. Golden light suddenly shot into the eyes, and the warehouse was filled with gold jewelry. This damn Aaron! Nami clenched her fists tightly, her face full of anger. How much wealth did Aaron have to plunder to accumulate the wealth? Lin Yan did the math and found that the value of the money on site was approximately over 600 million Bailey. More than 600 million Baileys is not a small amount. Since we want to form a pirate group, I believe there will be plenty of money to spend in the future. Not to mention far away. Just build a pirate ship. Want a nice boat? If you don't have money, who will help you? A big wave of his hand. It's like a magic trick. The 500 million Baileys on the ground were emptied out in the blink of an eye, and were all stuffed into Lin Yan's system warehouse. As for the remaining 100 million, Lin Yan gave it directly to Nami. Oh? Give it to me. Although Nami loves money, that was only in the past. In order to collect 100 million Bailey, he would do anything. There is a saying that goes well, before you achieve financial freedom, there is no harm in searching a little. But now, the dragon pirates were eliminated. The original bet with Aaron has also come to an end. In Nami's opinion, she no longer needs money to support her. Moreover, their Kokoyasi village could no longer give Lin Yan any benefits, and they were already indebted to him. Now Lin Yan still has to pay out of his own pocket. Give 1/6 of the captured loot to yourself. How could Nami feel so happy? She shook her head repeatedly and said, "No, let's forget it. We don't know how to thank you anymore. You deserve it. You don't want it, but what about you villagers?" Lin Yan pointed in the direction of Kokoyasi village. Nyokijao's family was completely destitute, let alone the other villagers. Nami is speechless and doesn't know how to answer. I don't want to do these troublesome things. It's none of my business what you do with it. I'll wait for you at the port and make 2 French fries. After leaving these words, Lin Yan turned into a gust of wind and disappeared. After looking at the 100 million belly at his feet, Nami looked at the direction Lin Yan was leaving. Now, her heart is also warm. 2 hours later, Nami distributed 100 million belly and the dragon pirate's food evenly to the villagers of Kokoyashi village. After getting the grain and barley, all the villagers were in tears and their faces were full of gratitude. They all know it. If it weren't for Lin Yan, if it weren't for him, I'm afraid they would still be living under the oppression of the dragon pirates to this day. Everyone thanked Nami again and again. Many people kept asking where Lin Yan had gone. They wanted to say thank you in person. Nami knew that Lin Yan didn't want to cause trouble, so she lied apologetically, he comes and goes without a trace, and I don't know where he is. Nakajayo came to Nami's side unknowingly. Glancing at the grain and barley, her face was full of joy. Fortunately, he is here, otherwise what will happen to Kokoyashi village next? I don't even dare to think about it. Yes. Nami nodded. Nami, let me help you. Nokijayo helped Nami, and while distributing supplies, he asked, Nami, what kind of person do you think he is? Nami was stunned for a moment. Thinking back on our interactions these days. First encounter. Returning to Koko West Village for the first time. Taking him to meet his sister for the first time. Touching his chin. I thought about it for a while. It took a long time to give the answer. He's a good guy. Peer. Ah, sneeze. Lin Yan rubbed his nose. Who is talking bad about me behind my back? Chapter 17, a reward of 1.5 billion? Although Aaron in Koko West Village was solved. But new problems arise. Aaron. How to deal with it? Nami and Nogi didn't know what to do either. The two women turned their attention to Lin Yan. Lin Yan's idea was simple. Although 500 million baileys were obtained from the dragon pirates, who would think that money is too much? Moreover, Aaron's reward. Looking at the entire East Daxia Sea, it's not too low. Isn't 20 million baileys money? No matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. The truth is that a little adds up to a lot. Of course Lin Yan knew it. Under the expectant gazes of the two women, Lin Yan gave a four-word answer. Throw it to Marine. Nakajayo and Nami looked at each other. Leave it to Marine? Although Aaron had an affair with Marine. But in the final analysis, that's just a secret deal with Colonel Mouse. Marine couldn't be any better. There are still many honest people inside. What's more, if not thrown to Marine, Aaron will make a comeback one day. Lin Yan was gone. What should the people in Kokoyashi village do? Present. It seems that this is the most suitable place to deal with Aaron. A few days later, when Marine's warship sailed into the port of Kokoyashi village. After seeing the people on the warship from afar, Lin Yan had a playful smile on his face. Haha, an old acquaintance is here. Master Lin Yan, do you know him? Nami asked curiously. I know you. Lin Yan replied. On the corridor of the warship, a man and a woman walked down. The man had a cigarette in his mouth, and the smoke was curling up. He looked around. He had white hair and a few wrinkles on his face. He looked to be in his 30s. He was wearing the uniform of Colonel Marine, and the badges on his chest were particularly dazzling. Taking a goose step, sonorous and powerful, stepping on the deck stairs, his voice can be heard in the stairs. The person who came was none other than Smoker, one of the current Marine colonels, yes, the same position as the Mouse colonels. But the difference is that Smoker hates these moths in Marine the most, and basically has no good feelings towards Colonel Mouse, a guy who eats everything inside and outside. Now he is stationed in Roger Town, the town where One Piece Roger started and ended. On strength. Not to mention the huge East Daxia Sea. Even among Marines, Smoker ranks high. Next to Smoker is a woman wearing Corporal Marine's clothing. The clothing is not too tight, but it also outlines her figure in an orderly manner. There is a sword hanging on his waist, a pair of glasses on his face, and his long black hair is like a waterfall, and he looks a little natural. She is Smoker's assistant and the second in command of the Marine branch in Rogue Town, Dashki. Lin Yan held the unconscious Aaron in his hands and looked at the two people walking down the corridor. Talk about it. When I was in the Whitebeard Pirates. Lin Yan has already fought against Smoker. Lin Yan was not that strong at that time, and Smoker was also just a Marine recruit. The two of them can be said to be evenly matched. Never thought about it. Years passed. He obtained the dark fruit and left the Whitebeard Pirates. Smoker also thrived in Marine and has become a Marine colonel guarding one side. Colonel Smoker, is that guy Lin Yan? On the side. Dashki pushed up his glasses and looked at Lin Yan nervously. It is different from the world where news is closed. Regarding Lin Yan's killing of Team 4 Captain Sachi and taking away the dark fruit, this matter caused too much trouble in the new world. Marine is also good. Even pirates. Who doesn't know what this guy has done? At the same time, the news was also delivered to Donghai Marine with lightning speed, and was captured by Smoker. At first, for such news, Smoker scoffed. Although it was due to position reasons in the early years, he and Lin Yan were in a state of opposition. But as the saying goes, no fight, no acquaintance. Smoker was lucky enough to have several contacts with Lin Yan. Not to mention they feel sympathy for each other, but they also share the same goals. It's a pity because of identity reasons. The two of them can't have fun over wine. But as the news spread, it spread wider and wider. Even the Whitebeard Pirates issued a kill order for Lin Yan, and even issued a reward order to the outside world. Gradually. Only then did Smoker realize the seriousness of the problem. I found out after asking around. Lin Yan really betrayed the Whitebeard Pirates. And he was hunted down by the Whitebeard Pirates everywhere in the New World. This. Smoker looked at the newspaper in front of him. Not to mention how unbelievable it is. Regardless of Sachi's influence in the New World, he is the captain of the 4th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates and a well-known figure in the New World. Just like Baybeard's attitude of loving his subordinates like his own son. He would never let Lin Yan go so easily. Not to mention far away. Ace, the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Already embarked on the journey. Searching for Lin Yan all over the world. That's why Smoker used to pay attention to New World newspapers for a while. I want to see where Lin Yan is. But there has been no news. Never expected it. Today. In the East Daxia Sea. In this Cocoa West village. I met this guy who turned New World upside down. Not only are you capable of causing trouble, but you are also not very capable of hiding, and you even ended up in the East Daxia Sea. Smoker walked up to Lin Yan, looked him up and down, and said in a cold voice. I can't help it, something like this happened. Lin Yan replied with a smile. Why did it suddenly show up again this time? Smoker asked. I have no money. Lin Yan shook the unconscious Aaron in his hand, and continued, catch a pirate to make some money, and I'll give you a boost of performance by the way. So, you still want me to thank you? That's not necessary. If possible, I don't mind going through the back door. If you give me a little more bounty, I won't be able to accept it. Humph, don't think that just by saying nice things, I can help you. You are now a pirate. If I could, do you believe that I could capture you now and redeem the 1.5 billion belly? Lin Yan now. The Whitebeard Pirates offer a reward of 1 billion. Although Whitebeard wanted to meet Lin Yan. But I can't stand the people below who are so disgusted. And Blackbeard's secret fire. The crew members of the White Group were very angry. Not only has the reward of 1 billion Baileys not decreased, it has even continued to increase as time goes by. Because after Whitebeard issued the bounty order, Marine followed suit and placed a bounty of 500 million belly on him. In other words, if someone could split Lin Yan in two, you can receive a reward of 1.5 billion. Of course, this is just a hypothesis. 1.5 billion. Nami and Nakajao had been standing aside for a long time. By observing the two chatting, the two of them could roughly guess that Colonel Marine knew Lin Yan. You can follow Smoker to throw Lin Yan's bounty. Nami and Nyokijao's mouth suddenly opened into an O shape. This. Aaron, who has a bounty of 20 million belly, is already the ceiling of their imagination. They really can't imagine what kind of strong people those who offer a reward of more than 100 million are. Didn't expect that. Lin Yan's reward. Not only has it exceeded 100 million, it's even as high as 1.5 billion. Oh my gosh! How many errands is this worth? The sun shone on Lin Yan's face, shining brightly under the scorching sun. Under Smoker's heavy gaze, Lin Yan slowly raised his head and said softly, "You can try it." Chapter 18. The whole audience was shocked, and Smoker was eliminated with one punch. Temporary mission: defeat Smoker. Reward: B-level lottery. Lin Yan smiled. I never expected Smoker to be able to complete the mission. Now that we are here, he definitely won't miss it. Other side. After Smoker heard what Lin Yan said, a flash of fighting spirit flashed in his eyes. To be honest, in this East Daxia Sea, Smoker hasn't played against anyone for a long time. Certainly, it's not that Smoker is reclusive, but an ordinary pirate. Basically, it's not his turn to come forward. It hasn't moved for a long time. Smoker also felt that his body was a little rusty. And Lin Yan, it is a good choice for mobilizing the tibia. Are you sure? I will not show mercy. If you are caught by me later, I will give you a pair of silver handcuffs. It's better not to say something too full. Yet. The words fell. Smoker's body puffed out a burst of smoke. With the blessing of the smoke, he turned into a gust of wind and rushed towards Lin Yan at an extremely fast speed. So fast. Dashki didn't expect that the two people had a disagreement and drew swords at each other. She is also a strong player in swordsmanship. Dashki can certainly tell. Smoker showed his full strength when he met. This is a situation that ordinary pirates cannot understand at all. Facing Lin Yan, he wasn't careless at all. Boom! Less than a breath. Smoker punched Lin Yan in the face. Lin Yan ducked. Smoker's fist missed him. Come again. In the sky, Smoker twisted his body and struck with a sweeping leg. Lin Yan avoided it again. He grasped the distance between the two people perfectly. In the blink of an eye, the two of them walked for more than 20 rounds. Period. Smoker took the initiative and kept attacking. The smoke turned into fists. Flashed around him. But Lin Yan has been dodging. From beginning to end, Smoker never touched the corner of his clothes. After more than 20 rounds of punches hitting the air, Smoker angrily said, "Can you only hide?" "It's not that I can only hide." Lin Yan shook his head and continued, "Haven't you noticed it yet?" After he mentioned it, Smoker's face suddenly hardened. He naturally understood what Lin Yan meant. In terms of speed, I have been thrown away too much by the other party. You are too trusting. Smoker angrily yelled, "Show all your strength." Back then, I was still able to fight Lin Yan back and forth, and even had the upper hand several times. What's the result? Now, he is being suppressed by the other party. This made Smoker a little nervous. Moreover, deal with yourself. Lin Yan is still so arrogant. This guy is still so hateful. Okay, since you said so, then you should be optimistic. Lin Yan had a calm smile on his face. On his arm, black flames appeared silently. Seeing Lin Yan preparing to take action, Smoker immediately tensed up his face. Staring at Lin Yan's body. Be prepared for the other party's attacks at any time. It's too late, it's fast. Smoker felt as if his eyes were in a trance. Lin Yan had disappeared from his sight. Disappeared? Smoker was so shocked that he just disappeared under his nose. This guy, how fast is he? Look around. Smoker desperately searched for Lin Yan. Up there. Smoker looked up at the sky. Sure enough. Lin Yan was directly above him. Now. He had already turned into a shooting star. It rushed towards Smoker at the most violent speed. Watching the other person's body expand rapidly in his eyes. Smoker wants to be defensive. But Lin Yan was faster than him. Smoker realized it was too late to defend himself. Logia's devil fruit was at its greatest effect at this moment. Smoker elementalized his body, trying to use elementalization ability to offset Lin Yan's attack. But will Lin Yan give him this chance? The next second. On Lin Yan's palm. A layer of dark-armed domineering energy emerged. Bang! Just heard a roar. Lin Yan hit Smoker's elemental incarnation hard with a heavy blow. Pfft! Smoker couldn't defend himself, and he almost lost consciousness after one punch. A trace of blood spurted out of his mouth, and his eyes almost turned white. The whole person hit the ground, and a 5-meter large pit was created by him. Colonel Smoker. Dashki opened her mouth wide, and the shock on her face could no longer be contained. She looked at Lin Yan and couldn't come back to her senses for a long time. Except for Dashki. The other Marines behind him also had horrified expressions on their faces. Needless to say, Smoker's prestige in Rogue Town goes without saying. In the entire Rogue Town Marine Division, almost all Marine soldiers look up to Smoker. Why are you so convinced? Naturally, it is closely related to Smoker's strength. He is strong enough, polite and virtuous, honest and brave, and dares to challenge hegemony. Who joins Marine without passion and ambition at the beginning? Just the vast majority of people. They were all buried in this dirty officialdom. The appearance of Smoker. Like a new star in the dark clouds. With such a person who is not afraid of power taking the lead. This also gives them direction and motivation to move forward. This is also the reason why they admire Smoker. To be honest. Before hearing that Lin Yan wanted to talk to Professor Smoker, many people scoffed. Said without politeness. Almost no one at Marine present was optimistic about Lin Yan. The name Lin Yan. If you don't deliberately pay attention to the major events in New World, none of them listened. Even if you have heard about it, read similar news, and seen similar newspapers, I'm afraid that it will all be forgotten within a moment or 3. After all, reading newspapers is just fun for them. How is he a match for Smoker? Now, no one expected it. Their leader. Their beliefs. The object of their admiration. The goal they aspire to. Colonel Smoker was defeated. And he was defeated so completely. It would be fine to say that the two were indistinguishable and evenly matched. The point is, anyone can see it. From beginning to end. This pirate mostly just dodges. Really take action. That's the last punch. One punch. Just one punch. Then he beat Smoker to the ground. How can they not be shocked? How could they not be shocked? Everyone present took a deep breath. Just the words impossible were plastered on his face. Chapter 19 Nami boarding the ship, S-level reward. If we talk about the beginning, Smoker was still in high spirits. Old friends reunited. Of course you have to use your fists to entertain. But it's better not to fight. After the fight, Smoker's whole life is filled with doubts. One punch. I was killed by this guy with one punch. Look at the wounds on the body. Even he was turned pale by it. But Smoker couldn't care less. He was as shocked as Marine at the scene was. What's more, Lin Yan was still standing next to him, looking like he was watching a good show. Smoker was so angry that he wanted to punch him twice. But in the end, he still held back. It seems that your choice is right. After a long time, Smoker climbed up from the pit, almost limping to Lin Yan and said, "What are you talking about?" Lin Yan was confused. "I'm referring to your devil fruit. You made the right choice. If its increase is really so great, it's no wonder you betrayed the Whitebeard pirates," Smoker said bluntly. Betray the Whitebeard pirates? After hearing these words, Lin Yan closed his eyes, and the look of watching the show disappeared from his face. Instead, he became more solemn. He shook his head and said with a smile, "Actually, I don't want to do this, just to become stronger, I have no choice. There is no dark fruit. I can't start the system myself." Only. This price made Lin Yan feel a little unacceptable. "I never expected that Sachi would die because of this incident. Teach. Just wait. Sooner or later, he must fight back." Smoker looked at Lin Yan seriously. After a while, he expressed the doubt that had been trapped in his heart for a long time. "Seiki, did you kill him? What you think?" "I don't believe it, you are not that kind of person." Smoker's decisive tone made Lin Yan startled. "Never thought about it. As an outsider, Smoker actually has such extraordinary trust in himself." Lin Yan said with emotion, "Just because I said this to you, I will let you go today." Smoker's face also turned cold, and he said firmly, "Don't worry, for this punch today, I will definitely return it to you in the future." After delivering errand to Smoker, Smoker also offered a bounty of 20 million belly. After all Marines returned to the warship, Smoker led the people and drove towards Rogue Town. Congratulations to host for completing the temporary mission, defeating Smoker. Winning the B-level lottery. The B-level rewards are being drawn, the drawing is complete. Congratulations to host for getting a light ship. Light ship, it has automatic forward thrust and can carry up to 10 people. Hey! Lin Yan quickly looked at his system. Isn't this a cultivation experience? Light ship? To know. Lin Yan's team now consists of only himself and Nami. Said it was a pirate group. Actually, Lin Yan didn't even have a boat. Returned to the Four Seas from New World. Lin Yan rode tourist boats all the way here. The advent of light ships. It solved Lin Yan's urgent need. At least, he also has a navigation vehicle. And more importantly, this light ship still has automatic forward thrust. What's the meaning? A perpetual motion machine that doesn't require any fuel, right? That is, in this pirate world. Make it modern instead. Maybe I can slice it for you. Of course. This is for Lin Yan. Naturally, this is good news. With tools, it can also navigate automatically. Saved a lot of effort. Why not? Problem solved in Cocoa West Village. Lin Yan set sail again. But it's different from before. Except for the light ship beneath my feet. Nami is also on her own ship. She has wanted to be a world-famous navigator since she was a child. It's a pity because of the dragon pirates. Suffering oppression, she had to fight for the people of Cocoa West Village. Now with Lin Yan's intervention. After getting relief, she also returned to her old career. Start drawing nautical charts. At the same time, after Nami got on the boat, system rewards follow. Congratulations to host for the side mission, recruiting a crew. Request, is it the style of a great captain to be a loner? Host, please recruit a crew member as soon as possible to integrate more new people into your team. Rewards, no limit judgment based on recruiting characters. The stronger the influence of the original work, the more generous the rewards will be. Determining rewards, recruiting characters, Nami. Identity, S-Class. Congratulations to host, you won the S-Level lottery. Lin Yan's eyes lit up. It was indeed what he thought. S-Level reward. This is the treatment only available for main mission, establishing a pirate group. Now, this reward. Let Lin Yan get it on Nami. Dear host, do you want to draw an S-Level reward? The system asked. Extract. Lin Yan answered without hesitation. The S-Level rewards are being drawn, the drawing is complete. Congratulations to host for getting 5 years of training experience, all attributes increased by 5 levels, any door. 3 rewards? The moment I saw the S-Level reward released by the system, Lin Yan froze on the spot for a long time. In the past, there have always been C-level draws and B-level draws, and each draw was only for a single item, and it was most likely based on training experience. There are 3 S-level rewards. Whether it is 5 years of training experience, or all attributes have been upgraded by 5 levels. This is for Lin Yan. Everything is a qualitative leap. What's more, there is also an arbitrary door. Any door, after opening it, it can help the host travel to various parts of the world. Prerequisite, the target area needs to be explored. Although you need to explore the area before using any door. But it was still very useful to Lin Yan. Just think about it. If you encounter someone you can't beat in the future. In other words, you encounter an opponent who is too powerful before your strength improves. If you need to run away. Here comes the roll of any door. Return to Cocoa West Village in an instant. The opponent could only stare. This is simply a magical skill. Character, Lin Yan. Talent, outstanding. Fruit, dark fruit LV50. Ability, physical skills LV57. Haki, armed haki LV52, knowledge haki LV50, conqueror's haki LV50. Item, any door. After all, it's still an S-level reward. Lin Yan sighed. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yan and Nami have been sailing at sea for a month. During this period, Lin Yan also practiced hard. Even if the strength improves quickly enough. But he still couldn't shake his determination to become stronger. Be prepared for danger in times of peace. Always keep moving forward. Congratulations to host for completing the side mission, practicing hard. Request, please host to practice hard for a month. Reward, C-level lottery. The C-level rewards are being drawn, the drawing is complete. Congratulations to host for getting half a year of training experience. With the influx of half a year's cultivation experience. Now, all side tasks released by the system except the main task. He has already completed them all. Chapter 20. Have you ever heard of the celestial dragons? Look at your system panel. Lin Yan counted the cultivation experience he had gained in detail. I have been completing tasks like crazy lately. Lin Yan's cultivation experience has been accumulated for 10 years. On board the Whitebeard pirates. He has also seen Ace and his friends spend 3 days fishing and 2 days drying nets. But what's the result? Even so, Ace and the others are still growing in strength day by day. Regardless of the current bounty of 500 million, Ace is the captain of the 2nd division of the Whitebeard pirates. How old is he now? 20 hasn't even arrived yet. It's not just Ace. And Luffy and the others. Sabayati Islands practice for 2 years. Wano country suffered 3 blows from Kaido. Then somehow I can compete with the 4 emperors. Is 4 emperors really that easy to fight? If the 4 emperors were really so easy to fight, would Marine still be so aggressive in the middle of a war? Just think about it. Let them gain 10 years of cultivation experience. God knows how powerful it will be. Maybe even Kaido will have to surrender. Reflect on yourself. Even if you get the system, you have to work hard to this extent. My abilities in various aspects have only accumulated to about LV50. Look at this result. Lin Yan still couldn't help but sigh. Talent is this thing. It is really reflected vividly here. It's so irritating that people are so different from each other. There's no comparison. There's really no comparison. Of course. Lin Yan was just sighing. To know. From his acquisition of the dark fruit, his subsequent betrayal of the Whitebeard pirates, and his recruitment of Nami to the present day. How long has it been since? It only takes 2 months. In 2 months, his strength has skyrocketed to this level. Hey? Lin Yan suddenly came back to his senses. It seems that I am not qualified to criticize them. After completing the side mission, new tasks are released again. Main mission: establish a pirate group. Request: as a pirate, what can you do without a pirate group? Host is requested to have an exquisite ship as a navigation tool as soon as possible. The staff should be at least 5 people including host, and ensure that everyone has influence in the original work. Achieved level A. Reward: S-level lottery. Side mission: big event new. Request: as a pirate, you must naturally have a well-known influence. Please ask host to complete a major event that shocks the world, and make host's reward for this major event exceed 1 billion. The reward for the Whitebeard pirates is not included. The current marine bounty is 500 million. Reward: no limit judgment based on the events done by the host. The stronger the influence, the higher the judgment level. Side mission: practice hard new. Request: please host to practice hard for a month. Reward: C-level lottery. This time, there are only 2 tasks issued by the system. Said it was 2. Actually it is 1. In addition to the main mission that has never been completed, there is also the last step of practicing hard on the Tiger Bomb. Lin Yan's gaze. It fell on this task of a big event. Sensational in the world? Famous far and wide? There are unlimited rewards. Ever since I experienced it with Nami. Lin Yan also realized how generous the S-level rewards were. Since there are unlimited rewards, whatever I say must be up to the S-level. Looking at the task panel, Lin Yan touched his chin. This judgment is somewhat cold and ambiguous. To know. Needless to say, Nami's influence in the original work. Lin Yan also found a loophole in this mission. An S-level reward obtained through opportunism. But this wants to achieve a well-known influence. You have to do it yourself with real swords and guns. Not to mention far away. Even if it makes a big fuss in Donghai and attacks the headquarters of Donghai Marine. I'm afraid it may not be able to achieve the effect of S-level. And more importantly, he also needs his own bounty to reach 1 billion, not counting the Whitebeard pirates' bounty. This. Lin Yan suddenly felt that one person was as big as 2 people. The difficulty level of this mission is a bit outrageous. What's wrong with you? After getting along with Lin Yan for a month, Nami was still a little restrained at first. After all, for her, Lin Yan's kindness could never be repaid in her lifetime. But as time went by, Nami also discovered Lin Yan's family. Especially since Lin Yan repeatedly stressed that he should be more relaxed and there was no need to be like this. Gradually, Nami also regained her original lively temperament. Now seeing Lin Yan frowning, she stepped forward with curiosity and asked. I'm thinking. Lin Yan replied. Can you tell me? Maybe I can help you with something. Nami made suggestions. You want to know? Of course. Seeing Nami's eager look, Lin Yan thought about it for a while and said, I'm thinking about how to make my reward become 1 billion. As soon as this statement came out, Nami, who had been interested just now, suddenly held back. It was as if I had just walked out of the door and was sprayed by a sprinkler. The good mood of the day was instantly wiped out. No. My captain. What are you thinking about all day long? A billion reward. Do you know what this means? Aaron is so bad that he only has a reward of 20 million Baileys. Listen to Lin Yan's words. Nami was as outrageous as if she heard Li Ronghao endorsing Kazi Lauder. It's not that she is ignorant. But the environment in the East Daxia Sea is like this. In such a vast sea area, not even a single person with a reward of 100 million can be found. Nami couldn't imagine how powerful a person with a billion belly bounty could be. But everyone gathered firewood and the flames were high. It doesn't take a moment. Nami actually came up with an idea. I have an idea. Tell me and listen. Lin Yan didn't expect that Nami really had a way. Recently, to draw nautical maps, Nami flipped through a lot of books. During this period, in addition to Nami's wealth of knowledge, she also became very knowledgeable. What's more important is to understand the current world situation, and the group of world nobles who have been on top of the world all year round, standing at Mary Joa. Nami said seriously, Captain, have you ever heard of the Celestial Dragons? Chapter 21, Celestial Dragon, Saint Bartholomew. It's okay if Nami doesn't say anything. After bringing up the Celestial Dragons, Lin Yan reacted immediately. At first glance, this task seems quite difficult. But when the option of Tianlong people is added, everything became easy to solve. What is the identity of the Tianlong people? The descendants of the 20 kings who established the world government more than 800 years ago have always regarded themselves as creators, and their privileges have been passed down from generation to generation. Once you see them as a target, not to mention being offered a reward of 1 billion by Marine, even 2 billion or 3 billion is not impossible. Certainly. The only thing worth being afraid of is the Tianlong people's cake was moved. It will definitely lead to an encirclement and suppression by General Marine. It goes without saying how powerful General Marine is. For ordinary pirates, you can basically declare GG when you encounter them. It can be said that he can now compete with General Marine. Lin Yan naturally couldn't do it. Don't forget it. I just got any door facing General Marine. At least, you have the capital to escape. So many years of hard training. Lin Yan also suppressed a lot of bitterness in his heart. It's time to find someone unlucky to vent your anger on. Isn't life just about running around for fame and fortune? What's more, S-level rewards cannot be ignored. The arrow is already on the string and has to be fired. Half a month later. Sabayati Islands. Is it right here? Lin Yan looked at the sea in front of him, looked at Nami and asked. As a famous navigator in the pirate world, Nami's current abilities are not as good as when she reaches the new world in the future. But also with great talent. She has mastered the waters of the Grand Line with ease. Captain, I have already found out clearly that the Tianlong man will go to the Sabayati Islands from this route. Nami nodded and answered in the affirmative. But after saying that, Nami was still hesitant. I proposed this idea to Lin Yan before. She was just talking. At that time, the Celestial Dragons were just a world noble in the concept of existence to her. Nami has not yet realized how dangerous the Celestial Dragons are. Recently, understand the status of the Celestial Dragons in Marie Joya, especially since any encounter would lead to an encirclement and suppression by General Marine. Nami was also shocked. A mouse colonel can subdue Aaron Z. Not to mention the 3 generals from Marine headquarters. These are the top people in Marine. Countless people are rushing towards the goal that they want to pursue throughout their lives. Even among the huge Marines, there are only 3 of them. Never expected it. Lin Yan did as he said. Turn the ship around, cross the windless zone from the East Daxia Sea, and arrive at the Sabayati Islands. This efficiency. Nami couldn't help but be stunned when she saw it. This captain of my own. He really wants to take action against the Tianlong people. Nami said anxiously, "Captain, do you really want to attack the Tianlong people? Just in case." Lin Yan glanced at Nami. "We have reached this point, do you think there is still room for maneuver?" Nami shook his head and continued, "Actually, I am worried about your safety. You have been put on a bounty by the Whitebeard pirates. If you provoke Marine, I'm afraid." Speaking of which, Nami was a little worried. Both Black and White are offended. It was such a big event that happened right away. If you don't sing, you will be a blockbuster. Nami feels crazy just thinking about it. After living a mediocre life for so long, it's time to add a rich color to my life. Lin Yan naturally understood what Nami meant. When he said this, he suddenly paused and added, "Besides, don't you want to be famous throughout the world?" Hear this. Nami was speechless. It is impossible to say that you don't want to become famous. Only, Nami never thought that it would be heard all over the world in such a way. "Now that you're on my ship, you have to get used to this kind of thing from now on." Lin Yan laughed, patted Nami on the shoulder, and then added, "This storm is about to begin." While talking, "But I saw it on the sea level not far away." Suddenly a huge battleship appeared. Even though they are far apart, Lin Yan and Nami can still feel the luxury of Yamato on the giant ship. This is the fleet from Marie Joya, carrying the celestial dragons who claim to be descendants of the king. On the deck of the giant ship, Saint Bartholomew, who was wearing a fishbowl hood, lowered his head and looked at the small boat in the distance of the giant ship. Saint Bartholomew frowned. "Why is there a ship in front?" On the side, after the subordinates saw this scene, they quickly came to the front of the giant ship and shouted loudly, "Where did you come from? Who allowed you to appear in this sea area? Get out of the way of the great Saint Bartholomew. Untouchable? Bartholomew St. Lin Yan had never heard of this name. But since the word holy is hanging on it, you don't need to think about it to know that this guy must be a celestial dragon. Lin Yan narrowed his eyes, and his body turned into a ball of flame. He stood up from the ground and rushed towards the giant wheel in an instant. On deck, Lin Yan fell from the sky and hit the ground. The violent movement caused the entire giant wheel to be shaken. Saint Bartholomew looked at Lin Yan in front of him. Although he had runny nose, it did not affect his arrogance at all. He shouted, "Untouchable, who let you board my ship?" After Lin Yan came up, the surrounding escorts and crew members instantly drew out their weapons and blocked the three outer floors of Bartholomew's Saint. Everyone clearly realized that Lin Yan was coming with bad intentions. If only Saint Bartholomew had suffered. They definitely can't eat and walk around. Lin Yan glanced at them, the so-called Tianlong people. Are these the only guards? What do you want to do? The subordinate next to Bartholomew Saint pointed at Lin Yan and shouted. Can't you see? Rob the ship. Lin Yanfen replied calmly. Crazy guy. Hear this. The middle-aged man had veins popping out on his forehead. He has never heard anything like this since he became a subordinate of the Tianlong people. Who are the celestial dragons? Because they think so highly of themselves, they even disdain to breathe the same air as ordinary people. They range from ordinary pirates to powerful men from all walks of life in the New World. Who dares to attack the celestial dragons? Who doesn't know what kind of price will be incurred by offending the celestial dragons? This ship is a giant ship of the world government. Not to mention pirates. Even those strong men from all walks of life have to steal it when they see it. What's the result? The young man in front of me. The hijacking of the ship went to the head of the Tianlong people. The middle-aged man yelled, Do you know what you are talking about? The owner of this ship is the fleet under the banner of the great Bartholomew, the world noble of Marigio. Blind your dog's eyes, and quickly give it to the great Bartholomew. Lord Miao Sheng, please kneel down and apologize, so that we can leave you with a complete body. He he he, ha 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 ha. Lin Yan transformed into Uchiha and laughed wildly at the four heroes, and the sound of laughter echoed on the deck. "Why are you laughing?" the middle-aged man asked. "I hope you can still be as unruly as you are now." The words fell. Lin Yan dodged and disappeared. Chapter 22. The five elders are angry and sensationalize Mary Joa. On a light boat. A Saint Bartholomew with a bruised nose, swollen face, tears, and bruises on his face was lying on the boat. Lin Yan and Nami were watching. Especially Nami, looking up and down, as if entering a zoo to look at rare treasures. Is this the celestial dragon who is known as the clan of gods? Nami really can't believe it. Why do the celestial dragons look like this? He is short in stature, covered in fat, and extremely ugly. The clothes he wears also look extremely expensive. Such people. Is it really as miraculous as the outside world says? You two damn untouchables, how dare you attack the great Saint Bartholomew? I must turn you into my slaves, torture you so hard, and make your life worse than death. Although he had turned into a pig's head, he was lying on the ground covered in fat and was out of breath. But even so, Saint Bartholomew still had anger in his eyes, and he kept cursing and shouting at Lin Yan and Nami. The current situation is not clear at all. Seeing the other party's appearance, Lin Yan had a smile on his lips. He is as arrogant as ever, and has an IQ that cannot match his status. He is so stupid that it makes people laugh. This sour smell hits my face. Lin Yan hugged his hands, and Janin couldn't help but smile. The smell of Tianlong is too strong. Captain, what are you going to do next? Nami was curious about what Lin Yan wanted to do next. The celestial dragons are undoubtedly a hot potato. If one is not handled properly, I'm afraid they will all end badly. I do have an idea. Lin Yan already had a plan. The power of the dark fruit emerged on his arm. Take a step forward. Lin Yan put a hand on Bartholomew Saint's head. The power of the dark fruit poured in. I saw Saint Bartholomew's cheeks suddenly began to swell in front of me, his facial features began to distort in an ugly way, his body spasmed one after another, and his wailing voice resounded throughout the ship, and finally turned into a low pitch. Holy Land Marijoya. In Pangu City, the base of world government, in a magnificent hall, the five elders gathered together. Compared with their previous high spirits, their faces at this moment were so cold that they could drip with water. In front of them, kneeling was a trembling middle-aged man. Next to the middle-aged man, there was a fat pig lying on his stomach. This fat pig only had its last breath left. It was dying, as if it was about to die. I'm asking you again, is this guy really Saint Bartholomew? One of the five elders, Topman Warble Lasheng, who had the code name of Mercury, almost said this through gritted teeth. Yes, it's Saint Bartholomew, I saw it with my own eyes, I saw that guy holding down Saint Bartholomew's head, and I don't know what evil method he used, and then Saint Bartholomew became this pig. The middle-aged man hasn't finished speaking yet. Bang! The bullet passed through his head. His head exploded on the spot. The scene was dripping with blood, and the red and white liquids were mixed together, looking so out of place in this vast palace. Saint Topman Woli threw aside the gun that was emitting gunpowder smoke. He looked at the other five elders behind him. Saint Bartholomew's body is full of traces of the dark fruit. He is currently the only one in the world. A known dark fruit ability user is none other than Lin Yan, who betrayed the Whitebeard pirates a while ago. Saint Marcus Mars frowned deeply, and the anger in his heart had reached an uncontrollable level. He angrily shouted, "Isn't this guy a nobody? Where does he have the courage to dare to attack the Tianlong people?" Shepherd 10 Peter Saint followed closely. I just took action against the celestial dragon. I even used the power of the dark fruit to turn him into a pig. If I don't give him severe punishment, who will put the celestial dragon in the future? In the eyes. Zimbalong V. Nasu Langsheng lowered his head and said coldly, "We must not let this news spread. The influence this time is too bad. To be honest, If only the Tianlong people were killed. They can spread the news to the outside world, saying that the ignorant pirates have angered the celestial dragons, and they can call on Marine to encircle and suppress them. Not only did it protect the face of the world government, but it also discouraged the pirates from taking action against the celestial dragons. But the problem is, Saint Bartholomew has now been turned into a fat pig by the dark fruit. This nature. But it has completely changed. This is not only a slap in the face of the world government, but also tramples on the supreme dignity of the Tianlong people. A little Lin Yan dared to do this, God knows what the other pirates thought. If the news spreads throughout the new world, not only the world government, but also the other celestial dragons they have guarded for more than 800 years will lose their face. Celestial dragon equals fat pig. This is much more serious than simply killing a celestial dragon. Just when several people were discussing how to deal with this matter, the door of the palace was opened. A leader from Pangu City, dressed in a suit and with beads of sweat on his forehead, hurried in. "My lords, something bad has happened." A newspaper fell in front of the 5 elders. The moment he saw the newspaper, the table was kicked over by the hot-tempered topman Walgreens. There is a bold and eye-catching headline on the newspaper. Shocking! The true identity of the celestial dragons, known as the Clan of Gods, is actually. Directly below the newspaper are photos of Saint Bartholomew before and after he became a fat pig. The photo was just average, but the traces of Saint Bartholomew could still be discerned. In the main hall, no one can describe their feelings in words. A hole, a hole, a hole. How dare he bring the news about Saint Bartholomew to the world? This guy is so lawless. Warring States, ask Warring States to come here personally and increase the reward for Lin Yan to 2 billion. Regardless of life or death, as long as I can capture him, I will definitely cut him into pieces. Also, inform the intelligence agencies and the CP organization that no matter what, even if Lin Yan escapes to the ends of the earth, he must be eliminated. The 5 elders were completely angered by Lin Yan's behavior. Chapter 23: The Shock of the Whitebeard Pirates. As the newspapers fermented, the story about the celestial dragon Saint Bartholomew turned into a fat pig. It has already spread throughout the world. The moment I saw the newspaper, not only the Marines were shaken, the world government was shaken. Even the pirates on the Grand Line were shocked by it. Under ordinary circumstances, not to mention attacking the celestial dragons, if you see the celestial dragons not kneeling down, it is already a huge offense. How could it be like Lin Yan, who directly turned Tianlong into a pig's head? At this moment, whether it is the 4 seas or the Great Sea Route, because the news is too exciting. In less than 2 days, things have reached an unstoppable level. This is still a state where the world government and Marine have intervened. But it still couldn't hold back the rising popularity among the people. This is really crazy. For the celestial dragons, as long as he is a normal person, few people will have a favorable opinion of him. It's just that because of his identity, he dares not speak out in anger at his arrogant and domineering behavior. Now, suddenly news came that shocked the world. The Tianlong people were not only captured, but even reduced to this. Those who have been oppressed by the Tianlong people only feel extremely happy in their hearts. And Lin Yan's name has once again set off a wave of craze on the Grand Route. Sabayati Islands Tavern. Have you heard? There is news about Saint Bartholomew, the celestial dragon who has become popular recently. This newspaper has been filled with newspapers all over the world, and everyone knows who doesn't know. I really didn't expect that this aloof Tianlong man would be turned into a fat pig. It's so satisfying. It's so satisfying to be able to punish these people who do all kinds of evil. I like Lin Yan's character. But having said that, is this really good? This guy Lin Yan was originally wanted by the Whitebeard pirates, and now he has provoked Marine. If you didn't tell me, I would have forgotten that this guy is even offered a 1 billion reward by the Whitebeard pirates. Do you know where this Lin Yan is? Marine has offered a bounty of 2 billion, and the Whitebeard pirates have offered a bounty of 1 billion. A fledgling guy has such a high bounty. Don't tell me, I'm really excited. You can pull him down. This guy is probably hiding now. It's not easy to find him. At Marine, I heard that the Warring States period went to Maragio and was punished. After returning to Marineland, the generals took action personally and must capture this guy alive. Aren't these 5 elders going crazy? There's a good show to watch. Inside the tavern, there were voices of discussion everywhere. Some people applauded, some stood aside and watched, and some waited to see the show. But more importantly, he still coveted Lin Yan's reward. Many people are gearing up. I want to make a lot of money. When the news outside is overwhelming. New World. Among the Whitebeard pirates. Compared with their hatred for Lin Yan a while ago, the Whitebeard pirates now look forward to the stars and the moon, and finally get news about Lin Yan. Finally I saw some clues about Lin Yan in the newspaper. A sudden scene. Naturally, it attracted the attention of many crew members. Any news about the traitor? Look, what is it? Wait, let me read this newspaper. Shocked. The Celestial Dragons, known as the Clan of Gods. A crew member took the newspaper and began to read its content. But I keep thinking about it. The crew member suddenly felt something was wrong. This content? The news that it was Lin Yan was true. What does it mean to add Tianlong people? Doubts arose in the minds of the crew members, and they read the entire article immediately. However, that's it. The crew members only felt that they had been hit hard in their minds, and they all fell silent. No. What does it mean? Lin Yan, he. Why did you suddenly attack the Tianlong people? And also turn the Tianlong people into fat pigs? The crew members who read the newspaper were a little confused. He realized that this was no ordinary trivial matter. The news must be known to Dad as soon as possible. Dad, look at this newspaper, it's about Lin Yan. The crew quickly ran onto the Moby DK, came to Whitebeard, and presented the newspaper in their hands. What happened on the sea recently? Why are you so panicked? Whitebeard glanced at the crew member and said. It's Lin Yan, there's news about Lin Yan in the newspaper. Although the crew member was panting, he could still manage to answer. The words Lin Yan are already like a forbidden area on the Moby DK. Hear the words of the crew. Marco, Josie, and Baista, who were on the side, immediately turned their heads. About Lin Yan? What's the news? What did this guy do? Why is he on the news? Are you going to take action against our pirate crew? The 3 Marcos came to Whitebeard. Dad, you, see for yourself. The crew ran too hastily and just placed the newspaper in front of Whitebeard. When Whitebeard heard this, he also became serious. He took the crew member's newspaper and read it carefully out of curiosity. However, after reading it, Whitebeard also fell silent. There was surprise, doubt, and confusion on his face. Since this newspaper can be delivered to the waters of the Whitebeard pirates, it is enough to prove that this news has already resounded throughout the New World. Lin Yan him. They really took action against the Tianlong people. Seeing my father look like this. The 3 Marcos also took the newspapers one by one. Just finished watching it. Several people couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. This, is Lin Yan crazy? It's not enough to beat up the Celestial Dragon, he even turned the Celestial Dragon into a pig's head. Josie opened his mouth, his face full of surprise. Is this really the Lin Yan we know? When did he have such courage? Doesn't it feel enough for him to be wanted by our pirate group? He even dares to provoke the Celestial Dragons. Baista was also in disbelief. I'm afraid that not only General Marine's encirclement and suppression, but also the group of guys in the world government will definitely not let Lin Yan stay alive on the Grand Line. Now Lin Yan is really in danger. Marco rubbed his chin and thought. Whitebeard read the newspaper. Although Whitebeard didn't want to start a wanted hunt for Lin Yan, he couldn't stand the people below and wanted to avenge Baista. This also led to the fact that the reward for the Whitebeard pirates had not been removed for a long time. When he was wanted by his own people. Logically speaking, Lin Yan should hide as much as possible now. 1 billion Baileys, a reward for a weak person. Those pirates and bounty hunters would never let Lin Yan go. A normal person would choose to hide and avoid being hunted. But Lin Yan was fine. Not only did he not hide, he even did the opposite. Long time no see. Directly poke out such a huge hole. This scene. Even Whitebeard had to sigh. Lived so long. He has never seen such a death-seeking person. Of course. Suicide is suicidal. But Whitebeard laughed loudly and raised the newspaper in his hand. Lin Yan, this guy, has really grown up fast enough, and now he dares to do such big things, but he just doesn't know, can this guy survive being surrounded by Marine? Marco said, Dad, Ace still refuses to come back. A while ago, Marco received an order from Whitebeard and personally went to find Ace, hoping to get him to return. Unfortunately, Ace refused outright. He bluntly said that he must avenge Sachi, and he would not return until Lin Yan was caught. Marco was helpless. We can only return to Moby DK. Whitebeard put down the newspaper, closed his eyes and sighed, let him go. It would be great if we brought Lin Yan back. Chapter 24, The Strength to Compete with the General. Just a few days. Not to mention the Whitebeard pirates. The news that the celestial dragons had turned into fat pigs had also reached the ears of the other 4 emperors. The red-haired pirates. This Lin Yan, is the pirate who betrayed the Whitebeard pirates a while ago, right? Shanks looked at the newspaper in his hand and asked Ben Beckman. It's him. Ben Beckman has always been known for his calmness, but at this moment, he couldn't hold himself back. I really didn't expect that this guy didn't even get rid of the pursuit of the Whitebeard pirates, but he turned around and killed the Tianlong people. I have offended the world government. 2 billion bounty, tisk tisk tisk, those guys from 5 elders should be furious now. Holding a chicken drumstick in his hand, Lachilo looked like he was watching a good show. It's more than just turning into a pig, and even making it public, ha 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 ha. Even though Mary Joa is very quiet now, I'm afraid everyone inside has already left. Jesus laughed loudly. Lin Yan did something he had always wanted to do but failed to do. All in all, from this bad incident, we can see that Lin Yan is definitely not a simple guy. If we meet him in the future, he will never turn against him if he can. Ben Beckman warned. I just don't know how Whitebeard feels. Shanks looked towards the sky, a strange color flashing in his eyes. Big Mom pirates. Is this guy really from the Whitebeard pirates? How can he be so tormented? Katakuri grabbed the newspaper, and there were a few wrinkles on it, and he frowned. I don't know what he was thinking. He offended the Whitebeard pirates, and now he's offended the world government. Does he think his death was not miserable enough? Sparrow stuck out his long tongue and shouted angrily. Haha, just watch the show. This guy Lin Yan helped us get rid of a captain of the Whitebeard pirates, which weakened the power of the Whitebeard pirates. I hope there are more people like this. One of the 3 generals, Smoothie, sat on a chair with his legs crossed and said in an indifferent tone. Beast pirates. In a cave. Kaido, who smelled of alcohol, looked at the newspaper in front of him and didn't speak for a long time. Even the wine jar in his hand was frozen in the air. To his left and right are the other 3 major boards of the beast pirates. Yin, Quinn, and Ship King Jack. Interesting. After a long time, Kaido finally said this. The Grand Line. Unknown waters. A lonely ship is drifting on the sea. Shocking. The true identity of the celestial dragons, known as the Clan of Gods, is actually. Look at the headlines in the newspaper. Lin Yan raised the corner of his mouth. Good. That's exactly the title he came up with. The UC department should be lacking talents like me. A few days down, Lin Yan's reward rose to 2 billion. Not just myself. Even Nami on the side was found by Marine from nowhere because of his advice and Lin Yan's crew status, and the reward was directly raised to 300 million belly. The moment I saw the reward notice, Nami's eyes widened. This. Is this a bounty of 300 million baileys? The dragon pirates who were so arrogant in the East Daxia Sea did so many evil things and were so notorious. But they only had 20 million belly. A blink of an eye. He surpassed them by more than 15 times? And the most important thing is, it seems like I haven't done anything. Certainly. It's not like she didn't do anything, at least she pointed the way. But even so, it also made Nami feel that this was a bit too magical. But this also proves from the side what the celestial dragons mean to the world government. Congratulations to host for completing the side mission, big event. Requirement: as a pirate, you must have a well-known influence. Please ask host to complete a major event that will shock the world, and make host's reward for this major event exceed 1 billion. The current marine bounty is 2 billion. Reward: no limit judgment based on the events done by the host. The stronger the influence, the higher the judgment level. Rewards are being determined: big event, attack on the celestial dragons, shocking Marie Joya, the world is boiling, and attracting worldwide attention. Reward: S level. Congratulations to host, you won the S level lottery. Another S level reward. A flash of enthusiasm flashed in Lin Yan's eyes. Dear host, do you want to hold an S level lottery? Yes. The S level rewards are being drawn, the drawing is complete. Congratulations to host for getting 5 years of training experience, all attributes increased by 5 levels, and fairy beans x10. Lin Yan glanced over. Really? And the S level rewards are much more awesome. Lin Yan's eyes fell on the last fairy bean. Fairy beans, flesh and bones of living and dead people. Take one pill and you can instantly recover all injuries and physical strength, and you don't need to eat for 10 days. Note: major diseases cannot be cured. Restores all injuries and stamina. Isn't this the thing in Dragon Ball? Talk about it. There is something really supermodel about this Sendu thing. You'd say it's fine for early use. In the later period, martial arts conferences were held throughout the universe. Turns out the fairy beans still come in handy. Really perverted. But when this perverted thing falls into his hands, Lin Yan could only smile and say nothing. What perversion? What supermodel? Did I say that? The existence of any door allows Lin Yan to shuttle back and forth in the lit area, which is really a weapon for escape. And the existence of fairy beans is equivalent to giving Lin Yan 10 lives. If I can't beat you, it's okay, I can kill you even if I kill you. The great sage plays like the great sage, and the horse has the playing style of the horse. With these two abilities, as long as the opponent doesn't lose him for a second, he is equivalent to already having the capital to be undefeated. Character: Lin Yan. Talent: outstanding. Fruit: dark fruit LV60. Ability: physical skills LV65. Haki: armed haki LV62, knowledge haki LV60, conqueror's haki LV60. Item: any door, fairy beans x10. Look at your character panel. With the introduction of 2 S-level rewards, Lin Yan at this moment, even in the future, you may not be able to win yourself down in one fell swoop. And once you can't take it, combined with any door and fairy beans, Lin Yan could definitely fight back. In other words, facing a strong man at the level of a general, I also have the strength to compete with it. Chapter 25: The Invasion of the CP0 Organization. Are the supplies gone? I have been wandering on the sea for a long time and caused such a big incident. I haven't landed on the island for a long time. Even the food in the system warehouse was squandered. It's time to go to the island for supplies. In a small town. The town is not big, but it has a population of hundreds of households. Because it deviates from the main waterway, young people have gone out to explore, and those who continue to stay on the island are the older generation. Work from sunrise to sunset, living an ordinary life. After bringing all the big and small bags, Lin Yan is ready to set sail again. Suddenly, he glanced at Nami out of the corner of his eye. After thinking for a while, Lin Yan said, "Nami, how many clothes do you still have on the boat?" "Well..." Nami was stunned for a moment and said, "Why do you ask this? The weather on this grand route is complicated and unpredictable. It would be bad if you catch a cold." Lin Yan replied. "Hear this." Nami lowered his head slightly. I didn't expect that Lin Yan would pay attention to this. She said warmly, "It's okay, I have enough clothes." Lin Yan insisted, "No, I see you only have those few sets of clothes coming back and forth. As my navigator, how can you wear such shabby clothes? Buy more. You don't have to worry about money. Women have a unique fascination with shopping. Nami is no exception. In the past, we often lived in dire straits. As a result, she rarely cares about spending money. But things are different now. Everyone has a love for beauty. The same goes for Nami." Lin Yan was willing to go shopping with him. How could she be unhappy? Nami asked expectantly, "Really? Walk. Just do it." Lin Yan took Nami around the streets of the town. An hour later, Nami looked at the several sets of JK clothing and various styles of black silk in her hands and fell into deep thought. All purchased. The two returned to the ship together. Etc. Just when Nami was about to board the boat, Lin Yan suddenly raised his hand and pulled Nami. "What's wrong?" Nami still wanted to ask, but turned around and saw Lin Yan's serious expression. Moment. She seemed to realize something. Lin Yan pulled Nami behind him. His eyes swept around. "Come out." After a long time, Lin Yan said coldly. In the surrounding jungle, the breeze swayed the grass and trees. From behind the giant tree, 5 men wearing white suits, white robes, and strange masks walked out. The moment he saw these people, Lin Yan narrowed his eyes and said their identities, CP0. Yes. The person who came here is one of the lackeys of the world government, a member of the CP organization, CP0. Previously, among the Whitebeard pirates, Lin Yan has seen the power of the CP organization before. CP organization. It has bypassed the Marine and the world government, and is directly affiliated with the world noble, that is, a member of the Celestial Dragons. It is one of the most powerful intelligence agencies in the world. The ruthlessness of its members is rare in ancient times. Among CP9, Liu Qi is a good example. In order to become stronger, do whatever it takes. The people may not know much about it. But anyone who has the ability. Who doesn't know their names? Although Nami didn't know what CP0 was, she clearly felt that the other party was coming for her based on his posture. Lock Lin Yan and Nami. A person from the intelligence agency. The action is ruthless. After just one encounter, the silver light struck down, and the sword's light and shadow had already fallen on Lin Yan's body. Just for a moment, Lin Yan hugged Nami's waist. The two of them quickly backed away. Just as they left, they heard a bang and a crack was created in the ground. Lin Yan glanced at the 5 people wearing masks and said, "The 5 elders are really brave, even you are sent out. If you touch the Tianlong people, you won't be able to walk out alive today." The leader of the CP0 member swung his sword, his cold light revealed, and his voice was like a cold machine, without any emotion. Lin Yan placed Nami aside. Wait for me here. Say it. He turned around. Lin Yan's eyes focused on the 5 people in front of him, and he said, it's really scary to be threatened by people from the CP organization. Are you going to attack one by one or together? Being able to step into the CP organization is enough to prove that their abilities are outstanding. It's like being under Lucci's command. Whether it's Bruno or Khalifa, everyone is on their own. It's obvious. The same is true for the 5 people from the CP0 organization in front of me. Able to sneak and track one's whereabouts. Their strength is evident in Madara. Listening to Lin Yan's words, the unknown CP0 leader sneered, Humph, you really think highly of yourself. I am enough to deal with a nobody like you. They also investigated Lin Yan's identity. But he is just an inconspicuous pirate in the Whitebeard Pirates. After practicing for so many years, he still looks like he can't help himself. I don't know where he got the courage to dare to challenge the world government and the Tianlong people. Since you insist on seeking death, then I will make it happen for you. Go to hell. The unknown leader of the CP0 organization dropped a harsh word. Then the whole person transformed into a suit of wind, stepping on one of the 6 styles of moonwalk and shaving. At the same time, the armed domineering energy attached to his arm, and he punched Lin Yan in the face. However, at the moment he acted, Lin Yan also started to move. In just one breath, he came to the unknown CP0 leader. The last move came first, and before he had time to react, Lin Yan's dark arm full of dark fruits was already pressing on his head. On the palm of the hand, a vortex appeared in it. Lin Yan said, "Dark water." The next moment, the unknown CP0 leader was directly sucked into the dark water. Lin Yan waved with one hand. A piece of withered bones was thrown out of the dark water and hit the ground. This process only takes seconds. The unknown leader of the CP0 organization still doesn't understand what happened. His life. But it has been taken away by Lin Yan. The scene that suddenly appeared made the other 4 people from the CP0 organization stunned. Although they were wearing masks, it was not difficult to see that their hearts were boiling at the moment. Although the unknown CP0 leader is not very powerful among the entire CP organization, but among the 5 of them, their strength is second to none. But even so, still no match for the pirate in front of me. One move. He was taken away with just one move. A body of strong muscles went in. But when it came out, it turned into a pile of bones. Is this the power of the dark fruit? At this time, Lin Yan's gaze. He also glanced in the direction of the 4 of them. Who's next? Chapter 26, Queen of Happy Street Stussy. To know Lin Yan now. Someone who has the strength to challenge General Marine. Certainly. If you really encounter someone, you must run if you can. But it's not like these few ants in front of you can touch porcelain. Feeling the danger conveyed by Lin Yan. After all, he is still a member of the CP0 organization. They were not fooled. Come together. As one of them scolded, the 4 of them acted like precisely controlled machines. At the same time, attacks were launched towards Lin Yan from 4 different angles. 4 people join hands. The strength that explodes must be extraordinary. But is it useful? After one breath, under Lin Yan's feet, there were 4 more dead bones. After dealing with these 5 troublesome guys, the hostility in Lin Yan's eyes did not disappear. He shouted to the people around him, "Aren't you planning to come out yet?" Lin Yan absolutely didn't believe that these 5 guys dared to come to trouble him. As early as the beginning, he had already discovered other people lurking around him. Yet, I didn't expect you to be so vigilant. As Lin Yan finished speaking, a woman appeared in front of him. It was a man wearing an orange lining, a white cape on his fragrant shoulders, and a sun hat with a red rose hanging on the hat. He was dressed in gorgeous attire, behaved elegantly, and his every smile was exciting and captivating. Guo Qingchen's face was unparalleled in the world. With a slim waist, she walked slowly in front of Lin Yan with lotus steps. The moment I saw this woman, Lin Yan was stunned for a second. This appearance! She is truly naturally beautiful and has skin as smooth as cream. Even the rumored Empress Boya Hancock is probably nothing more than this. Of course, Lin Yan had never seen Boya Hancock's true face. It's very rude to look at a woman like that. Stussy brushed her hair beside her ears and said with a smile on her beautiful face. "Who are you?" Lin Yan asked. "I think there is no need to answer your question. You are going to die soon," Stussy said with a smile. "Even if you are going to die, you should die clearly, right?" "Let me guess, Queen of Fun Street, Stussy," Lin Yan joked. "Stussy? Queen of Happy Street? I once received a message from the Big Mom Pirates to attend the wedding of Big Mom's daughter, which was held by Charlotte Pudding and Sanji. Unfortunately, Luffy and the others made a big fuss about the wedding in the end and took Sanji away, allowing Sanji to return to the Straw Hat Pirates. On the regiment. But the Queen of Fun Street is just Stussy's hidden identity. It's like Minga is ostensibly a member of the 7 warlords of the sea, the lord of a country, and the Dong Quixote family. In fact, he is a member of the world's underground organization. It's just that very few people know this kind of identity. Likewise, the same goes for Stussy. The CP0 organization and the Tianlong people are the ones she is loyal to. It seems that you are quite capable." Stussy's face changed. She never thought that her identity would be revealed by the guy in front of her at a glance. "Interesting, you little pirate surprised me. I'm going to continue to guess, are you going to kill people and silence them now? Now that you know everything, why do you have to say it? You and the little girlfriend behind you, neither of you can even think of leaving here today." Lin Yan looked at the other party and said, "You are a member of the CP0 organization after all, but your tone of voice is different. I hope your strength can be as impressive as your tone." When Stussy heard Lin Yan reveal his identity, "I already have the intention to take action. There is no use in talking more." She put her foot on the ground. Like an arrow, Stussy arrived in front of Lin Yan in the blink of an eye. Although they were wearing high heels, their speed was unmatched by anyone before. "Point the gun." The slender fingers flicked, and the strength gathered on the fingertips. Then a beam of light was fired towards Lin Yan's heart. The most poisonous woman's heart. I wanted to avoid Lin Yan with one move. Pity. After elementalization, the finger gun passed through Lin Yan's heart. Armed domineering energy was attached to the legs, and in conjunction with shaving, he raised his long legs high, using the force to split Huashan Mountain. His fragrant feet slashed towards Lin Yan. Clang! If it was a long knife with a sharp edge, Lin Yan would naturally be able to hide and hide. But the opponent is Stussy, and he still strikes with long legs. There is no reason to dodge. Lin Yan caught Stussy's move with one hand. The two of them formed a 3-point line with the ground. It happens to be a straight horse posture. I don't know how you obtained such a powerful power, and now that you have obtained it, a friendly reminder, you still need to be careful. Tisk, 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 gone. Lin Yan just glanced uncontrollably. He had no choice but to do it. Who could a normal man resist such a horse posture? Besides, Stussy was wearing scantily clad clothes. A real man is to look normal for a moment, look away immediately after finishing the work, and still pretend to be serious. Humph, why not show it to you? Stussy didn't take it seriously, it was just a dead person and he wouldn't tell anyone. But why is there a bear pattern there? Lin Yan added another sentence. As soon as these words came out, Stussy's face suddenly darkened. I don't have the calmness I had before. It's none of your business what I wear. You get a good deal and still act nice. Stussy is also a 6-position master herself. In terms of strength, it's not even inferior to CP9's Liu Qi. Several Daolan kicks were kicked out from her legs, and the blades were like a forest of swords. Lin Yan dodged left and right, easily dodging Lan's feet. After he paused, he said again, "Are you in a hurry?" Bang 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 bang. 20 or 30 douses were fired from Stussy's hand. The scene can be described as a hail of bullets. A flash of red light flashed in Lin Yan's eyes, and his domineering aura was turned on, and all the finger guns were avoided by him. Lin Yan said, "I'm so anxious that I won't tell you, haha. Court death." Stussy flashed behind Lin Yan and kicked him with another long leg. Pity. No matter how she attacks. But they were all easily resolved by Lin Yan. Seeing that he had exerted all his strength, Lin Yan still looked at ease. Stussy frowned, and she suddenly realized that world government or marine. They had very serious misunderstandings about Lin Yan's strength. "Who are you?" "An elite member of the CP0 organization. It's not comparable to the 5 miscellaneous fish from before. But even so." But he still couldn't help himself with the guy in front of him. He even often fell into the disadvantage in confrontation. Stussy paused. She realized something was wrong. "Aren't you going to take action?" "Then, it's my turn." Seeing Stussy stop, Lin Yan's voice came over. Chapter 27, Killed in the Cradle. This sentence was just finished. Lin Yan had already arrived in front of Stussy. So fast. The rapid speed made Stussy's expression change. Feeling the threat of death coming from Lin Yan. Iron. She squatted down half-step like as Hama stance and performed the famous stunt among the 6 marine poses. Certainly. The end result speaks for itself. It has the power of the dark fruit, combined with the aura of armed domineering. Lin Yan punched out. With just one move, Stussy's iron block was broken. Stussy simply couldn't bear the impact of Lin Yan. The whole person flew out violently, knocking down dozens of towering trees behind him, and finally fell down under the cliff. There was a sweet taste in the mouth, and blood spurted out directly. Lin Yan shook his head. "It's not good to use anything, I just use iron." Stussy wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Although she was surprised by Lin Yan's strength, there was no fear of death in her beautiful eyes. She said in a calm tone, "You can't kill me." Pfft. Just finished. Lin Yan's hand had already passed through her chest. Stussy looked down at her empty body with disbelief in her eyes. "You." She wanted to raise her hand, but the rapid loss of life force in her body made her whole body shaky. "Can't I kill you?" "Then what?" Lin Yan asked. "I will come back to find you." This sentence seemed to use up all her strength. Stussy's head sank. He died on the spot. Die with no breath. Although he didn't know why Stussy said such words, Lin Yan was still not afraid. He said coldly, "I will wait for you." Marine Headquarters, Marine Land. Warring States looked at the latest news in his hands, his face turned extremely ugly. There is only one sentence above. The CP0 organization was completely wiped out, and Queen Stussy of Happy Street was killed. Oh, it's really amazing. Even the people in CP0 can't take him down. Below Sengoku, there was a man wearing a marine general's robe and a yellow suit, with sleek hair and a lewd expression on his face. He was holding a nail clipper in his hand and was constantly cutting his nails. The person who spoke was none other than Porisalino, one of the current 3 generals of the Marine Headquarters, who had the code name Kizaru. Although the CP0 organization is not under their jurisdiction, Marine. But everyone inside is as good as 10. Especially someone as elite as Stussy. The result was unexpected. Even if they took action, they could not capture the traitor of the Whitebeard pirates. After all, it's still the power of the dark fruit. Staff officer, he crossed her fingers, and a glint flashed in her eyes as she sat on the chair. Thinking back to those days, Marine did not know how much it cost them to deal with the power in that man's hands. Never thought about it. This dark fruit reappeared on the sea. And the most important thing is, Lin Yan before getting the dark fruit and Lin Yan after getting the dark fruit are completely different concepts. From a little-known little pirate, he has now become one with a bounty of 2 billion, causing a bloody storm on the Grand Line and being known to everyone around the world. The improvement is so fast that it even reaches an incredible level. In order to avoid long nights and many dreams, they Marine must plan ahead. Once the past happens again, I'm afraid that the situation back then will happen again at their Marine headquarters. Staff officer, he will never allow such a thing to happen. She glanced towards Warring States. Warring States, we must not let Lin Yan continue to grow. Warring States thought so too, and before that, he had already received instructions from the 5 elders. I know. Oh hey, what makes me most surprised now is, why does this Lin Yan want to provoke the Tianlong people? Kizaru knew what commander he and Sengoku were afraid of. Logically speaking, for this dark fruit, Lin Yan lurked among the Whitebeard pirates for decades, even killing the captain of the 4th division of the Whitebeard pirates, and finally betrayed the Whitebeard pirates. It is not difficult to see from his various signs that Lin Yan definitely knows the special characteristics of the Inan fruit. Now that you know. So the top priority now is to lurk, hide your body, improve your strength, practice quietly, and finally come out when you have the strength to protect yourself. This is the wise choice. But what about Lin Yan's behavior? It is not an exaggeration to describe it as reverse Tian Gang. He doesn't know how to be patient or lurking, and he even acts in an extremely high-profile manner. Just betray the Whitebeard pirates. When he came up, he attacked the Tianlong people, and even worse, turned the Tianlong people into fat pigs. Such a bad influence. How could the 5 elders endure it? The wanted order for the Whitebeard pirates alone was not enough. The 5 elders also issued a kill order for Lin Yan. Both black and white are wanted at the same time. Look at the entire Grand Line. It is not said to be unprecedented, but it has not been seen in decades. I feel weird too. Staff officer, he racked his brains and couldn't figure out why Lin Yan did this. Want fame? Want profit? But what's the use of having all this if you can't save your life? No matter what he wants to do, now that CP0 has obtained Lin Yan's coordinates, which Marine is the closest to him? Warring States asked. The fleet led by Flying Squirrel. Staff officer, he paused and then said, I have informed him that he is now on his way to hunt down Lin Yan. In addition, Sakazuki is not too far away from Lin Yan. As long as the Flying Squirrel can hold him down, Sakazuki will definitely be able to bring Lin Yan back. Listening to Staff He's answer, Warring States nodded. Sakazuki? That's great. While talking, Warring States put down what he was doing, put his hands behind his back, and came to the balcony next to the office. He looked at the huge square in front of him. In the center of the square was a tall and upright flagpole. The seagull flag on the flagpole was flying in the wind. In the distance is the endless sea, and the wind blowing from the sea pushes away the fog that blocks the eyes. Warring States said coldly, we must nip everything in the cradle. Chapter 28 Conqueror's Entanglement. Captain, look. After eliminating the manpower of the CP0 organization, Lin Yan took Nami on the journey. But didn't go very far. 5 warships approached their ship. How fast is a light ship arrival to a warship? Back and forth in less than a moment. Lin Yan's boat. It was already surrounded by 5 warships from 5 directions. Lin Yan said, it seems that CP0 told Marine our coordinates. On the warship, Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel was condescending. He stared straight at Lin Yan on the light boat below. As soon as he received the order from Marine Fando, Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel took his fleet and rushed towards the destination reported by CP0. After some searching, they finally locked the direction of Lin Yan, and this was the scene they saw now. Behind Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel, thousands of elite marine troops. Everyone is wearing marine uniforms, holding weapons tightly in their hands, and maintaining combat readiness at all times. What should I do? Nami asked. Now that you're here, why don't you say hello? When surrounded by warships, Lin Yan can also use any door to leave. But him now. I don't want to use this ability. Although any door has unexpected effects. But the premise is that you are in danger. To know. Marine has the ability to collect intelligence on opponents. Once a trump card is exposed. I want to run away next time. But it may not be as easy as the first time. Still the same sentence. The opponent is not a general. Lin Yan was not panicked at all. While talking, he jumped up and turned into a stream of light, landing on the deck of the warship. The huge impact attracted the attention of many Marines present. Even Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel looked over. Staring at Lin Yan with a pair of sharp eyes, Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel said, "What? Aren't you going to run away?" Lin Yan replied calmly, "I think there should be no reason to escape when dealing with Lieutenant General Yuxi." Sure enough. No wonder he dared to attack the Tianlong people. Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel's eyes were touched, flashing with murderous intent, and even the surrounding air condensed a bit. He put his hand on the sword at his waist, ready to draw the sword at any time to give the opponent a fatal blow. Honestly. For the celestial dragons. Let alone ordinary people. Even many Marines don't have much favorable impressions. Especially a person like Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel who is relatively upright and willing to ask for orders for the people. Although Lin Yan did something outrageous. But it also caught his attention. Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel said, "Because you are very interested in me, I can give you a chance to capture you without any effort, and I will take you to Malinfando." Lin Yan chuckled, "Why are you so attracted to me? Are you also unhappy with the Tianlong people?" Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel was shocked, and then he narrowed his eyes and glanced at Marine behind him. Just think about some things in your mind. If you speak out, especially in public, you will easily be criticized verbally and in writing. Especially behind Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel. There are also thousands of Marines present. As a Marine who staunchly protects the celestial dragons, we will definitely not let the situation develop like this. Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel said, "Since you are unwilling, then I have no choice but to invite you over." The long sword was unsheathed and silver light flashed. Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel himself was a strong swordsman. Having been immersed in this industry for many years, his strength is naturally extraordinary. The sword struck out, and the sharp sword light came straight towards Lin Yan. Lin Yan disappeared instantly, only to hear a bang, and the deck exploded. Seeing this scene, Lin Yan calmed down a little. After all, he is still Lieutenant General Marine. Look at Marine. His strength is only second to that of a general. As soon as the expert takes action, he will know if there is any. No need to think about it. This is a tough opponent. No wonder CP0 is no match for you. Come again. Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel was surprised when he saw that Lin Yan actually kept up with his speed and avoided his fatal blow. After the first attack failed, Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel attacked again. He had just avoided the blow, but before he could let Lin Yan steady his body, Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel had already killed him. The long knife struck Lin Yan's neck. If you fail to dodge, this knife will definitely kill you. In an instant. Elementalization is on. Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel's long knife passed through Lin Yan's body. Elementalization. Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel was shocked, but he had forgotten that Lin Yan was a Logia devil fruit user. After many years of fierce fighting on the sea, Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel naturally knows how to resolve the elementalization. With a wave of one arm, a layer of dark-armed domineering energy clung to the long sword. At the same time, a red light flashed in his eyes, and his domineering energy was activated. It is both armament and knowledge, combined with Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel's unrivaled swordsmanship. At this moment, Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel has entered his peak state. The lion fights the rabbit with all his strength. Facing Lin Yan, Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel showed no signs of neglect. Watch this scene. Lin Yan nodded secretly. As expected of Lieutenant General Marine, he is truly a formidable opponent. Certainly. Now that we are on the warship, Lin Yan also has his own confidence. On strength. Even facing the General Lin Yan, he has the strength to fight. What's more, it's just a Lieutenant General. After Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel entered his peak state, Lin Yan also released his colors after seeing and hearing them, armed with them. Whoa! It's too late, it's fast. It was Lin Yan's turn to start to attack. Sug. In Lin Yan's hand, a vortex appeared. The vortex has full gravity on it. Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel lost control of his body and flew in the direction of Lin Yan. What? After all, he is a strong man who has been crossing the sea for many years. Not only did Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel not panic, but he stabilized his body and actually took advantage of Lin Yan's suction power to step on moonwalk at an even faster speed than before and slashed towards Lin Yan with his sword. Facing Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel's slashing attack, Lin Yan did not hesitate at all and punched out. Fists and swords met. The scene was like beating a drum, and the harsh sound suddenly resounded throughout the entire deck. The shock waves swept over the surrounding area one after another like a tide. Lin Yan and Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel were like opposing waves, neither giving in to the other. However, just then, on Lin Yan's arm, scarlet lightning suddenly appeared, and the red light was very dazzling. This is... The moment he saw the scarlet lightning, Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel's expression finally changed. He is so experienced, why doesn't he know what this is? Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel shouted, "Conqueror's entanglement." Yes. Lin Yan used it. It's Conqueror's dominance. Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel was shocked, he could not imagine anything. Lin Yan in front of me, this once unknown guy, who was completely inconspicuous in the Whitebeard pirates, has mastered Conqueror's hackiness that no one among millions of people has possessed. Look to the New World. There are very few people who possess Conqueror's haki. If you insist on bringing Ming-Ji, Kaido, Red Hair, Whitebeard, and others together and say that Conqueror's is domineering everywhere, then just pretend that I didn't say that. The main thing is, these people with Conqueror's arrogance have all become the top strong men in the New World. Having Conqueror's domineering power is not to mention invincible. But it is also the dividing line between the strong and the peak strong. At least, for now. This is an ability that Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel simply cannot master. This is also the reason why he has been stuck in this level so far and has been unable to move forward. Boom! The moment Conqueror's dominance appears. Especially after seeing Lin Yan use Ba Tang so skillfully. Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel also knew that he was no match for Lin Yan. The unparalleled impact passed over Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel's long knife and hit him hard on the head. Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel is in pain, and his body is like a kite with its string broken. With one punch, he broke through the decks behind him and fell into the sea. The sea water splashed all over the sky. Chapter 29, Dark Cave, The Destroyed Marine. Lieutenant General. Isn't it? Lieutenant General, he actually lost. This. Watching Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel crash into the sea. Marine present felt a huge wave of emotion in his heart. The Lieutenant General is not as strong as the Marine Admiral, not as good as the General, not as good as the Fleet Admiral, not as good as many people. Even on the sea, it just acts as a green leaf and becomes a background for others to show off. Many pirates on the sea can easily handle it. But at the end of the day, that's only for a very small number of people. Put in front of the 4 emperors and Shishibukai, the lieutenant general may indeed be unqualified. But for Lin Yan and other ordinary little pirates, the word lieutenant general marine is a hurdle they can't overcome at all. The general is strong. Looking at it, there are only 3 marines. The reason why marine is where it is today. In addition to the fleet admiral as the leader, the lieutenant general is the mainstay of marine, and the lieutenant general is one of the most important combat forces of marine. And the strength of Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel is very high among the entire ranks of lieutenant generals. To put it bluntly, even when facing a general, Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel also has the power to challenge. He is a master of swordsmanship and is ranked among the best in the world. But now, this scene in front of me. But Marine present was stunned. Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel, who has an absolute position among the Marines, has been fighting on the sea for many years, and has reached the current level with his absolute strength. He actually lost. He was defeated by this guy who had just betrayed the Whitebeard pirates, a guy who had worked hard for the Whitebeard pirates for decades without making any achievements. Information about Lin Yan. Especially after he took action against the Tianlong people. Not to mention the other pirates in the New World, who among them knows about marine. However, just such a person. In less than a few dozen rounds, the mainstay of their marine headquarters was killed. Many marines looked at each other. From each other's eyes, they saw shock. The most important thing is, the eyes of the masses are sharp. Although the marine present was not as strong as Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel, he had seen the battles between those strong men, and the fights were bloody, and even caused the sky to crack. Lin Yan just used the ability. They also fell into their eyes one after another. Conquerors domineering. I never thought that this guy already possesses such a unique ability. Suddenly, Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel's defeat didn't seem so unbearable. But more. All Marine had doubts in his mind again. Marine information states, Lin Yan has made no achievements in the Whitebeard pirates. He has made no progress in decades of hard work. His talent is so poor that even the Whitebeard pirates cannot bear to look at him. In order to obtain the dark fruit, he assassinated Sachi, the captain of the 4th Division of the Whitebeard pirates, and betrayed the Whitebeard pirates. This move aroused the public outrage of the Whitebeard pirates, and a reward of 1 billion belly was placed on the head. Lin Yan's current strength is unknown, etc. Now, people present could not help but question this information. A person with conqueror's domination, you tell me that he has poor talent? Besides, even if the talent is poor, don't you guys from the Whitebeard pirates have any eyesight? This is a man with conqueror's hackiness. Once it is in your hands, let alone treat it as a treasure, at least cultivate it well, right? What's the result? Just throw it away? What a waste of resources. While the Marines lamented that the Whitebeard pirates were ignorant of current affairs, they also had doubts about the information posted above. It seems the credibility of the information released by Marine in the future will have to be lowered again. Back to business. Those present were divided into 2 groups. One group was concerned about the safety of the Flying Squirrel, so they jumped off the deck, got into the sea, and rescued the Flying Squirrel. The other group directly drew out their long swords and rushed towards Lin Yan. Although Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel was defeated, they still had thousands of Marines and they had not yet taken action. Looking at Marine who was about to attack, Lin Yan doesn't intend to drag it on any longer. But I saw him pressing his hand on the deck. The power of the dark fruit was ignited in his hands. Lin Yan said, "Dark A cup ointment path." In an instant, the dark aura started from Lin Yan and spread out to the surroundings. Not only did it cover the entire warship, but even the nearby sea became extremely dark, as if falling into a black hole, and all the colors in the world were covered by the black aura. The Marines looked at the darkness under their feet, and at the same time, their bodies fell uncontrollably into the darkness. Whether it is a warship or other objects. Under this darkness full of infinite power, they didn't even have a chance to resist. Back and forth in less than a few breaths. 5 warships, including all Marine soldiers on board, were all swallowed up by the dark fruit. Lin Yan's eyes were like icebergs without a trace of emotion. His hands made a gesture of holding up the sky, and he shouted, "Liberation!" The power faded like a tide, and various broken limbs fell from the sky above Lin Yan's head. Looking closely, it was the 5 warships that were swallowed up by the dark fruit before, as well as the thousands of Marine soldiers. Boom! The broken limbs of the damaged warship hit the sea, and the sea made waves of waves. Iron plates, sawdust, rollers, masts, and pieces of warships were everywhere. There are rough waves under the ocean, but above the sea level there is a dead silence. And Lin Yan returned to his ship. In Nami's shocked eyes, he patted her shoulder, "Let's go." "Oh well." Nami drove the boat and quickly left the sea. Chapter 30 General Marine, the person coming is Akainu. Marine Headquarters. As the battle report from Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel came over, the whole office fell into silence. Flying Squirrel, he actually lost. Staff, he never expected that she would send Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel to arrest Lin Yan. Not to mention defeating him, as long as he could be kept and wait for Akainu to arrive, everything would be settled. Unexpectedly, less than half a day had passed. The news of Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel's defeat came without a word. For the Flying Squirrel, not to mention Commander He, even the Warring States period was very relieved. Lin Yan's reward is high. But that's based on touching the Tianlong people's cake. After all, at least in the eyes of Warring States and Commander He, Lin Yan's strength is not worthy of this reward. But what is the result now? Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel was no match for him. It was written clearly on the battle report. Not only did Lin Yan defeat Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel with lightning speed, but he also sank the 5 warships that came with him, as well as the thousands of Marines on them. The warships turned into a ball of scrap metal and sank into the sea. Such a battle report frightened Commander He, and Warring States was also frightened. They suddenly had an intuition. The rise of this dark fruit. It came too soon. It's so fast that they can't stop it. How long has it been since this guy got the dark fruit? 2 months? 3 months? From being unknown before, he was able to defeat their headquarters Marine Vice Admiral in a blink of an eye, sinking 5 warships and all the Marines on them. This cultivation speed is thousands of miles per day. Looking at the past, they have never heard of it. Even the One Piece Roger back then was nothing more than this. Oh hey, that's really awesome. Kizaru put down the battle report in his hand and leaned on the chair, as if he didn't care about anything, with the calm expression as usual. Sengoku immediately turned his attention to Staff He. "It's too late to think about it, tell Akainu the news, he knows how to do it." Staff Officer He nodded, "I understand." At the same time, the other side of the sea, Akainu, who has already received the information, is already on his way to the destination of Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel. However, just then, above the deck of the warship, a Marine colonel walked up with a solemn face. "Admiral, there is news from Fleet Admiral. I hope you can listen to it." Right in front of the colonel was a man wearing a Marine general's robe, a white Marine hat with a red lining, a cigar in his mouth, and a rose on his chest. His rough and arrogant aura made people afraid to approach him. Even the colonel came to him under great pressure. Yes. This man is a man who will never allow a trace of evil to exist in Marine. In order to complete the mission at all costs, even his colleagues and the public will become his target of annihilation. He is a man who is upright, cruel, merciless, and an iron-blooded soldier. Pursuing complete justice, Sakazuki, codenamed Akainu, is currently one of the 3 generals of Marine Headquarters. What's the matter? With a hoarse voice, Sakazuki turned his head indifferently. Yes, it's about Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel. Just a look made the colonel not only take half a step back, but he answered bravely. Soon. News about the defeat of Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel reached Sakazuki's ears. Waste. Sakazuki's face was ferocious, and his expression was particularly unhappy. Even a small pirate can't hold it. This Flying Squirrel. The more I live, the more I go back. The colonel lowered his head. I didn't dare to talk to him at all. How long will it take to reach the destination? Sakazuki asked coldly. General, A&D. There are still 20 minutes to go, replied the colonel. Too slow. Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel's goal was to hold Lin Yan back. Now the mission failed. If I don't arrive in time, I don't know if I will have to wait until the next time I find Lin Yan. For Sakazuki, no pirate can escape from the palm of his hand. Boom. The words just fell. But he saw Sakazuki rising into the sky in front of him. Magma enveloped his body, and the temperature of the air rose steadily. With a blazing flame, Sakazuki ran rapidly on the sea. General. Seeing Sakazuki walking away into the sea, the colonel couldn't help but shrink his pupils. As a user with devil fruit abilities, would you risk your life by being so reckless? But as the person in charge of the warship, the colonel can only urge the people below, everyone, move forward at full speed. The warship was at full throttle. Chase in the direction of Sakazuki. Sitting on the boat, Lin Yan felt a little uneasy. Ever since Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel was dealt with, this thought has become more and more serious. Suddenly, Lin Yan suddenly stood up from the boat and looked towards the sea. The next moment, a crimson figure, carrying lava all over the sky, the lava sank into the sea behind him, splashing boundless water vapor, and monstrous flames, like a shooting star coming straight at him, flying at high speed, with a long tail fin. Sakazuki's figure appeared in Lin Yan's sight. That guy is... The moment he saw Sakazuki, Lin Yan's expression also changed. He finally knew why he was uneasy. Marine General. Coming. It's time to say it or not. Marine really thinks highly of himself. The person coming is not Aokiji who lets loose, nor Kizaru who fishes for fish, but Akainu. There is no need to say much about Akainu's style. Complete justice. No pirate can escape from his hands. After seeing Lin Yan's ship, Sakazuki didn't leave any way for the other party to survive. The flames on his fist were ignited, carrying endless magma. The high temperature of the magma made the sea begin to show signs of restlessness. Locking Lin Yan's ship, Sakazuki shouted, "Big fire!" The lava condensed together and turned into a huge fist, like a volcanic eruption, with huge power and roaring waves. With one punch, the sea was divided. Before they even got close, the fierce impact was already about to melt Lin Yan's boat. For a moment, the dark fruit, armed color haki, and Lin Yan's various abilities soared to the limit. Dark water. A vortex appeared on his arm. There is no landing place on the sea. As the only mount, this light ship cannot be destroyed by Sakazuki. Lin Yan resisted Akainu's attack. One side is rockberry fruit, and the other side is dark fruit. The moment the two collided together, Lin Yan only felt that his arms were numb, his jaws were shaken, his bones were almost falling apart, and his internal organs were almost displaced. The boat under his feet was directly pushed back for 1,000 meters, and then he managed to stabilize his body. Lin Yan's face was solemn. He felt the pain as if his body had been hit by a huge stone. Just a simple punch, and he and the boat were pushed back thousands of meters. Although he withstood Sakazuki's blow, it still made Lin Yan's heart tremble violently. How powerful is this? Such a shocking scene, how could Lin Yan not make waves in his heart? Marine General. It truly lives up to its reputation. Lin Yan finally learned the lesson today. Although it can challenge the general, that is due to the existence of the Any Gate and the Immortal Bean. The premise is that the opponent is Aokiji, or Kizaru, who fishes and clocks in. For someone like Akainu who doesn't give his opponent a chance to survive, Lin Yan has absolutely no chance of winning. Lin Yan looked around. It's not easy to escape from the hands of a general, especially Akainu. Look. Gotta use any door. After one blow, Sakazuki's face was indifferent, and the magma in his hand was dripping. Under his feet is the rock formed by the condensation of magma and water. The sea breeze roared by, and the robe behind him kept rolling and dancing. Sakazuki stepped on the lava and approached Lin Yan step by step. Chapter 31 The General's Strength, defeated by 3 punches. Seeing Lin Yan looking around, how could Sakazuki not know what the other person was thinking? Such a situation. He had seen it in too many pirates. Sakazuki sneered, "Do you think you can escape? It's hard to say whether I can leave or not." After obtaining the arbitrary door, Lin Yan also tried how to use it. If you don't have full confidence, Lin Yan definitely would not be as calm as he was now. The effect of any door starts at frame 0. As long as you use it, you can escape almost instantly. No matter how strong Sakazuki is, Lin Yan can also be confident. The other party didn't even have a chance to touch me. However, just when Lin Yan was about to show any door directly and not get entangled with the Marine General in front of him, suddenly, at this moment, there was movement in the system. It was detected that the host encountered the Marine General and is issuing a temporary mission. Temporary mission: wrestle with Marine General. Request: as a famous pirate with a bounty of 2 billion on the sea, how can you just back down when encountering a Marine General? Host: please resist for more than 30 rounds during the fight with Sakazuki. Reward: A-level lottery. The moment the system task is released, Lin Yan couldn't help but open his mouth. What the hell? No, just because you don't want your life in the system doesn't mean I don't want my life. With one punch, his body almost fell apart, and the people and the boat were driven back thousands of meters. This is just the result of a face-to-face encounter. You want me to carry it for 30 rounds? Who can bear this? Lin Yan felt very uncomfortable, just like Lin Daiyu uprooting a weeping willow tree or Guo Jingming dunking on Yao Ming. But now that the mission is out, Lin Yan would naturally not miss it. I have never received an A-level reward so far. Moreover, it's just 30 rounds, not necessary to defeat Akainu. For Lin Yan, this is not impossible. Think of this. Lin Yan pressed a hand on the sea, and the dark acupuncture points were released. The power of darkness rose from the ground, and the sea was directly shrouded in darkness. Stepping on the dark acupoints, Lin Yan was able to gain a foothold on the sea for a short time. While letting Nami stay away for a while, he faced off against Akainu alone. Looking at the oncoming Lin Yan, Sakazuki snorted, "You are a pretty good pirate, at least you dare to stand in front of me." Lin Yan tensed his nerves and said without squinting, "Speaking of which, I also want to try General Marine's strength." "Want to try my strength?" Hearing this, Sakazuki smiled instead of getting angry. "I don't know how many years have passed, but I still hear such words. I don't know if the new star pirate in front of me is not afraid of tigers, or if he is really that ignorant." Dark Hound. Sakazuki took the lead in attacking. The rock berries exploded violently, and the scarlet light was particularly dazzling. At this moment, magma flows down, and violent steam evaporates from the sea level in the thick white smoke. Like the master of the sea, Sakazuki's arm turned into a line of lava and struck Lin Yan's head. Lin Yan definitely would not let Sakazuki wreak havoc, and quickly dodged in the dark A-cup ointment. But as a marine general, Sakazuki is so fast. Just as he raised his feet, Sakazuki was already in front of Lin Yan. Punch out! Lin Yan was pushed back another 1,000 meters. This punch was even harder than before. The majestic impact made Lin Yan almost unable to withstand it. The arms were even covered with lava, and the skin was burning and painful. Not waiting for him to take a breath, Sakazuki came to him again. Big fire breathing. The strong and powerful wind was like a huge mountain. Lin Yan could not avoid it and received Akainu's punch firmly. He was knocked out again, and his whole body seemed to be floating on water. He rolled several times on the sea like a dragonfly touching the water. Thanks to the critical moment, Lin Yan opened the dark A-cup ointment under his feet. Otherwise, you will have to fall into the sea. But even so, Lin Yan also felt it clearly. Several of his bones have been broken. A hint of bright red flowed out of his mouth unconsciously. The injuries inside his body were like bullets exploding inside. The pain was unbearable and he was extremely embarrassed. Other side. Sakazuki's warship arrived belatedly. On the warship, Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel, his subordinates, and Sakazuki's subordinates were all on it. Although Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel was thrown into the sea by Lin Yan, he luckily escaped the warship being dismembered by him. The marine soldiers who jumped into the sea to rescue the Flying Squirrel also saved their lives. It happened that Sakazuki's warship passed by and fished them out too. Everyone had just arrived in a warship, where it enters the eye. This is the scene where Akainu hits Lin Yan with a mountain of magma. Lin Yan, on the other hand, fled in panic under Akainu's offensive. Even they were stunned to see the monstrous flames. He had previously lost to Lin Yan. Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel and the subordinates behind him, everyone was holding a breath in their hearts. Being a marine, fighting with pirates is a common occurrence. Even if you encounter stronger pirates, there is no shame in losing. The point is, Lin Yan was just an unknown member of the Whitebeard pirates. He happened to betray the Whitebeard pirates and attack the celestial dragons, so he had a reward of 2 billion. In other words, the other party is just opportunistic, and this is the chance to reach the top in one step. Facing such an opponent, not only did he not succeed in taking down the opponent, even the tasks assigned by the superiors could not be completed even if they delayed the opponent. This trip, Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel knew he was embarrassed. Not only did he lose his own face, he also lost the face of the entire Marine Lieutenant General. Fortunately, with Sakazuki's shot, I believe it won't be long. Then they can take Lin Yan's body back to take his life. Unlike Kizaru and Aokiji, Akainu will never allow any pirate to escape from his grasp. And the reality is just as they thought. From meeting to now, Akainu only punched 3 times. 3 punches almost destroyed him. Lin Yan also realized that he had underestimated Sakazuki's strength. Distance is great. Distance from Sakazuki, the top strong man in this new world. I am still far, far behind. The system requires that you persist for 30 rounds. Now let alone 10 rounds, he would almost fall apart with 3 punches. Thanks to the tasks issued by the system, there is no penalty even if you fail. If not, God knows how badly he will be beaten. Look. There is no way I can handle the rewards I get from this mission. Of course. This idea is just a thought. Lin Yan now. But he was not completely defeated. He didn't want to miss the reward of this temporary mission. Everyone is greedy, and so is Lin Yan. He still has a trump card. He still has the ability to give it a try. He has not yet reached the point of recovery. He was really thinking about how to defeat the Marine General in front of him. Any door. That is the last ability that can be used, the trump card among trump cards. At this moment, it's not the time yet. Think of this. Another item obtained in the previous lottery appeared in Lin Yan's hands. It was a bean that was green but exuded a ray of golden light. Chapter 32 Akainu, I win this time. It looked like he was able to withstand 3 of his own punches. The contempt in Sakaski's eyes disappeared a lot. Being able to do this is worthy of Marine's high reward. But that's all. Just when Sakaski was ready to take a step further. Suddenly. But his eyes noticed the bean that Lin Yan took out. Beans? In this scene where the smell of gunpowder is on the verge of igniting. Suddenly I took out a bean, what does it mean? Not to mention Sakaski, even Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel and the Marines who were watching from the distant warship were stunned. Lin Yan raised his head and swallowed the fairy beans directly. In an instant. He only felt a warm current flowing into his body. The sluggish muscles everywhere began to recover, the bones began to reshape, and the injuries in the body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. He looked embarrassed just now, but after taking fairy beans, he looked completely new in the blink of an eye. As one of Marine's 3 generals, he is the top player in the new world. How vicious is Sakaski's vision? Why couldn't he see that all Lin Yan's injuries had recovered in a short period of time? This scene. Even Sakaski couldn't help but frown, with a flash of surprise in his eyes. What kind of people has he not encountered on the sea? It's not like he hasn't fought against Supernova, Shishibukai, and even New World's 4 emperors. But no matter who it is. Never before had Lin Yan recovered all his physical strength and injuries at lightning speed. And the most important thing is, that's just an item the size of a bean. Although Sakaski was decisive in killing, he was also suffocated by the effectiveness of the fairy beans. That's it now. Lin Yan found that Sakaski was lost in thought for a long time. Realization dawned on him. This is currently my only chance to defeat my opponent. Although his speed is not as fast as that of Sakaski, he is still far faster than the ordinary Marine Lieutenant General. What's more, Lin Yan is now maximizing all his abilities. Between minutes and seconds, Lin Yan had already arrived in front of Sakaski. At exactly this second, Sakaski was once again surprised by the effectiveness of the fairy beans. He was off guard and had no time to resist. It can be said that Lin Yan took advantage of the right time and place. But Sakaski is Sakaski. The moment Lin Yan took action, he also came to his senses immediately. Heroist. Sakaski was furious, so what if he regained his strength? In the face of absolute strength, even if you are a dragon, you have to get down. While talking, the magma in his hand condensed again, and Sakaski's punch was more explosive than all previous attacks. Good opportunity. The distance between Lin Yan and Sakaski was less than 1 meter. Seeing Sakaski take the initiative to punch, a vortex appeared on his hand, and Lin Yan shouted, "Dark water!" Fist to palm. A scene that shocked Sakaski appeared. His rockberry fruits are fading at an extremely fast speed. Without the magma, the fruit's ability disappears out of thin air. Even the rising high temperature around them receded like a tide in an instant. What? Sakaski's expression also changed. In addition to being able to elementalize and absorb all substances, the dark fruit also has a more important ability, which is to eliminate the opponent's fruit ability. In the midst of war, Blackbeard relied on this ability to withstand the fatal blow from Whitebeard's shock fruit. With all his efforts, Whitebeard saved his life. Likewise, Lin Yan also used the special characteristics of the dark fruit to eliminate Sakaski's rock fruit. The dark fruit's ability to eliminate the opponent's fruit is indeed abnormal. But there is also a very significant drawback. That is when the hand must touch the opponent. Exactly. At this moment, for the second that Akainu was lost in thought, Lin Yan did it. Without the devil fruit, the general's strength would be at least somewhat weakened, if not downgraded. Sakaski noticed this scene and became furious. "You don't really think that you can defeat me by eliminating my devil fruit, do you? Say it." Raising his thick fist, Sakazuki punched him again. Why did Sakazuki become a general? Are you really relying on devil fruit? Apparently not. Even without rock berries, Sakazuki's roots are still here. The style of the punch was not much worse than before. Even because of being too angry, Sakazuki's strength has not diminished but increased. After Lin Yan narrowly avoided it, he said, "You are overthinking it. I don't expect to rely on the ability of the dark fruit to defeat you in a head-on fight." Speaking of which, a smile appeared on Lin Yan's lips. Looking at Sakazuki, he sneered, "General, this time, I won." Drop this sentence. Lin Yan grabbed Sakazuki's arm with one hand. Miraculously, he jumped directly into the sea. This is the rhythm that will drag Sakazuki into the sea. Are you crazy? The moment he saw Lin Yan's actions, Sakazuki finally lost his previous pride and couldn't help but become moved. As a devil fruit user, how could Sakazuki not know about Tianqi's stuff? But the problem is, it's true that you are a devil fruit user, so aren't you a devil fruit user? Pull yourself into the sea. Don't you want your life? Moreover, not far away, their marine warships are still standing there. Even if the two fell into the sea at the same time, how could marine on the warship sit idly by and ignore them? After they fished themselves and Lin Yan out, Lin Yan still couldn't escape the fate of being captured by their marine. If you're not crazy, how can I take down marine general like you? At the moment when Sakazuki's fruit ability was swallowed up and the opponent's strength was weakened, Lin Yan pulled Sakazuki and jumped into the sea. Only two sounds were heard from the sea. Lin Yan and Sakazuki both entered the sea. The scene was still raging just now. It suddenly became quiet. Sakazuki was stunned by Lin Yan's crazy behavior. Actually, on the warship nearby, Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel was watching the battle, as well as the thousands of marines present. Isn't this the case? Watching Lin Yan dragging their general Akainu into the sea, everyone's face showed unprecedented shock. This general? No, this guy, what is he doing? Jumping into the sea? Isn't he also a devil fruit user? Did General Akainu push him into a panic, or did he already have such an idea? Crazy, this guy is crazy. Two devil fruit users entered the sea at the same time, but this pirate still couldn't escape and was caught by us. What was he thinking? Stop talking, hurry up and rescue the general. Thump thump. A group of marines jumped into the sea one after another and swam towards the direction where Sakazuki and Lin Yan fell into the water. On deck, as the only lieutenant general present, after seeing this scene, the flying squirrel couldn't help but take a breath of cold air, and the shock in his eyes could not be dissipated for a long time. Although Lin Yan will still be caught in the end. But it's undeniable. This fight, it was their general who was defeated. General, defeated. They all knew these words, but when combined together, even Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel felt strange. Forget it if it's New World's 4 emperors. This Lin Yan is just a fledgling pirate. Able to do this. You can guess it without even thinking. If he is allowed to develop like this, there will definitely be a place for him at the top of the world in the future. And setting foot on the so-called highest peak is only a matter of time. It's a pity. Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel looked at the sea in front of him and shook his head. After all, he is still young and energetic. When someone with devil fruit abilities falls into the water, their fate is obvious. There are also layers of containment from their marines. I don't think this guy can escape. The great prison on the dark seabed is his final destination. Just as Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel was waiting for news about marine salvage, another piece of shocking news came. A marine ran up to him and hurriedly reported, "Lieutenant General, that pirate Lin Yan, he gone." Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel suddenly looked sideways. How is that possible? Chapter 33. The general was defeated and the whole world was shocked. What did you say? Sakaski also lost. Malinfando, Fleet Admiral Office. Warring States listened to the report about Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel in the phone bug, and he suddenly stood up from the table. Not to mention how shocked it was on his face. Who is Sakaski? The general of their headquarters. The three top combat powers in Marine. With such terrifying strength, even the four emperors are unwilling to confront him head-on. Logically speaking, this time Marine's encirclement and suppression of Lin Yan. It's not an exaggeration to describe it as a sure thing. It was Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel who led thousands of Marines and 5 warships, and General Marine himself went to seize him with his troops. In this battle, not to mention ordinary pirates, even the group of Shishibukai and 4 emperors had to fight 3 times. What's the result? Akainu not only failed to catch Lin Yan, but that was it. Even he himself was defeated by the other party. Isn't this Lin Yan a little pirate? Where did he get the strength to be able to fight against Akainu without losing? If Sengoku hadn't known Flying Squirrel well, he had always been upright and loyal to Marine. He even once wondered if the Flying Squirrel had taken the wrong medicine today. This. Also shocked was Staff Officer He, who was standing by. She couldn't even hold the tea firmly in her hand, and a lot of it spilled on the table. She also couldn't feel at ease. The last time this happened, I don't know how long ago it was. It can make even generals fall into disgrace. This is not the case when encountering a force like the 4 emperors that can compete with the entire Marine. Pirate Lin Yan. Regarding the strength of this guy. Look. They misjudged too many. Oh hey, it's so awesome. Has Akainu all been defeated? Although Kizaru said he didn't care, he secretly remembered the name in his heart. If Marine lets him deal with this guy someday. You have to find an excuse in advance. Next to Kizaru, Garp also came here for the first time, holding a bag of senbei in his hand. Listening to the voice on the phone, he couldn't help but frown. Sakaski should. You won't underestimate the enemy. There is no need to say much about Akainu's behavior. Either don't take action, or once you take action, you will fight to the death. In such a situation, he rarely shows off on purpose. However, even so, Akainu still lost. Garp was chewing senbei, and he couldn't help but sigh that the pirates of this generation are a bit ridiculously strong. Next, Warring States began to call bugs to inquire about the situation at the scene. The Flying Squirrel briefly described it. When he learned that Lin Yan actually took Sakaski and jumped directly into the sea. As soon as this statement came out, Sengoku, he, Garp, Kizaru and others all froze in place. Jump into the sea? Zhangguo was speechless for a long time, then said, "Are you sure?" The Flying Squirrel replied, "I saw it with my own eyes." Sengoku and he looked at each other. Seemingly, if the pirate Lin Yan can really bring down Sakaski, it seems that this is the only way. No wonder Sakaski lost. This is not a fair loss. It's just, isn't this guy also a devil fruit user? Staff Officer He asked. I also find it strange that the scene has been blocked by our Marine. But even so, Lin Yan still escaped from our hands. Sakaski has been fished out, but Lin Yan has yet to see any trace. Inside the phone bug, Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel responded. This side of the Warring States period. Garp, Crane, and others couldn't help but take a breath. Unexpectedly, he didn't admit that Pirate Lin Yan's spirit was extremely powerful. The same devil fruit user pulled Sakaski into the sea. With this madness, there are not many people to be found in this sea. By the way, you said Sakaski was injured. Warring States recalled the Flying Squirrel's report at the beginning. Well, there is a dagger stuck in the chest, and it is almost close to the heart. Fortunately, Sakaski is fine and has been treated on the ship, the Flying Squirrel replied. While Sakaski fell into the water, Lin Yan gave him a knife. They are all powerful men at the level of generals. The blood bars are thick like barcodes. Of course you won't die so easily. Only, this knife is not very lethal. But it's extremely insulting. Especially now that Lin Yan has not fully grown up. Start today. It is estimated that this will be an indelible stain on Sakazuki's military career from now on. Warring States paused for a long time, and finally let out a long sigh. That's all, come back first. Outside world. There is no airtight wall in the world. Regarding Lin Yan making such a big noise on the Grand Route. In particular, he stabbed the Tianlong people in their nests and trampled the Tianlong people's faces to the ground. It can be said. People all over the world are paying attention to this newcomer who betrayed the Whitebeard pirates, and even more concerned about how Marine will deal with this newcomer next. Soon. The results of the battle between Marine and Lin Yan are out. I thought it was Lin Yan who was running away with his head in his arms being chased by Marine, trembling under the general's lewd power. Unexpectedly, the moment the newspaper was published. Anyone who sees the news. The eye-catching red letters above. Every reader who read the newspaper couldn't help but stop breathing for a second. Then everyone couldn't help but rub their eyes. Make sure you are not mistaken. Newspaper above. No one thought that Marine was encircling and suppressing the desperado Lin Yan, and even dispatched General Marine, and the final result turned out to be like this. Right below the title. It was a few large characters that took up a quarter of the newspaper space. Marine General Akainu defeated. Sabayati Islands. In an ordinary pub. After the newspaper was delivered, boiling sounds started one after another. Oh my god, is this true? That arrogant Akainu actually lost, and also lost to such a newcomer. Are you kidding yourself? That's General Marine, one of the most powerful warriors in the Marine headquarters. How could he be defeated? I will never believe it. What kind of newspaper is this Tao Shao newspaper? It was really written by Cunner, right? I don't believe it either. This is nonsense. That's Akainu, not some Kizaru guy who clocks in and gets off work. If he loses, where is the general's face? Where is Marine's face? No, this may be true, haven't you noticed? If it was the same group of rumor-mongering media in the past, Marine would have come out to refute the rumors now, instead of remaining silent like now. By the way, this is still about Akainu and Marine's face, but the problem is that there is really no movement at all from Marine Fando. No, is this true? Did Akainu really lose? And to such a rebel party of the Whitebeard pirates. This pirate Lin Yan, how did he do it? He just ran away without being chased by Marine, but he ended up rake down all the generals. Before, many people laughed at the fact that the Whitebeard pirates had such a huge foundation that they would run out instead of staying under the tree to enjoy the shade. Now it seems that if this devil fruit can really elevate him to this level, if it were me, I would probably have to betray the Whitebeard pirates. It seems that another pirate is about to rise. Inside the tavern. All the voices of discussion continued. Some people are doubting the authenticity of these newspapers, while others are lamenting that Marine has messed up. But more importantly, it was the group of pirates who were bullied by Marine, especially those who were overwhelmed by Akainu's terrifying coercion. Seeing Akainu in such a mess, they all felt unprecedentedly happy in their hearts. And Lin Yan's popularity. After the Tianlong turmoil and the defeat of the General of Marine Headquarters, he has reached the top of the world. He is a person who is passed down by word of mouth, chatted with after meals, and is popular with everyone. Not one in the short term. Chapter 34 The world is boiling, and everyone is vying for invitations. New world. Dressrosa. As the head of a country, among the Dongquixote family, on the throne in the main hall, there is a flamingo costume, a pair of sunglasses, orange hair, full of rebellious atmosphere, legs crossed, singing and dancing below, Doflamingo with a grin on his face, he let out a laugh of bay. In Doflamingo's hand, he held a newspaper. In the newspaper, there was news about the defeat of General Akainu. I never expected that there would be such a talent in the Whitebeard pirates. Under the sunglasses, with the shining cold light, Doflamingo added, "It would be great if such a person could be used by me. Young, have strength, and capable. Such people are very popular anywhere in the world. Doflamingo is no exception. Who cares that there is such a powerful thug underneath?" Torpal had a long nose and sat under Doflamingo. He said, "Brother Ming, do you want us to issue an invitation letter to him? In his current situation, if he can get a shelter, I believe I will be totally devoted to you, Brother Ming." Doflamingo shook his head. "You would think, with the noise this guy is making now, who can protect him? Besides, people like him will not join us. The red-haired pirates. This little guy can really make a scene." Shanks leaned against the mast, his black skin chirping in the sea breeze, and he held a wine bottle in his hand. In front of Shanks, a group of red-haired pirate crew members were drinking wine around a campfire. Yes. They are having a party. Unexpectedly, in the middle of the banquet, news about Lin Yan came through. Even though it has reached the level of New World 4 emperors, after seeing this news, many people present still choked on their drinks. No matter what, Sakazuki was regarded by their red-haired group as someone they couldn't mess with. He has titles such as Marine General, Marine's strongest combat power, etc. Not to mention the other crew members, even their captain Shanks had to brace himself 200% when encountering him. What's the result? A man like him miraculously lost to a rookie pirate. This is no longer a deed that can be described as a shame or a shame. It's like riding on top of their marines' heads to run wild. The more I look at it, the more absurd it becomes, and the more I look at it, the more funny it becomes. Of course. It was also indispensable for them to laugh at Sakazuki without reservation. At the same time, there is another powerful pirate in this session. "Boss, do you think if we wait until this guy comes to New World, should we?" Just then, Jesus came up with an idea. How sharp is Shanks? I knew what Jesus Bulletin wanted to say right away. He shook his head. No matter how strong he is, we can't invite him to join our pirate group. At least, we have to see what Whitebeard says first. Jesus Bulletin, Lachilu, and others nodded. Just like their current friendship between the red-haired pirates and the Whitebeard pirates. As it should be. Other side. This is the Big Mom pirates. News and newspapers about Lin Yan also came to Cake Island smoothly. Well. This Sakazuki is really getting better and better with each passing day. He can't even take down a small pirate. The ant poured the wine in her hand down her throat and immediately laughed loudly. Under the ant. All the crew members also smiled. Even the 4 emperors have been greatly affected by what Akainu is doing on the sea. They don't have a good attitude towards Marine at all. Especially since it was Akainu who suffered the defeat this time. Not to mention how happy they felt. A large number of wine jars were opened and countless bottles of wine were brought up. Everyone started drinking heavily to celebrate Marine's defeat. "Katakuri, do you think we should recruit Lin Yan?" Smoothie, one of the 3 generals, looked at Katakuri and asked. "It depends on my mother's opinion on this, but it's better not to have any contact with someone like this who rebels against the party." Katakuri expressed his opinion. "Speaking of which, I think the Whitebeard pirates are a little strange. Wasn't there a lot of wanted notices flying all over the place before? Why is there suddenly no movement now?" Smoothie asked again. I don't know about this. Katakuri cried. At this moment, as long as they are the first-line experts in New World, almost all of them have a strong interest in Lin Yan. Among them, the beast pirates are the most violent. I like this Lin Yan. If you can join our pirate group, oh, hey, 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 hey. Kaido drank all the wine in the wine jar in one breath and slammed it on the table, making the table make a violent noise. Touching the Tianlong people proves his courage. Defeated Akainu, proving he was capable. Having betrayed the Whitebeard pirates means that he now has no power. Kaido has always focused on improving the overall strength of his pirate group. In order to achieve his goals, it is not an exaggeration to describe him as using any means necessary. Kaido was very fond of Lin Yan's strength. Just such a person. If he joins other forces, isn't it a loss to their beasts pirates? As for the Whitebeard pirates, hee. Kaido has no good feelings towards Whitebeard. The friction between the two sides on the sea will not last for a day or two. Weaken the white group and increase your own beast group. Kaido never gets tired of it. Leave this matter to me. The ship-reliant king volunteered and prepared to go to the first half of the Great Route to recruit Lin Yan. Chapter 35 Teach goes berserk. All this was originally mine. When the outside world is making huge waves. Of course, the Whitebeard pirates are not stable either. News about Lin Yan spread to the Moby DK. To say that before this, the people on the ship hated Lin Yan. How many people looked on with cold eyes, how many people sneered, and how many people laughed at how long Lin Yan could keep dancing. They have even imagined that under the pursuit of Marine, the rebel Lin Yan was captured and thrown into the great prison under the sea, and was exiled to never-ending peace. After all, even if you, Lin Yan, can hide, can you still avoid Marine's pursuit? Their Four Emperors group is known as the Sea Emperor in the New World. Marine has their footprints all over the world. Especially when it was learned that General Marine actually took action himself. There are more people who want to watch a good show. However, what they never expected was, I thought that with General Marine's intervention, this shameless rebel could be arrested naturally. But with the news of today's newspaper, on the entire Moby DK, everyone goes down to the ordinary soldier crew, right up to the cotter captain. Everyone was shocked by the content in the newspaper. This. I'm not blind, am I? Akainu, he actually lost. No, you Akainu are a marine general. What's going on? Can't you defeat a small pirate? Wait a minute, the newspaper said that Lin Yan stabbed Akainu in the chest? He almost stabbed him in the heart. Nanny. Gitui, it's better now. Akainu will probably hate him for the rest of his life. The moment I saw the newspaper, the illusions of the Whitebeard pirates' crew members disappeared like bubbles. About Lin Yan's strength. If others don't know it, don't they, the Whitebeard pirates, know it? Outside rumors are just rumors after all. They truly saw the difference in Lin Yan's talent. Now you tell me. He is just such a guy who has worked hard for 10 years but still can't get up the wall. He is such an inconspicuous guy in the Whitebeard pirates. It's a guy they don't take seriously at all. He actually took down General Marine? The crew of the Whitebeard pirates were eating normally, when suddenly someone got angry and lifted the table, shouting, if it's difficult, don't do it. Who is not confused by this? Even if their first team captain Marco, second team captain Ace, and third team captain Josa come together, they may not be able to defeat Akainu. The moment the newspaper appeared, everyone just felt like the world was spinning. The world seems to have become quiet. They wanted to see a good show. As a result, he became the one being watched. The gap between before and after is really too big. Of course. Not that no one questions it. After all, Lin Yan could overthrow the general. This is really too outrageous and unbelievable. But the thought just came up. In the blink of an eye, it settled down again. Newspapers are flying all over the place. Marine has not yet come out to refute the rumors. Enough to prove it. This thing is 80% true. Sitting in the main seat, Whitebeard put down the newspaper in his hand. La. This guy is really getting more and more noisy on the sea. Dad, do you think this is true? Marco was still a little unbelievable. Lin Yan is able to defeat Akainu. Doesn't that mean his strength? Now he is superior to all their captains? This is too dreamy, that's Sakaski. Josie also shook his head one after another. Whitebeard looked at the blue sky in front of him, feeling the breeze in his ears, and his inverted beard danced with the wind. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and then he shouted, "Now you know there is pressure? I usually let you practice well. You all slack off, Dad can't keep protecting you all your life." After listening to Whitebeard's words, Marco, Josie, Baista, and others lowered their heads. Lin Yan's blow to them was really big. No need to think about it. From now on, it will be a sure thing that the other party surpasses himself and others. Why? That's all. You said it but you didn't listen, you heard it but you didn't do it, and you did it but you did it wrong. I don't want you to be in trouble. Cultivation is all about self-consciousness. You can figure it out on your own from now on. Whitebeard just gave up and did not continue to entangle in this aspect. Aboard Moby DK. Silence fell briefly. In the corner of the deck. After listening to Whitebeard's nagging, Blackbeard Teach remained calm and returned to his room silently. Bang! Just after returning to the house, Teach slammed the table. There was just a loud noise, and the table turned into powder and shattered on the spot, with sawdust flying everywhere. Teach, on the other hand, had a gloomy face, a terrifyingly ugly face, with bulging veins, like a devil from the abyss of hell, which made people shudder. "This dark fruit is mine, mine. I have been waiting for this day for more than 20 years, more than 20 years. Why was this guy like you the first to get in?" Lin Yan. Teach's roaring voice echoed throughout the room, not to mention how angry he felt. It would be fine if Lin Yan didn't know how to control the dark fruit. So he became the target of public criticism. Then all that is left for him is death. But it happens to be. He betrayed the Whitebeard pirates and provoked the celestial dragons. Even when the general went to arrest him personally, he was repelled. Such a brilliant achievement. When New World's 4 emperors were young, I'm afraid they couldn't reach his level. Every time Lin Yan gets stronger and makes more noise in the New World, Teach feels that he is one step further away from regaining the dark fruit. As one goes and the other goes, how can Teach sit still? But the problem is, look around the world. How many people dare to challenge Lin Yan? The name of the person whose shadow is the tree. On this occasion Akainu lost. Who dares to provoke this evil star? No matter how much he, Teach, wants the dark fruit, he can only suppress his heart and sigh in despair. Could it be? Are you unable to achieve the goals you want in this life? Teach raised his head, a trace of confusion flashed in his eyes. No. No. Not so. I still have a chance. Another great opportunity. Whether it's the Whitebeard pirates or Marine. The two sides have been at odds for so many years. It's time to decide the winner. And just when Marine and the Whitebeard pirates were deciding the winner, he Teach. They all still have the capital to make a comeback. It is never easy to start a dispute. But what a coincidence. A bold idea appeared in Teach's mind. Taking out the phone, Teach dialed Ace's number. "Ace, where are you?" As the phone was connected, Teach asked the other party calmly. Chapter 36 Heading to Alabasta. Lin Yan looked at his system panel. To be honest, he was a little uneasy. What are the system requirements? Withstood 30 rounds in Akainu's hands. But now comes the problem. His fight with Akainu. Are there 30 rounds? Akainu punched 3 times, and then he took the opportunity to drag the opponent into the water. Yes. It stands to reason that he defeated Akainu. But doesn't Lin Yan know that he is being opportunistic? There really needs to be a head-on collision between real men. No need to think about it. The ending must be 7 or 3. Akainu punches 7 times and splits himself into 3 pieces. Finally. System movement came again. Congratulations to host for over-fulfilling the temporary task, rewards are being released. Hey? Are there any rewards for over-completion of tasks? The moment the system prompted, Lin Yan looked towards the panel. For a moment, the hesitation in Lin Yan's heart disappeared. If you overachieve, doesn't that mean that the rewards you get will be even higher? To know. Resisting Akainu for 30 rounds is only an A-level reward. The one higher than A-level is S-level. Put it this way. Sure enough. Just like what Lin Yan was thinking. Congratulations to host, you won, S-level lottery. Good. Lin Yan couldn't help but shout hello. Dear host, do you want to hold an S-level lottery? Sure. The S-level lottery is in progress. Extraction completed. Congratulations to host for getting 5 years of training experience, all attributes increased by 5 levels, and 1 piece talent. The system quickly issued rewards. The moment I saw the system release the reward, Lin Yan suddenly stood up from his chair. It seemed that the injury was not yet healed. Lin Yan grimaced in pain. Fortunately, he was calmed down quickly. What is Lin Yan lacking most now? Strength? Domineering? Devil fruit? Cultivation experience? None of these. The worst thing about Lin Yan was his talent. Even if there was some improvement before, it was only a detail at best. The impact on Lin Yan's growth rate is not great. But things are different now. 1 piece level talent was obtained by myself. How could Lin Yan sit still? System, open the character panel. Lin Yan shouted towards the system. Opening the character panel, opening completed. Character, Lin Yan. Talent, reaching the peak. Fruit, dark fruit LV80. Ability, physical skills LV81. Haki, armed Haki LV81, knowledge Haki LV80, conqueror's Haki LV80. Item, any door, fairy beans X9. Look at the data listed in the panel. Lin Yan couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. Level 80. After 5 years of training experience, my attributes in all aspects have soared to level 80? How much was it before? Around 60. Moreover, the improvement of this level becomes more and more difficult in the later stages. After reaching 50, the experience gained at each level is more than several times that of the previous one. Just relying on his daily practice and looking at the panel that had not made any progress, Lin Yan already felt full of pressure. But even so, the speed of this increase. But it still left Lin Yan stunned. It's so incredible. Previously, Lin Yan was able to fight back and forth with the Lieutenant General, but barely relied on his special ability to defeat Akainu with difficulty. But now, the intervention of 1 piece talent. He is no longer the so-called challenging general before. Today, Lin Yan can only return with hatred even if he asks Akainu to come again. Based on his own rough estimation, before playing against Akainu, Lin Yan was only a substitute general. But now, obtained the 1 piece talent. In conjunction with 5 years of cultivation experience. It's not an exaggeration for Lin Yan to reach the top in 1 step. Him at this moment. He truly has the combat power of a general. Of course. Generals are also divided into 3, 6, or 9 levels. Although Lin Yan is still no match for veteran generals like Akainu. But he won't be beaten to pieces by the opponent with just 3 punches like before. overall. The One Piece level talent obtained this time. Let Lin Yan benefit a lot. Lin Yan, it's time to take medicine. At this moment, the door to the room was pushed open, and Nami walked in from the outside, holding a bowl of medicine in his hand. Although the injury can heal quickly, but still couldn't stand Nami's insistence. No matter what, he must let Lin Yan recover from his injuries. And she is responsible for taking care of her own diet and daily life. At this point, Lin Yan couldn't make the decision. I can only let Nami control me. Every day, I am like an animal in a zoo, waiting for the director to feed me. Fortunately, several days passed and she felt relieved after seeing Lin Yan's injuries completely healed. By the way, why don't you wear the clothes I gave you before? Lin Yan suddenly asked curiously. Nami's cheeks turned red, but she still asked, do you like watching it? Well, how should I put it, not many men would refuse. Lin Yan explained. Although Nami was a little repulsive, since it was Lin Yan's request. With a smile on her face, she put her hands on her hips and said, since you have been so obedient these past few days, I will give you a reward. Say it. Nami returned to the room. When half an hour later, Nami, dressed in a cool outfit, appeared in front of Lin Yan. It's so cool. Nami's figure was so impressive that even Lin Yan couldn't help but give a thumbs up. At the same time, he wiped his nose subconsciously. After making sure nothing leaked out, Lin Yan relaxed. Let's go to Alabasta. Nami pointed in the direction of Alabasta and drove the boat towards the destination. Chapter 37. A blind vagabond came on the boat. The reason for heading to Alabasta. Lin Yan's target was Nico Robin. Nami has been recruited on board, so how could Lin Yan miss Robin? Not to mention, among the tasks issued by the system, the first step is to recruit 5 crew members, including himself, and the influence of each crew member must reach at least A level. It just so happens that now that everything on my side has been settled, it's time to recruit the next newcomer. Lin Yan, look, there's a ship in front of you. On the way out, Nami suddenly noticed a small boat appearing on the distant sea level. The sea doesn't belong to us. Isn't it normal for there to be other ships? Lin Yan replied. On the Grand Line, whether it is a pirate ship, other passenger ships, merchant ships, or even marine warships, etc. There is a constant stream of people coming and going, some are running for a living, some are patrolling the sea, and some are preparing to pass through Fishman Island and reach the New World. The sea area in the first half of the Grand Line is just this size of land. I met him 8 times out of 10. It's totally normal. You'd better come over and take a look. Nami insisted. Lin Yan looked in the direction Nami pointed. It's better not to look at it. After reading it, Lin Yan also paused. Where it enters the eye. It was a one-leaf boat. The boat is pitifully small. At best, it can only accommodate 1 person. This reminded Lin Yan of the time when he betrayed the Whitebeard pirates. He also traveled alone in a lone boat to avoid the search of the Whitebeard pirates. Just the extreme weather on the Grand Line. Lin Yan's boat was almost capsized several times. In other words, he can really understand that without a reliable ship, it is simply a dream to gain a foothold on this sea. The point is, on the boat was a middle-aged man with a cane and a black scarf covering his eyes. Wearing a black scarf? To have such a look. There is no doubt about it. The middle-aged man in front of me is blind. Blind? Stepping on a lonely boat? This. Even Lin Yan today. They all feel incredible. No wonder Nami was so surprised. After a short period of excitement, Lin Yan frowned again. Where is this place? This is the Grand Route. A blind man. Driving a lone boat means you have the courage to face the rough sea. It is absolutely impossible to say that there is no full strength. Lin Yan looked at the other party carefully. It's better not to look at it, Just such a startling glimpse. An image condensed in Lin Yan's heart. This guy is. Lin Yan narrowed his eyes slightly at first, and then a smile appeared on his lips. The light in his eyes was very hot, as if he had seen someone of the opposite S*X on a deserted island in March. The blind man now. You're not a member of Marine yet. Put it this way. When Nami found the blind man raised his head and looked towards their ship. The blind man asked, "Boatman in front, are you going to the Sabayati Islands? Can you give me a ride?" Sabayati Islands? Nami and Lin Yan had just left the Sabayati Islands and were now preparing to head to the Desert Kingdom at the mouth of the Grand Line. It's a pity. They were not along the way. Nami explained, "Unfortunately, we are coming from the Sabayati Islands." She hasn't finished speaking yet. Cherry's little mouth was blocked by Lin Yan. "Follow me on my way, helping others is the basis of happiness, you come up first." Lin Yan covered Nami's mouth with one hand and answered at the same time. "Thank you." The blind man nodded. As the ladder was lowered, the blind man jumped lightly, showing his strength. On the contrary, he climbed up the ladder step by step very skillfully. At first glance, no different from ordinary people. When coming close, only then did Nami see the blind man holding a cane with his hands in the dark. Are you really a blind person?" Seeing the black scarf wrapped around the blind man's eyes, Nami thought it was just a decoration. But when I saw a blind man using crutches to find his way around, he kept groping around. She suddenly came back to her senses. Is this eye patch really not a decoration? I have to say I'm not shocked. That's impossible. As a navigator, Nami is well aware of the dangers on the Grand Line. What's the result? The blind man in front of me just went straight out to sea. If this is not careful, what should I do if I fall into the sea? There is no one around, not even anyone to rescue him. Even if he died, no one would know. This moment, Nami was like a bolt from the blue. The whole person was stunned on the spot. Hearing Nami's question, the blind man was neither arrogant nor impetuous, and always had a kind smile on his face. He said, "I'm really ashamed. I have experienced the injustice of this world in my early years. It is a blessing to be blind. There are really too many dirty people that people can't bear to look at, so I'm going to kill myself and scare you." Although it was just a few words, but Nami could still learn from the other party's tone. I can hear the other party's insistence on the belief in his heart. Such people can be respected no matter where they are. The same goes for Nami. She did not insist on this topic, but asked in a different way, "Then why do you go out to sea alone? The climate on this sea is very extreme. If you are not careful, if you fall, what should I do if the sea breaks out?" The blind man nodded, "Thank you for your concern, but I don't think I have any worries in this regard. After all, I won't fall into the sea so easily." "No worries? Won't fall into the sea? This is no longer visible. Do you know how dangerous this sea is?" Nami felt very strange. You can't even see the road clearly, how do you get to the Sabayati Islands?" The blind man said, "Although I can't see, it doesn't affect my perception of the surroundings. I have heard before that there are everyone on the Grand Line." Nami still doesn't believe it. Now, she believed it. Lonely boat, bad weather, sailing the Grand Line alone, still blind. Various buffs are stacked up. Are you so desperate for life? She originally thought that Lin Yan was invincible by betraying the Whitebeard pirates, attacking the celestial dragons, and angering the black and white factions. She did not expect that the blind man in front of her was more desperate than Luffy. Whose general is this Tama? The blind man raised his head, looked at Nami, and then at Lin Yan. He also asked his doubts, "You two, you are not ordinary people, are you pirates?" But, I am here for you. I can't feel the breath of those pirates on my body. Lin Yan said, can you still feel this thing? The blind man nodded, I am blind in both eyes. But my other abilities are still intact, and I am even a little stronger than before because of this. Indeed. Loss of visual judgment. As an alternative, the 5 senses will also be significantly improved. After a little understanding, Lin Yan felt more and more that the blind man in front of him was the one in his mind. We are destined to meet each other thousands of miles away, but it is rare to meet each other. How about we get to know each other? Dressed like a vagabond, the blind man replied, smile. This is my name. Chapter 38 Inviting the Future Marine General. The moment I heard the name, Lin Yan looked like this. A smile. General Marine 2 years after the war. With terrifying strength, he went through the world conscription and came to the Marine headquarters, defeating Momuzagi, Chado, and other substitute generals. In the end, he was successfully promoted and became one of the most powerful Marines worthy of the name. Yuxiao has also established a lot of prestige among Marine because of his integrity, gentleness, attention to the people, and setting an example. He has even seen the corruption in Dressrosa. This also solidified his opposition to the Shishibukai system. The Shishibukai system must be abolished from their Marines. The failure of the war allowed the 5 elders to put pressure on Sengoku, throwing all the pressure on Sengoku. Sengoku was also forced to abdicate and gave up the position of Marine Fleet Admiral. This position was also competed for by Akainu and Aokiji. The final result was that Akainu used his absolute strength to take the position of Fleet Admiral at the cost of one hand. But Aokiji left Marine because of this, stayed quiet for a long time, and finally revealed that he had joined the Blackbeard pirates. As for the positions of the 2 vacant generals, one was taken by Yuxiao, codenamed Fujitora, and the other fell to Green Bull. Certainly. A smile now. Not the world-famous Marine general codenamed Fujitora. At this moment, he is just a rogue swordsman. He has traveled far and wide and is at home everywhere. He is just a simple spectator. Lin Yan was extremely serious, so you just smile. I have long admired your name. Well. Regarding Lin Yan's appearance, Yuxiao was naturally confused. What does it mean to admire a great name for a long time? Are you famous? Besides, why did Lin Yan in front of him look so familiar when he saw him? After thinking for a while, he smiled and said, You know my name. Ha ha ha. Lin Yan smiled in his heart. The long-term admiration for the famous name is just a courtesy. How could he know Yuxiao's identity? At best, you can just guess it through the other person's appearance. But these thoughts are just in my mind. It is the identity of a Ronin. Haven't joined Marine yet. He has this terrifying strength. If you haven't encountered it, that's it. Now that we have met. If he just allowed Yuxiao to develop freely, he would join Marine in the future, become his enemy, become the puppet of the 5 elders, and create countless troubles for himself. It's better to make a decisive decision now. Counterattack an army. Let's first invite Yuxiao in. The combat power of a general. How could Lin Yan not be moved? Firstly, it weakens Marine's strength, and secondly, it also enhances the overall combat power of his own pirate group. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone, why not? With the most basic courtesy, Lin Yan said very politely, it's natural. When I was sailing around here, I heard about a blind wanderer wandering around in a lone boat. He hated evil and stood up for the people. Go out without hesitation and move forward courageously on your own moral principles. I have wanted to meet you for a long time, and now I finally have the opportunity to see you in person. Nami paused. Haven't you been recovering from your injuries these days? When did you get off the ship? And didn't we just come from the Sabayati Islands? When did you hear that? How come I don't know? Of course. Nami's thoughts are just thoughts. She knew Lin Yan's character and would never do anything she wasn't sure about. Think about it. Or choose to wait and see what happens. Yuxiao was still a little confused. Although he didn't do anything big along the way, he did do some trivial things and helped many villagers solve some difficulties. But this is so-called difficult. Not impressive at all. Unexpectedly, this was known to Lin Yan in front of him. This is something that feels incredible. But Lin Yan said so. I guess I have heard of similar things. You are overly praised. Yuxiao shook his head, seemingly not caring. But the slightly raised corners of his mouth still betrayed the joy in his heart. After all, who doesn't want what they do to be known to others? What are your names? After some courtesy exchanges, Yuxiao became quite curious about Lin Yan's identity. This is my crew, Nami. Lin Yan pointed at Nami and said. Nami bowed slightly to show respect. You are right, we are indeed a pirate ship. The pirate group has just been established. To be honest, we haven't even thought of a name for the pirate group yet. I really haven't thought about the name, Brother Tam. If you have any ideas, you can leave a message here. It's better to be more domineering, thank you. As for my name. Lin Yan thought for a while, and then he said softly, Lin Yan, I wonder if you have heard of it. Logically speaking. Walking on the sea with a smile. They are all blind, so they shouldn't be able to read the so-called newspapers. Lin Yan revealed his identity. However, he still guessed wrong. The moment he gave his name, the smile that originally had a smile on his lips suddenly turned cold. Then his brows furrowed, and surprise flashed in his eyes. The expression he looked at Lin Yan began to gradually change. He smiled and said, Are you the Lin Yan who attacked the Tianlong people and betrayed the Whitebeard pirates? Lin Yan was surprised, You know me? Yi smiled and nodded, Who in the entire Grand Line doesn't know your name now? Lin Yan smiled, but he didn't expect it. Even Yuxiao actually knew about this kind of thing. I have a question. Although he was surprised by Lin Yan's name and identity, after getting acquainted with him this time, Yuxiao could not tell that Lin Yan had the fearless and vicious image in the rumors on Lin Yan's body. When I smiled, I saw that he was elegant and easygoing, like a spring breeze. Even when talking, he was polite and well-controlled. Such people. Is it really that scary? What's the problem? Lin Yan looked over and smiled. You. Why do you want to attack the celestial dragons? You know, what is the goal of Yuxiao? Regardless of whether he wants to join the marine or not, and whether he wants to abolish the 7 warlords of the sea system in the future. Yuxiao truly hopes that the world can be peaceful, so that every citizen can enjoy relatively equal treatment. Where there is injustice, there is a way, and the unjust can be eradicated. An absolutely perfect world, Yuxiao knew that was impossible. But he also hopes to use his own modest efforts to create a happy future for the world. This is what Yuxiao has wanted all his life, and what he wants to accomplish for the rest of his life. Against the celestial dragons. Lin Yan smiled and said. I really didn't expect that you would actually complain for the Tianlong people. Yuxiao denied, No, I'm just curious. You should know what kind of trouble and price it will bring to you and your pirate group after touching the Tianlong people. Let's talk about the Tianlong people. No one in Marine has a good impression. Yuxiao hasn't joined Marine yet, so naturally he won't get close to her. Madara about the misdeeds of the celestial dragons outside. It's not like he hasn't heard of it. Yeah, I know. Lin Yan was thinking rapidly in his mind, and soon he had the answer. It goes without saying how notorious the celestial dragons are. Any crime you name can be linked to them. Lin Yan continued, Everything you do has a motive. My idea is very simple. You don't know something. When I was young, my hometown was attacked by the Tianlong people. Almost all my fellow villagers were caught. Mary Joya, even my parents. What? You said you didn't have this experience. Of course it was Lin Yan who made this nonsense. Said this series of words. It was nothing more than trying to comfort him with a smile. People like Yuxiao. Naturally, I have no interest in pirates. And what Lin Yan has to do now? At least Yuxiao needs to relax. Try to accept yourself. Next. Lin Yan continued to explain blindly. For example, my hometown was looted by the Tianlong people. All relatives were arrested. He barely survived by hiding in the cellar and so on. In short, I can't describe how miserable it is. After some words, even Nami was moved. She covered her little mouth, her heart trembled, and she looked at Lin Yan blankly. Never expected it. Lin Yan actually had such a life experience. If she hadn't met Yuxiao today, she would have never heard of it from Lin Yan. I see. If you want to deceive others, of course you have to deceive yourself as well. This is the case with Nami, and the same is true with Yuxiao. He looked enlightened. If something like this happened to me, I guess I wouldn't be able to calm down easily. It's no wonder that Lin Yan regards the Tianlong people as targets. He even did such a bad thing. Well. He smiled apologetically and said, I'm sorry, I was rude. Looking at the apology with a smile, Lin Yan felt happy. Since ancient times, true love cannot be retained, only tricks can win people's hearts. It worked. But Lin Yan shook his head in dejection, with a look of revenge, and said, if I could, I would also like to do something good for the people of the world and let people all over the world live an equal life. Unfortunately, I know this is impossible. Shishibukai, the pirates of the New World are certainly hateful, but how strong is the Marine? As the top brass of the Marine, do they dare to disobey the orders of the celestial dragons? In the final analysis, the Tianlong people are the masters of this world, and there is a long way to go to dismantle it all. This is a reason. As soon as this statement came out, especially when I heard the words bringing benefit to the people, this made Yuxiao's originally calm heart gradually begin to float. Do you think so too? Chapter 39, Can you become that one-of-a-kind general? I couldn't imagine it with a smile. Lin Yan in front of him actually had the same consciousness as himself. Is this really the man who defeated General Marine and was despised by pirates all over the world? As the saying goes, you know people but don't know their faces. See you today. A smile can be regarded as a lesson learned. Actually, I have selfish motives for telling you so much. Lin Yan said. Selfish? A puzzled smile. Yuxiao, you are going to the Sabayati Islands this time because you want to join Marine, right? Lin Yan raised his head and looked at Yuxiao. Hear this. The smile fell silent. As early as a long time ago, he knew that if he wanted to achieve his goals, joining Marine was the best choice. Marine. This is the place where you can show your talents. What Yuxiao didn't expect was that his idea was actually seen by Lin Yan, whom he met for the first time. Yuxiao did not deny it. He said, I do have this idea. Lin Yan said, do you want to fulfill your ambition through Marine? Looking at the blue sky in front of him with a smile, he leaned on crutches and said, Marine is probably the only place where I can realize my wish. Although I don't know where Lin Yan learned these things and what his own thoughts are. But Marine is indeed where Yuxiao wants to join. Lin Yan's gate of opening came straight to the point, with firmness in his eyes, with a smile, I won't beat around the bush, I want to invite you to join my pirate group. Join your pirate group? After hearing Lin Yan's words, he smiled a little, but he didn't expect that Lin Yan would invite him. After a long time, he smiled and said, we must be meeting for the first time. The implication. It is inappropriate to send out an invitation letter after the first meeting. Lin Yan said, I am a person who values what one wants. The pirate group has just been established, and its main focus is on eye relations. Since we have a good conversation, why not get together and work together? Yuxiao shook his head and said, I also told you that my goal is to join Marine. Since I have chosen Marine, I will naturally stand on the opposite side of you pirates. For pirates. To be honest, Yuxiao is not interested. Moreover, once you join the pirates, it goes against his original intention from the beginning. Lin Yan really felt good to him. But in the final analysis, people like Lin Yan are just an exception after all. The vast majority of pirates are still the kind who burn, kill, loot, and commit all kinds of evil. Don't say anything else. This is the case with the pirates in the East Daxia Sea. Of course, Marine may not be as good as imagined, but at least they are on the side of the people. I believe that with my personal ability, I can still guard the land and protect the peace. After a pause, Yuxiao added. Your strength is very strong. Although I haven't tested it, I can still feel it. Yes, you do have such an ability, but there is one thing I think you need to understand. Having said this, Lin Yan paused for a moment and did not continue to elaborate, deliberately leaving it behind. Which point? Yuxiao asked. Guarding a party's peace requires not only ability and strength, but also a strong background. A man who did not want to be named said it well, when you come out to hang out, you need to talk about your power and background. Without these, if you want to stand out in the mixed marine, it will be difficult to achieve success. As a soldier, what you need to do is obey the orders of your superiors. Given your character who neither fights nor grabs, but easily disobeys Marine's orders, I guess you won't be able to be reused within 5 years. Imagine that you have wasted 5 years and ended up stuck at the level of a soldier. Later, even if you were appreciated by your boss and promoted successfully for other reasons, you would still be stuck at the same level in the end. Under such circumstances, how can you talk about protecting the common people? How can you talk about protecting the settlement of one side? Lin Yan's words hit the nail on the head. Even Yuxiao has confidence in his own power. But after listening to it, especially when you are middle-aged, you can see a lot of things clearly. How many passionate men have ended up unhappy after entering Marine? Who could have predicted it? Will I follow in their footsteps again? This. Yuxiao fell silent, and Lin Yan's words really hit the point. Then what do you think, in order to accomplish all of this, what official rank in the Marine do you need to achieve so that you can use your remaining energy? General. Lin Yan spat out these 2 words without politeness. Hear the word. Even if he smiles, his expression can't help but change. What level is a general? That's one of Marine's highest combat abilities. Be it status or rights. Almost always the top position except Fleet Admiral. Among those millions of Marines, it's nothing more than that there are only 3 such terrifying powerhouses. They are as good as the 4 emperors. His status is also incredibly high. Admired and chased by countless Marines. It is a goal that most people want to achieve even after spending their entire lives. Lin Yan continued, if you want to have the right to speak in Marine, you must step into the position of general. Only when you reach this point can you truly instill the beliefs you want and others will be convinced of you. However, do you think that in as little as 5 years or as long as 10 years, you can become that 1 in a million general with a smile? He smiled and said nothing. He just raised his head and lowered it slightly. The whole person seemed a little depressed. He knows it too. Even in how to have confidence. It is absolutely impossible for him to become a Marine general within 10 years. After all, this position is in Marine. There are only 3. As for Kizaru, Aokiji, and Akainu, which one is not in its prime? Even 10 years later, they are still able to stand strong in Marine. Especially the competition in Marine is also extremely fierce. I want to reach the position of general. Easier said than done? If they don't step down, it will be impossible for them to get up. After a long time, it seemed that he felt that life was helpless and he had no control over his fate. He smiled and sighed, "You are right." Looking down with a smile. Lin Yan had a casual smile on his face. Actually, join Marine wants a smile. As long as the Warring States period is not blind, Marine will definitely have a place for laughter in the future. As the saying goes, gold always shines. A smile is more than gold. If he is gold, then other people are not even the decorations next to gold. Just show some strength. It is already empty to describe it as a blue cloud. Will this career last 5 or 10 years? If he can't reach the level of Lieutenant General within 2 years, then Marine will just live longer and go back. But would Lin Yan say that? Of course he won't. Only a fool would do this. Isn't this for nothing? And soon. Although I don't know if it will happen. But Marine will definitely take action against the Whitebeard pirates. After all, Whitebeard is now in his prime. Over the years, Marine's prestige on the sea has been declining day by day. At this time, it is even more necessary to kill the chicken to scare the monkey. Use the blood of the enemy to pave the way for their Marines to reach the rank of God. Whitebeard at the end of the year. This is the perfect choice for Marine to establish his reputation. Although he has taken away the dark fruit, Blackbeard teach has not yet risen. Will Ace become a bargaining chip again? If a war breaks out on top, there is no need to say more about the subsequent script. Fleet Admiral Sengoku abdicated. Akainu Aokiji competes for the position of Fleet Admiral. The vacant positions will be filled by new Marine generals. A smile. It is one of them. But these are things that happened a few years later. This kind of thing. How can one know with a smile? The main thing is the information gap. After Lin Yan's persuasion, Yuxiao's original determination to join Marine began to relax. Saw a smile. Lin Yan understood. Own opportunity. It's here now. Yuxiao, since Marine can't help you realize your ideal, how about you come to my place and give it a try? Chapter 40 Nami's shock, Yuxiao's strength. Yuxiao realized that Marine was not the best choice. He said, "Do you know why I stabbed my eyes blind?" "I can guess it. I can't stand the injustice of the world, the dirty power, and the coldness of the world. I can't stand the ugly faces of those in power who are watching with cold eyes." Lin Yan replied. "It's still you after all." Lin Yan's words spoke to Yuxiao's heart. "That's why I won't choose to be a pirate." Lin Yan watched and smiled. "I want people like him to join my pirate group. It is indeed very difficult. But if there was no such difficulty, how to live up to the generous reward in the end?" Lin Yan faced the difficulty. He looked at the other person seriously and said, "What kind of person do you think I am?" Yuxiao didn't expect that Lin Yan suddenly wanted to comment on him. "Integrity, sunshine, completely different from the pirates I have encountered in the outside world, and he does not have the bad temper that those pirates should have." Yuxiao gave Lin Yan a very high rating. "Thank you for such a high review. I know you don't have any good impressions of pirates, but you can't beat us all to death with one stick. Maybe I am the exception. You have to understand that if you join Marine now, you will definitely not be reused within 5 years. You have lost your eyesight. You don't want to see the suffering in the world. You don't want your skills to be used in this crowded Marine. Are you buried in it? Smile and say nothing." Listening quietly to what Lin Yan said. "My pirate group has just been established. Not only will it give you the best treatment, but it will also give you a whole new world and a chance to show off your abilities. And this opportunity is right in front of you. Whether you pick it up or give it up is just a matter of raising your hand." At this moment, Lin Yan's words pierced his heart. A smile had already touched him. but at this juncture, Lin Yan added another spark: enter the new world, travel the entire Great Sea route, and travel across the mountains and rivers of the world. Although we cannot completely eradicate injustice in the world, we can at least do something. As far as the eye can see, you will have a clear conscience. Yuxiao, join us, we need you, and the people of this world also need you. As Lin Yan finished speaking, Yuxiao gradually raised his head, his eyes glowing again. As far as the eye can see, there is a clear conscience. The people of this world need themselves. Just a short speech. But it hit the depths of his soul. Just like the light before dawn, I have been through the dark years for many years, and finally it shines on myself. So far. Every time he smiles, he is just a cosmopolitan wanderer. But now, on Lin Yan's body, he couldn't help but rekindle his hope. Yes. A smile has already moved my heart. I heard that even Marine General Akainu was defeated by you. With a pointed smile, he asked Lin Yan. I don't think even Akainu can compare with you. When Lin Yan heard this, he thought it was interesting. I want to compete with you. If you win, I will join your pirate group. Under the black scarf's blindfold, he smiled in a calm yet serious tone, as if he had made up his mind. Lin Yan raised his head suddenly. Really? Certainly. Since both parties have agreed. Yi smiled and said, how about we dock the ship first? Both of them have devil fruit abilities. Fight on the sea. It's obviously inappropriate. Lin Yan said directly, we can't find a place to stay for a while, so let's just start here. Directly here. Yuxiao was surprised by Lin Yan's words. Where is this place? The sea. About Lin Yan's victory over Akainu. A smile can also be heard a little bit. Pulled the other party into the sea. Although it was strange why Lin Yan was not bound by the sea. But he finally escaped from Marine's blockade. The last battle to become famous. Certainly. Yuxiao doesn't care where the fight takes place. Has the fruit of gravity. It's easy to float on the ocean. And what about Lin Yan? How should he gain a foothold? Soon. Smile and see the answer. But he saw Lin Yan pressing his hand on the sea. Boom. The sea was instantly covered with dark fruits. Stepping on the darkness under his feet, Lin Yan took a step forward. I see. Seeing Lin Yan's movements, he smiled and nodded, understanding. While lamenting that Lin Yan still had such means, Yuxiao also felt a slight warmth in his heart. In order to invite herself on the ship as soon as possible, Lin Yan could not wait any longer. Isn't this respect for oneself? And Lin Yan's influence on this sea is what he has shown now. Aim to be on top of the world from now on. It's just a matter of time. Perhaps. Myself many years later. Maybe you will be happy with your choice today? For a moment. The two of them were lined up on the sea. Lin Yan stepped on the darkness beneath his feet. Yuxiao is suspended in the air through the gravity fruit. Bite. With a flash of silver light, he pulled out the sword from the cane with a smile. No excessive nonsense. After entering the fighting state, Lin Yan's eyes were sharp, and he disappeared from the spot in an instant, and came straight with a smile. Yuxiao's expression was as usual, but his eyes revealed the importance he attached to this confrontation. He did not retreat but advanced, and also faced him. The two of them turned into a stream of light, moving as fast as lightning and as fast as thunder. One side is a fist covered in armed domineering, and the other side is a long sword with a cold glow. Boom! There was a crisp collision, like a metal collision. One blow. The sea beneath my feet sank more than 10 meters. Huge ripples, starting from the two of them, were released towards the surroundings. Severe storms continued to rage. Lightning flashed and thundered, strong winds rose suddenly, and undercurrents surged. The peaceful sky just now suddenly became dense with dark clouds, and black clouds rolled in, shrouding the sea. Not far away. Light ships are not large in size. In this wave, there are ups and downs. On deck, Nami is always holding on to the railing. Only then could he barely stabilize his posture. She looked in disbelief at the place where Yuxiao and Lin Yan were fighting. Nami's mouth opened slightly. Don't even mention how surprised I was. It was strange just now. Why would my own captain invite Yuxiao on board for no reason? Now, this is just a simple fight. There was such a horrific aftermath. Even though he followed Lin Yan into the Grand Line and experienced all kinds of things, not to mention witnessing the fight between Lin Yan and Akainu, he gained a lot of experience. But even so, she still couldn't calm down for a long time. This blind man. Is he actually so strong? Chapter 41 The terrifying repressive power of the gravity fruit. Yuxiao's strength has already promoted him to the rank of general for many years. Lin Yan relied on the one-piece talent he obtained last time, and his strength has reached the level of a general. And the reason why he agreed to Yuxiao's invitation. First, I want to invite the other person on board. Secondly, Lin Yan also wanted to test what kind of effect his current strength could produce. Previously, after defeating Akainu and becoming famous in a battle on the Grand Line, although a large number of pirates saw that they had taken a detour. But there are also some stubborn people who are inspired by the rewards and benefits. They took the initiative to attack Lin Yan. The end result speaks for itself. The sea is littered with broken limbs. All kinds of people fell into the sea. The pirate group was destroyed, and the warships were sunk. Lin Yan, on the other hand, drove away from the scene of the incident with Nami unscathed. As for whether they will be saved in the end, that's not something he should consider. But it's different when you smile. Facing such a powerful enemy, even Lin Yan didn't dare to slack off at all. After the first confrontation, Lin Yan and Yuxiao retreated violently. He glanced at Yuxiao. Yuxiao's strength is indeed strong enough. No matter how you put it, you have reached a level comparable to that of a general. But even so, he could still feel the numbness on his arms. My body was even more shocked. Of course. Unlike last time, he was knocked out by Akainu with 3 punches. But he can also be evenly matched with Yuxiao. And Yuxiao had a solemn expression. In the first half of this great voyage, not to mention ordinary pirates, even if you let those group of Shishibukai come over, it's easy to deal with it with just a smile. But under Lin Yan's move, he was almost defeated. How could this keep his heart from being disturbed? It's no wonder that Lin Yan is now famous throughout the Grand Line. His strength. He is also worthy of the outside world's evaluation of him. Yuxiao said seriously, it's really amazing. His words were very matter of fact. It's a sentiment. It's like being out at sea for a long time and finally meeting someone who is your match. In such a state, it can also stimulate the fighting spirit in your body. But all this was heard in Lin Yan's ears. But it made his whole face look weird. Perhaps it was influenced by the evil atmosphere of the pirate world. Lin Yan himself would sometimes use a corresponding tone to taunt his enemies. Especially words like "that's awesome" like Kizaru's. I also learned it and put it into practice. I used to feel that such words deserved a beating. But when he said it in front of his opponent in battle. Don't tell me. What a unique experience. Looking at his opponent's look of disdain for him but unable to kill him. Not to mention how happy I feel. Question Huang Yuan, understand Huang Yuan, and surpass Huang Yuan. This also leads to. Even if I know that I am smiling, it is because of my feelings. Lin Yan also subconsciously equated it with ridicule. Come again. After knowing that Lin Yan's strength was comparable to his own, he smiled and regained his previous calmness. and his face gained a touch of calmness. Under the long knife, the silver light shines brightly. Holding a sword in one hand, he floats in the air, towering over all things. Gravity sword cut. The power was gathered, the sword light flashed, and two sword chi were swung out from Yuxiao's hand. The sword energy passes through the sea, as if tearing apart everything. The sea water is boiling, endless, and the sharp spearhead seems to tear everything apart. Lin Yan took action and took the two sword energy from a smile. But it has just been offset. Just look up. A smile had already come to him. One of the 12 skills of holding high the supreme sharp knife, the gambler's line of fire. Yuxiao added a blow without mercy. Dark water. A vortex appeared in Lin Yan's hand, with veins popping out, and strength emerged, and he grabbed the smiling gambler flame with his bare hands. Clang! There was another loud collision, igniting on the sea. Certainly. How is it okay to just let Yuxiao have the right to speak? Lin Yan turned from defense to offense, and the power of the dark fruit burst out instantly. First, the fruit ability of Yuxiao was confiscated. Then he shouted loudly, "Dark acupuncture point!" The power of darkness swallowed up Yuxiao. The world seemed to be shrouded in black. Everything returns to silence. But how could Yuxiao fail like this? But he saw the armed domineering force attached to the gambler's line of fire. Although there is no fruit, but many years of kendo knowledge are here. There was a bang. Yuxiao broke away from the shackles of this dark fruit. Next, the two kept making moves. Lin Yan took the initiative and frantically used his abilities against Yuxiao. And as a strong man in swordsmanship, Yuxiao's swordsmanship emphasizes subtlety. No matter how fast Lin Yan was, how fierce his attack was, Yuxiao held a sword in his hand and defended Lin Yan's attacks impeccably. Even without the devil fruit, he is still able to handle it with ease. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had been playing for more than 3 hours and had already finished the previous round. Lin Yan went all out in almost every attack, leaving no room for effort. The fight is mutual. Yuxiao wanted to resist. Naturally, the same force must be used. Faced with Lin Yan who was going all out, Yuxiao was forced to show her absolute strength. After a fierce battle, Lin Yan was already panting heavily and sweating profusely. Yuxiao barely felt better, but it was not much better. There was sweat on his forehead, and his breathing was not as steady as before. On basic strength, Lin Yan was definitely no match for Yuxiao. After all, in the final analysis, he is just the latter who has just been promoted. And a smile. He has been in the field of generals for many years. The main thing is, over time, the blocking ability effect of the dark fruit has long since dissipated. After understanding Lin Yan's attack method and his strength, it's time. This fight was settled. It was because Yuxiao had not caught Lin Yan's flaw before that he had not taken action with all his strength. Now, this flaw, he has already found it. Buzz. In an instant, the surrounding air began to twist, the scene became chaotic, and the gravity fruit was released again. Gravity Knife Tiger. Gravity Formation Suppression. This time, Yuxiao released 2 abilities in succession. The gambler's line of fire has gathered into a black sword energy, which seems to be carrying tens of thousands of pounds of gravity. Even if it just crosses the sky, the air will splash out ripples. At the same time, there was a loud bang from the magnetic field. Huge pressure was like airflow, gathering towards Lin Yan's body. Lin Yan, who was speeding along, suddenly changed his expression. He was shocked to find out. Own speed. It has slowed down. His legs seemed to be stuck in a quagmire, and the slow speed made him feel like he was carrying 2 mountains on his back. Gravity fruit. In addition to enhancing Yuxiao's attack, The most important thing is to suppress the enemy and suppress everything. It was at this time. With a smile, his body began to twist. No. Not a twist. But the speed was so fast that Lin Yan couldn't even catch it with his eyes. After all, not only does Yuxiao possess a top devil fruit, his physical fitness has also reached the top level in the world. A superb swordsmanship. At the moment when Lin Yan's body became sluggish, a smile had already come to him. Look at Lin Yan's pupils tightening, looking defenseless. Gamblers stand out on the line of fire. Yuxiao slashed the sword down without ceremony. Win or lose. It has reached a very obvious level. Chapter 42, the outcome is decided, and the meteorite is affected. The long knife is like a tiger descending from the mountain, and the tigers roar above. With the final blow of a smile. The scene looks like Lin Yan has reached a critical point. Seeing that he is about to reap the fruits of victory. Even though it was a smile that was always tight on the face, they couldn't help but have a smile on their lips. Even if Lin Yan loses. For them. That's enough. After all. How old is Lin Yan now? He looks like he is in his 20s, not even 30 yet. Compare your heart to your heart. Myself back then. At the same age as Lin Yan. Can I do what he does? The answer is of course no. Yuxiao thinks that his talent is pretty good. Comparable to Lin Yan. But it is like stars and bright moon. Not to mention being able to be on par with Lin Yan, being 1/10 as good as him is already considered good. No matter what. This is placed in the grand line, especially in the first half. She is already the best among the best among the best. Marine gave him a reward of 2 billion. It's really not allowed. As for what he had promised before to defeat himself, he would join the other party's pirate group. It's basically a joke. Actually. Ask yourself. Yuxiao also already has the intention to join the Lin Yan pirates. In other words, even though Lin Yan failed to achieve his goal, Yuxiao will still choose his pirate group. Although we have known each other for a short time. But Lin Yan also gave him a sense of déjà vu, as if he had met him late. Seeing the other party has reached the point where there is no resistance. He could even swing a knife with force when he smiled. It has also become lighter. Even he has already thought about it. How to comfort Lin Yan, who was frustrated next. But the moment this idea came up. Suddenly. When I smile, my eyes blur. Immediately afterwards, Lin Yan suddenly escaped from the constraints of his gravity array. What? He smiled and frowned, with a look of surprise on his face. Yes. Lin Yan had broken free from the constraints of his gravity array. At the same time, he dodged and came to Yuxiao. With a smile, you are a bit. Lin Yan was so fast that even his voice became sluggish. When he rushed over, he added to a do, it's too early to be happy. After a sound, he was caught off guard and was blown away with a smile. The light is dazzling, penetrating the sky, and turbulent in all directions. With one punch, Lin Yan knocked Yuxiao away. It's not over yet. The wind blows under his feet and comes first. Before he could stabilize his figure with a smile, he followed up with a second punch. He made up hundreds of attacks in one go. After all, he stabilized his body with a smile and returned to defense with his long sword. Blocked Lin Yan's fatal punch. But even so, he smiled but was also extremely embarrassed. The body is also covered with the black aura of many dark fruits. How did you escape my gravity array? Needless to say, Yuxiao's gravity fruit, the devil fruit itself, is a top-notch existence, not to mention that the person who exerts the effect is the strongest among the strong. Although he is not bloodthirsty, he can accurately grasp the effects of the gravity array. Knowing how much strength to use, Lin Yan can be firmly locked in the gravity array. Lin Yan was certainly strong. But Yuxiao didn't think that the other party could break free from his shackles. At least, in his opinion. That blow just now. It is indeed the watershed between victory and defeat. However, the result was something that Yuxiao never expected. Lin Yan suddenly became angry again. Not only did he break free from the muddy shackles of the gravity array, he even turned against the general. His strength suddenly exploded, and he was beaten back step by step with punches. How to break free? Lin Yan said nothing. He just looked at him calmly and smiled. A smile calmed his breathing. He didn't rush to attack. Instead, he began to think about Lin Yan's strange behavior in his gravity array just now. Vaguely, Yuxiao seemed to see a bean appear in Lin Yan's hand. After eating that bean, Lin Yan not only broke free from the gravity array, but his strength returned to its peak. Not to mention far away. Just those few punches I just gave him. He was beaten to the point where he was helpless. Did you just eat something? Yuxiao asked. Good. Lin Yan didn't deny it either. Talk about it. Able to break free from Yuxiao's gravity array. Inseparable from the fairy beans. Although for them, long battles are out of the question. But in the final analysis, it is only based on the situation where both sides have one move and no move. Lin Yan and Yuxiao fought with all their strength. Lin Yan himself could already clearly feel the loss of energy, physical fatigue, and mental fatigue. Relatively speaking, Yuxiao was naturally affected. The strength will definitely not be as sharp as it was at the beginning. What? Why do you think Akainu and Aokiji fought for 10 days and 10 nights? How can their situation be compared with that of Lin Yan and Yuxiao? Akainu and Aokiji really fight for the position of Fleet Admiral, fighting to the death. To describe them as fighting for their lives is not an exaggeration. After a battle is over, 10 years of life will definitely be saved. Moreover, inside the world of pirates, you really can't use this aspect to measure a person's strength. Maybe Akainu and Aokiji were really devastating at the beginning, and the whole island would be razed by them. But who can guarantee that they can keep fighting in this state? In the midst of war. It's less than a few hours before and after. Whitebeard still can't hold on. Same thing. The same goes for Akainu and Aokiji. The follow-up was due to lack of strength. Both of them were at their wits' end. I had no choice but to fight in the American real man style, where you punch me and I'll punch you back, and you might even be able to stand still with your last breath. The foundation established by Lin Yan and Yuxiao was just based on discussions and bets. It's not to the point of not doing anything at all costs. Lin Yan was exhausted. Yuxiao had consumed at least 70% to 80% of his physical strength. But it is at this juncture. A fairy bean. The physical difference between Lin Yan and Yuxiao was resolved. It is precisely because of this ability. Use peak condition. Get rid of the fruity effects of a smile. In the end, he turned from defense to offense and gained the upper hand. Back to business. It should be said that the gravity array has no effect on Lin Yan. This is not enough to surprise Yuxiao. What surprised Yuxiao the most was, he was physically overloaded just now. What's going on right now? Why is it suddenly so full of life again? Yuxiao fell into deep thought. He wanted to ask. But think about it. Still didn't ask further. It seems that I am no longer your opponent. Yuxiao seemed to have seen his own ending. Certainly. There is another way. That is a waste of life. But Yuxiao is not so crazy. He looked up at the sky. His expression was as usual, his face was indifferent, and he smiled and continued, then let's use this last move to determine the winner between the two of us. Yuxiao put the long knife into the sheath and resumed the appearance of leaning on a cane at the beginning. This moment. A strong and powerful breath. He suddenly rose from the ground and was pulled towards the sky. Seeing Yuxiao behave like this, Lin Yan's face instantly became serious. Sure enough. The next second. On this sea. Suddenly a huge black shadow appeared. Look up. A huge meteorite. It was rapidly expanding in Lin Yan's eyes. Chapter 43 Recommendations from Yuxiao's crew. This is. On the boat, Nami raised his head and looked at the meteorites coming quickly. Nami's pupils were shaking. Involve a meteorite? This. Nami is so shocked at this moment. Simply unheard of. What kind of method is this? Lin Yan looked towards the sky. Planetary devastation? How awesome! This was just a casual slap with a smile. Talk about it. Yuxiao has never shown his true strength. It is absolutely impossible for the gravity fruit to affect only one meteorite. In other words, just smile and be willing. He can completely cover his opponent with meteorite rain. Just think about it. Meteorites fell one after another. This would put him on top of a war scene. The party that is the enemy of Yuxiao will definitely have a huge headache. Certainly. Lin Yan was just sighing. Dark cave path. He rose into the sky and headed straight for the meteorite. Raise your hand. The power of the dark fruit surges. The dark aura swallowed up Yuxiao's meteorite in an instant. It's funny to say. The ability to influence meteorites with a smile. It looks gaudy. But actually, as long as he is a capable and strong person in New World, almost all of them can be defeated with swordsmanship or other abilities. But this does not rule out the situation of Yuxiao letting the water go. After all, from beginning to end, just smile and don't talk about fishing. But he never showed his ultimate strength. The gravity fruit has a squeezing effect. Dozens of meteorites are squeezed together, collapsed and compressed, and their density reaches a very terrifying level. If you drop a meteorite in this way, I'm afraid even if the 4 emperors come, they will have to waste some energy. With Lin Yan's current strength, resisting this meteorite is no problem. The meteorite was engulfed. Everything disappeared. With a smile and a long sigh, he said, I lost. Can be picked up and put down. This is the style of Yuxiao. Give. Suddenly, Yuxiao noticed that something was thrown from Lin Yan's hand. I caught it subconsciously, and a bean appeared on my palm. This is the one you just took. Although he was curious, out of his trust in Lin Yan, he smiled and ate without saying a word. But the moment I just ate it, as soon as he smiled, his expression suddenly changed. He was shocked to realize that his physical injuries and physical strength were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Just like Lin Yan, who was still in a state of embarrassment just now, he suddenly became energetic again. The body feels even more nourished. It's like soaking in a hot spring. Tens of thousands of pores bloom. Indescribably comfortable. What is this? Even with a smile, after taking the fairy beans and feeling the effects brought by the fairy beans, he couldn't help but ask in surprise. In order to win this bet, I had no choice but to use these methods. Don't be surprised. Lin Yan greeted. After all, he did this through unfair means. Only then did he barely win. No problem. Yuxiao didn't care. He had been completely attracted by Lin Yan's fairy beans. Next, Lin Yan explained the function of fairy beans to Yuxiao. When I heard that taking one pill can instantly restore your physical strength, Yuxiao stood up from where he was in surprise. Such a thing as instant recovery of physical strength. If you don't experience it personally, Yuxiao couldn't believe it. In this world, there is such a thing. Yuxiao also asked about where the fairy beans were obtained. Lin Yan explained, I met a plant a few years ago and picked a few grains from it. As soon as this statement came out, Yuxiao seemed to have a conclusion. In the pirate world, encountering something you don't know about You're right to blame the devil fruit. He smiled and said, I guess that plant must have eaten a devil fruit. Different from humans or other animals. Plants, even those metals, how to take devil fruit. This has always been a place Lin Yan was curious about. When everything is settled. Lin Yan stood up. Yuxiao joins his own pirate group. Why is he unhappy? Even his tone became particularly excited, and he said, with a smile, from today on, you will be the second crew member on my ship. Welcome, welcome. Nami clapped her hands and followed closely. It was the result of Yuxiao and Lin Yan's fight. No need to think about it. From then on, their pirate group soared into the sky. It's just a matter of time. Nami was also happy for Lin Yan from the bottom of her heart. Main mission: establish a pirate group. Request: as a pirate, what can you do without a pirate group? Host is requested to have an exquisite ship as a navigation tool as soon as possible. The staff should be at least 5 people including host, and ensure that everyone has influence in the original work. Achieved level A. Reward: S-level lottery. Current progress: 3/5. The mission of establishing a pirate group. It's a little closer to completion. Sensing Lin Yan's enthusiasm. Although you can't see the smile, you can still feel the joy and trust. This is a situation that Yuxiao never experienced before when he was wandering alone on the sea. From Lin Yan here. His views on pirates gradually changed a lot. Perhaps. I really made a good decision. By the way, what is the name of our pirate ship? Yuxiao asked. This. Lin Yan laughed, he really hadn't thought about it, and he continued, we'll wait until a new crew is gathered in the future. Okay. Yuxiao nodded. Now that he has decided to join Lin Yan's pirate group. From now on, he is also a member of this pirate group. Yuxiao suddenly had an idea. It's my first time joining you, so I don't have any gifts to give you. But I can see that you want to recruit some powerful crew members to increase the strength of our pirate group. To be honest, I have someone here you can consider. Yuxiao spoke in a very serious tone. When I heard it, I laughed and wanted to recommend it. Lin Yan was immediately interested. Don't say that. I feel very lucky that you agree. Don't be so restrictive in the future. He waved. As far as the current situation is concerned, Yuxiao can join in. Lin Yan was already very lucky. Cut off marine. This is not something that ordinary people can encounter. After a pause, Yuxiao asked, who do you recommend? He smiled and said to Lin Yan, this is an old friend I met on the sea in the early years. Although this guy is very nervous, he is not inferior to me in terms of strength. I have fought with him for a day and a night, but in the end there was no winner. It was precisely because of this confrontation that he and I didn't know each other before, and we had a very happy conversation, and we have become close friends since then. Hear this. Lin Yan's ears perked up. Not under a smile? There is no need to say more about the strength of Yuxiao. General Marine 2 years later. Their strength is not inferior to that of Akainu and Aokiji. He can beat Yuxiao on par. What does that mean? It means that the other party is at least a general level figure. Lin Yan took a deep breath. Made. When? The general's terrifying strength has reached the point where he can be seen everywhere? Is it really that cheap? But, having said that, if this can bring the other party in, wouldn't he just be getting rich? Chapter 44, Cutting off Hu Huangmu, the second Marine General. What's his name? Lin Yan calmed down and asked quickly. At the time of inquiry, Lin Yan narrowed his eyes. Suddenly, a flash of lightning flashed in his mind. It was as if he had an epiphany. In Lin Yan's heart, a figure emerged. Could it be Aramaki? He said the name with a smile. Really? Lin Yan's face showed a true look. The strength of the general. I am an old acquaintance with Yu Xiao. Think about it for a moment. This range can be reduced to extremely small. Yu Xiao noticed Lin Yan's strange behavior and asked curiously, Captain, do you know his name? Heard? More than just heard. Said with a smile. Lin Yan was immediately excited. My hands couldn't help but tremble. Just now he took Yu Xiao under his command. If there is one more Eremo now. That's it. There are 2 general-level combat capabilities on board. New World just pushed and walked sideways. How could he not be excited? Cut off Marine? Is this a cut off? Wal Kakuzu was poached by himself. Ahem. Lin Yan coughed twice and quickly returned to his previous expression, but his heart was still pounding. He denied, I don't know. I don't know. Real. Yu Xiao suddenly remembered that when Lin Yan saw him, he said that he had admired his name for a long time. At the time I thought it might be a coincidence. You can think about it a little bit. It's easy to see the exposed chicken feet. In order to avoid overthinking with a smile, Lin Yan changed the subject and said, by the way, where is this Huang Mu you are talking about? Hearing this, Yu Xiao fell silent. He heard a while ago that I was planning to join Marine, and he is about to leave. Lin Yan looked shocked. What? Speaking of which, we were both planning to join Marine's camp, but we happened to meet you. Yu Xiao explained. Do you know where he is now? Lin Yan asked again. I know. Yu Xiao once went to Huang Mu and knew where he lived. Without further delay, let's set off quickly. This would allow Aramaki to join Marine. Aren't my intestines going to turn green? Lin Yan didn't want this to happen at all. Just do it. Lin Yan directly asked Nami to turn the boat around and drive the light boat, and he was going to go straight to Huang Mu. No. At this moment, Yu Xiao shook his head. The 2 were invited to join Marine together. He has already set off. Aramaki himself is also impatient. How could he sit still and wait for death? He smiled and said, I have already set off. Aramaki should also have left the place where he lives. Maybe he has arrived in Marine now. This. Lin Yan was speechless for a long time, but he still insisted, you have to give it a try, right? He still didn't want to give up Huang Mu. The general's fighting power. If this is a miss. 80 years later, when I was just buried, I could kick open the coffin board, sit up and slap myself, saying, I really deserve to die. But our ship shouldn't be fast enough. The boat underfoot can drive automatically, and the speed is pretty good, but it will take at least a few days to reach Aramaki's residence. When they arrived at their destination, they knew without thinking that the building would be empty. The kind where the dishes are cold. Let's just run over there. Lin Yan couldn't hold it. If he ran over directly, he didn't know if it would be late. I have an idea. Suddenly, Yu Xiao raised his hand and began to use the gravity fruit. They all have ships floating in the air. Use your own power to control the ship and fly over. This is the fastest way. Yu Xiao said, it will be faster to use my ability. Good. Lin Yan agreed without saying a word. Next. Their ship sailed rapidly through the sky. Knowing that the situation was urgent, Yu Xiao also used his own strength. Feeling the strong wind in my ears. Nami squatted in the corner and covered her ears. Simply with Lin Yan's help. Nami could barely whisper against the biting cold wind. The flight lasted a full day and night. Finally, Yu Xiao took Lin Yan to the destination. So galloping. Even a smile makes me sweat, and my breathing becomes very uneven. Simply. They arrived at Aramaki's residence. Where it enters the eye. This is a mountain forest. The surrounding vegetation is swaying very regularly. Just a glance. Lin Yan was sure that this was a puppy with the ability of sensen fruit. Directly in front of the forest, there is a tree-lined path. At the end of the tree-lined path is a residence made of thatched cottages standing in the middle of the lake. Captain, that's right there. Yuxiao pointed to the thatched house. Without saying a word, Lin Yan disappeared from the spot with a whoosh. In the blink of an eye, he came to the door of the thatched house. Open the door and take a look. It's empty inside. It's over, this guy has indeed left here. Seeing this scene, I smiled and my heart went cold. As for Lin Yan, after seeing everything empty in the house, his face, which was happy at the beginning, gradually turned gloomy. In the end, is it still a step too late? He really planned to take Yuxiao and Huang Muan and make them his crew. Never expected it. Still can't catch up. Well. Yuxiao shook his head and blamed himself. You blame me. If I hadn't made that bet with you, Captain, if I had come here as soon as possible, I might not have had time. Lin Yan was also very disappointed, but he shook his head. This has nothing to do with you. It would be great if I could find Huang Mu. If I can't find him, it will only prove that I am not destined to be with him. Yuxiao sat on the stone table next to him. I traveled in a hurry for a day and a night, but in the end this was the result. This is a bit hard to accept. Hey! Just then, Nami suddenly discovered that there were several footprints on the tree-lined path. The footprints were neither deep nor shallow, as if they had just been stepped on. What's wrong? Lin Yan asked. These footprints, Lin Yan, I feel that the person you are looking for has just left here. Nami explained to Lin Yan and Yuxiao. Lin Yan quickly stepped forward and looked at the footprints Nami pointed at. Thought for a moment. Anyway, we have already reached this point, we have come, why not give it a try? Lin Yan said, which of you knows the marine branch nearby? Upon hearing this, Nami took out his map. Let me take a look. I want to become the world's top navigator from now on. How could Nami not be carrying a map? The map is not very detailed. But it is a branch of marine after all. What is recorded above is quite clear. Take a quick glance. Soon. Nami then found the way forward for the marine branch. Look at Nami's appearance. Lin Yan also sighed, it has to be you. Nami smiled, I will try my best to help you. After searching for a while, Nami quickly found the path, found it. Yuxiao said in surprise, you don't want to go to the marine branch and snatch Aramaki out of it? This is absolutely impossible. Although he came to Lin Yan's pirate group, available for a marine, Yuxiao still doesn't want to be their enemy. You are overthinking it. Aramaki must have left not long ago. We chase him along the road to the marine branch. We should still be able to catch up. Lin Yan had exactly this idea. After finalizing his decision, he took Nami and Yuxiao and chased after him. Chapter 45 Aramaki was shocked. Have you joined the pirate group? Unless Marine invites you intentionally. If not. Generally speaking, there is only one step to join Marine, which is to report to the nearest Marine branch. Then start as a recruit and slowly be observed to see if you have enough strength. Once you pass the assessment and gain a foothold in Marine, and if your strength is enough, then promotion in Marine will be smooth. Lin Yan and Yuxiao chased along the nearest Marine branch road at extremely fast speeds. About half an hour later, in the mountains and jungles, Lin Yan and Yuxiao discovered the figure of a man. It's him. Although Yuxiao couldn't see clearly, he could still feel the aura emanating from Huang Mu. Hear this. Lin Yan felt happy. Fortunately, we arrived in time. Aramaki was not allowed to arrive at the marine branch immediately. Think of this. The two of them fell from the sky with a whoosh. Sudden movement. Naturally, Aramaki looked wary. With a cigar in his mouth, Huang Mu suddenly raised his head. Who? Take a closer look. I found out after laughing. Aramu was stunned for a moment, and then he felt happy, a smile? Why are you here? But he saw Ongmu with a smile on his face. Open your arms. I gave Yuxiao a big hug directly. Feeling Aramu's enthusiasm, he smiled awkwardly and said, there are still people here. Even so, there is also some lingering fear in the smile. Fortunately, I caught up. If only it were a step later. I'm afraid I really won't be able to eat at the table. Speaking of which, I see you are in a hurry. Where are you going? Huang Mu looked at Lin Yan and Yuxiao and found that they looked like they had traveled several days. He asked curiously. Of course I'm here to find you. Yuxiao gestured towards Huang Mu. Looking for me? You're not looking for me to drink, are you? Aramaki laughed loudly and said boldly, although we had a close fight last time, you may not be my opponent when it comes to drinking ability. Yuxiao is not very fond of drinks. But Aramu is different. It has a lot of fruits in itself. It is not impossible to go without food for many years. And looking across the sea, who wouldn't be interested in drinks? The same is true for Aramaki. Even if you don't eat, you still can't do without drinking. Then why not give it a try? Yuxiao originally had such a plan. He stated his purpose abruptly. I'm afraid the other party won't be able to accept it for a while. Drinking is different. For men, there is nothing that cannot be discussed over a wine table. Looking at Aramaki's familiar arms and legs, Lin Yan smiled faintly, and he followed. Nearby town. In a tavern. Lin Yan smiled, and the three of Huang Mu gathered together. 10 jars of drinks were served. Each jar is filled with aged wine, and is as big as a vat. The aroma of the wine is fragrant and spreads for miles. Huang Mu glanced at Lin Yan and asked, "Who is this?" Yuxiao was about to explain, but Lin Yan waved his hand and said, "As the saying goes, 1,000 cups is too little for a close friend. You drink first and don't worry about me." Oh, he is still a cultural person. Huang Mu was quite surprised and said, "Okay, then I will catch up with Yuxiao for now." Hearing Lin Yan's words, he smiled and raised the wine glass in his hand. The sounds of collisions followed. The two of them drank heavily, drinking and singing. Extremely bold and unrestrained. It didn't take long for the two of them to waste all the 10 jars of wine. Lin Yan was not polite and continued to let the store serve wine. The store owner was also a little confused. Looking at Niu Yin's smile and Huang Mu, his Adam's apple couldn't help but roll a few times. How can anyone drink like this? But looking at Lin Yan throwing out the golden jewelry, he looked like he was not short of money. The store owner also quickly handed over 10 jars of wine again. What Huang Mu said is true. On drinking, Yuxiao is really no match for him. Almost 50 years old, his face turned red when he smiled, but Aramu's expression was as usual, but there was a hint of confusion in his eyes, but he could still stay awake. It was really hard to laugh. In order to help Lin Yan recruit Huang Mu, it can be said that it is powerless to resist. Faced with Aramu's clinking glasses, everyone is welcome. Even Aramaki followed up and said in surprise, "Okay, smile, you didn't have the drinking capacity you have now. How can you drink so much after not seeing each other for a few days?" Yuxiao said calmly, "I haven't been convinced by you yet, come again." Good. Seeing Yuxiao still persisting, Aramaki's eyes lit up. How many years? How many years have you not drank so heartily? When drinking, you still have to look at people. After the opponent smiled, Aramu felt as if he had been given a shot of chicken blood, his whole body was on edge. When he drank to his heart's content, Aramu laughed unceremoniously. The two of them continued to be furious, and the number of wine jars had reached 100. To avoid being disturbed, Lin Yan even booked the entire restaurant. Of course money is important. Compared to a strong man like Huang Mu. No matter how much money you spend, Lin Yan will be happy. Not long after, when the number of wine jars reached 200, Yu Xiao and Huang Mu gradually slowed down. He smiled and burped, while Aramu's face flushed. And the atmosphere. It was almost brewed by Yu Xiao. Seeing Aramaki's happy expression, he smiled and asked, "Aramaki, are you going to join Marine this time?" Aramu drank up the rest of the wine in the wine jar, and looked sideways with confused eyes. "Hey? Strange, why do you ask this question? Can't you just ask?" "Ha ha ha, you kid, weren't you the one who persuaded me to join Marine? What? Are you ready to report to Marine with me now?" Yu Xiao fell silent for a while. Indeed. When I first met Aramaki, he mentioned it to Huang Mudian. I may join Marine in the future. The target of a smile upon hearing this is Marine. A confidant is hard to find. Aramaki also became interested. He simply refused to do anything and decided to join Marine's camp with Yu Xiao. This. After a while, I smiled and didn't know how to say it. Anyway, we have reached this point, and he no longer hides his smile. He pointed to Lin Yan beside him and said, "Let me introduce it to you." When he was drinking just now, Huang Mu had already noticed Lin Yan. Faced with his own glass clinking, Lin Yan also refused. This naturally aroused Aramu's admiration. Being able to drink and having such similar interests made him couldn't help but look at Lin Yan more. However, from the beginning to the end, Huang Mu still didn't know Lin Yan's identity. At this time, Yu Xiao said, "This is Lin Yan, he is my captain." Aramu held the wine jar, originally waiting for Yu Xiao's introduction. But after saying this with a smile, this also caused him to turn his head suddenly, and he couldn't help but pause in the movements of his hands. Immediately, he looked towards Yu Xiao with disbelief. Chapter 46, Can your ship carry both of us? Crack. A crisp slap sounded in the tavern. After hearing Yu Xiao's words, Aramaki even thought that he had drank too much and had hallucinated. Captain? In the pirate world, there is almost only one answer to what can be called these two words. Of course, there are countless captains of those pirate groups across the entire Grand Line. It has become commonplace. But the problem is, that is for others after all. As Aramaki, who is very familiar with Yu Xiao's character, he couldn't imagine it. One day, I can actually hear such words from Yu Xiao's mouth. No. Am I crazy? Are we separated from each other? Am I out of my mind? Aramu couldn't believe his ears. But I felt the burning pain on my face. Aramaki realized that this was not an illusion. At this moment, even the flushed face and the strong smell of alcohol on his body were mostly dissipated because of Yu Xiao's words. Just a smile, you. Not to mention, Yu Xiao's words really put Huang Mu out of control. His eyes were dull, his expression was astonished, and his eyes were as white as copper bells. With a glimmer of hope, Huang Mu then asked, "Yu Xiao, are you kidding, right?" Yu Xiao glanced at Lin Yan and shook his head firmly. "I'm not kidding, this is indeed my captain. I came here specifically to see you." With a smile he spoke again. After checking back and forth several times, Aramaki was finally sure. A smile. He really joined the pirates. As a friend who has known me for many years, how could Aramu not know Yu Xiao's original ideals and obsessions? Otherwise, he would not choose Marine, and would like to continue on the path of Marine. And Aramaki could clearly feel Yu Xiao's obsession to change the world. Seeing such an ideal with a smile, Aramaki also decided to accompany him. See how high a smile can reach in the end. But I never thought about it. The late emperor died in the middle of his career before he started his business. The two agreed to join Marine together. He has already set off. There was only one step away from Marine. What's the result? You're riding a horse. Came here early in the morning and told me that you joined the pirate group? Why? Listen. Is this human language? Really? Aramaki was stunned. Well. Now that the matter has come to this, he no longer dodges with a smile. He said, I don't want to hide it from you anymore. In fact, the reason why I come here to drink with you is that besides wanting to have a good drink with you, I still have selfish motives. In the final analysis, after all, I still hope to invite you to join our pirate group before you join Marine. Speaking of which, Yuxiao lowered his head in shame. Even if it was him, when he said this. It's all a bit hard to talk about. No, I don't care about that. Huang Mu shook his head. He really didn't care about the purpose of Yuxiao. At least, Huang Mu drank the wine happily. What concerned him most was... Huang Mu looked at Lin Yan aside. The man in front of me. How did he recruit Yuxiao into it? To know. Aramo knows better than anyone how the eyes of a smile destroy themselves. In other words, Yuxiao's obsession is deeper than anyone else's. Under such circumstances, Lin Yan not only made Yuxiao change his mind, but even volunteered to join his pirate group. If we say it was just a friend relationship brought about by a smile before. So now. Huang Mu became very interested in Lin Yan. Actually. Regarding which force to join. Aramaki doesn't care at all. He is free and loose, and in terms of obsession, he is not as deep-rooted as Yuxiao. Looking at Lin Yan, he asked, What's your name? I just introduced it with a smile. It's just a pity. Aramaki was attracted by the word captain. As a result, the first half of the paragraph was ignored. Lin Yan. Lin Yan repeated. Lin Yan. Hearing this name, Aramu felt that it sounded familiar. After thinking for a while, he showed a look of realization. I said, why does it look so familiar? It turns out to be you. About Lin Yan's deeds. How could Aramaki not know? He rebelled against the Whitebeards and attacked the celestial dragons. Even Marine General Akainu was defeated by him. Think of this. Huang Mu nodded secretly. No wonder Yuxiao agreed to join the other party's pirate group for the first time. There are some means. Certainly. But these are not enough. Huang Mu opened a wine jar, took it up and took a sip. He heard a clang sound and pressed the wine jar on the table. He looked at Lin Yan and asked, I have a question that I want to ask you to answer. Confused. Lin Yan looked at the other party's posture, calmed down and said, What's the problem? Aramu looked at Yuxiao and then at Lin Yan, with an 8-trigram smile on his face. I'm just curious, how did you convince Yuxiao? And, since you were able to convince him, I think you must know Yuxiao. His past, and the story of his eyes. Lin Yan nodded, and while he secretly said that Huang Mu was rough and subtle, he did not forget to sigh that he was actually like this 8 trigrams. After thinking for a moment, he said concisely, prescribe the right medicine to the case. Different from ordinary people, people like Yuxiao. Being tough won't work. Maybe it's tough, you're not his opponent yet. If you proceed step by step, go straight to the topic, and point out the key points, you will have unexpected results. But just this acquaintance with Aramaki now. Lin Yan could roughly tell that his personality was completely opposite to Yuxiao's. If you want to recruit Aramu, you must at least be tough. Prescribe the right medicine. Huang Mu was stunned by Lin Yan's cold and ambiguous answer, but he wanted to persuade Yuxiao, and it seemed that this method really worked. He continued, I heard from Yuxiao that you came to me this time because you wanted to persuade Yuxiao. Can I also recruit you to join your pirate group? Lin Yan nodded and said, yes. Aramaki took another sip of wine, wiped the drink from his mouth, and asked, "Why are you looking for me?" Lin Yan said very straightforwardly, "There are two reasons. First, it is the idea of laughing. Second, I also hope to have the help of a strong person like you." Ha 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 ha. Praise is useful anywhere. Hearing that Lin Yan spoke so highly of himself, Huang Mu smiled from ear to ear. "You kid, you are very much to my liking." Lin Yan thought it was interesting. "What do you think?" Aramaki looked at Lin Yan, his eyes becoming sharper and dazzling, and he added, "I'm curious, can your little pirate ship be able to carry Yuxiao and me?" Lin Yan's expression remained normal, but his heart was filled with turmoil. Feeling the change in Huang Mu's momentum, he resisted without getting angry and pushed back. While the invisible confrontation was going on, Lin Yan calmly said, "Try it." Chapter 47, The Strength of Sensen Fruit, Fighting Against Aramaki. Know the cause and effect. He also knew the purpose of Lin Yan coming to find him. He took out a cigar from somewhere and lit it skillfully. After taking a strong puff, he stared at Lin Yan and said, "Ha ha ha ha, you really like me." Feeling the aura coming from Lin Yan, Huang Mu said again, "Since Yuxiao came here in person, and for you, he is even more hands-on. If I don't give him a face, wouldn't I be ashamed of my status as an old friend? Some contact." Huang Mu could naturally sense that Yuxiao was paving the way for Lin Yan as much as possible. Such a move made Aramu couldn't help but touch his chin. A little curiosity arose in my heart. What is so attractive about this guy? It actually provoked a smile that helped him reach this point. "So, you agree?" Lin Yan asked eagerly. "Agreed." Aramaki nodded without hesitation. Hear the words. Lin Yan felt happy and his eyes became clearer. "I thought Aramu would refuse without saying a word. Never thought about it." He actually agreed so simply. Even when he smiled, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. He has tried his best to find Aramu and achieve this step. Just don't know. What method will Lin Yan use to recruit Huang Mu? What's the result? All the words have yet to be spoken. I just drank hundreds of jars of wine. Huang Mu waved his hand and agreed directly. It seemed that he noticed the strange look of the two people. Aramaki laughed. Adding wine and cigarettes, his magic power was boundless. After taking a few sips of wine, he said, "Accident. There's nothing surprising. I joined Marine just casually. After wandering outside for such a long time, I also wanted to find a place to sit down. Whether you invite me to join Marine or the pirates, I don't have too many ideas." Listen to Aramu's words. Yuxiao fully agrees with this. In his impression, Aramaki is indeed such a straightforward person. Lin Yan couldn't help but secretly thought that this was really simple. But the idea just occurred to him. Aramaki's next words. But it made his whole expression change. Aramaki said, "However, just joining your pirate group is too cheap. When chasing those beautiful girls, you have to play this trick of refusing to welcome them. Joining your pirate group is not impossible. There is one condition." Lin Yan had already made up his mind. No matter what Huang Mu proposed, as long as it was within his ability, he asked, "What conditions?" Aside. Yuxiao noticed that there was something in Huang Mu's words. He recalled the first time he met Aramaki. No fight, no acquaintance. Realizing something was wrong, he smiled and said quickly, "Huang Mu, don't tell me that you want to." "Good." Aramaki nodded heavily, glanced at him and smiled. After all, this old friend understood him. He stared at Lin Yan with burning eyes and said with a smile, "If you can beat me, what if I get on the boat with you?" This life. Aramaki doesn't have many hobbies. Drink, sleep, beautiful girls, it is best to feed them directly, lie motionless on the bed and enjoy themselves. Of course, when he meets some strong men worthy of his attention, Aramu is also very happy to fight against them. Lin Yan is one of them. I heard that Lin Yan was now offered a bounty of 2 billion by Marine, and Marine General Sakazuki once hated him at his hands. Such people. How could Aramaki not be interested? He would like to take a look. Lin Yan in front of him. On this magnificent voyage. How far can the strength reach? Lin Yan originally planned to meet all Huang Mu's requirements, even if it was a little excessive, it didn't matter. But as he said these words, he came out. Lin Yan fell silent. The corner of his mouth twitched and he couldn't help but said, "Hit again. What's wrong? Isn't it possible? Also, what does beating again mean?" Huang Mu was puzzled. Not long ago, when I joined his pirate group, I had a fight with him. Yu Xiao explained. Winning or losing? Aramaki 8 trigrams' heart suddenly rose. As long as it's the 8 trigrams of a smile, he is more persistent than anyone else. I lost. A smile does not hide it. You actually lost. Aramu glanced at him in surprise and smiled. Although he was surprised, it soon made him squint his eyes. So, if I beat him, wouldn't I be better than you? You could say that. He smiled and said. Lin Yan watched the conversation between the two. Especially after Aramaki was defeated by him, even if he heard a smile. Huang Mu's eyes were all bright and clear, as if dew had appeared after a long drought, not to mention how excited he was. Lin Yan was depressed. Not long after the fight with Yu Xiao, he was about to have another encounter with Huang Mu. If it's an ordinary person, that's it. The point is, each of these two people is one of the top combat powers in the New World. Although I have taken fairy beans before, recovered most of his injuries. But the mental fatigue made Lin Yan complain endlessly. But he also knows. Now it's just a step away from inviting Aramaki on board. As long as you cross this hurdle, your career will be smooth sailing. Pulling himself together, Lin Yan said, "Come on. We are in a small town after all. If Lin Yan and Huang Mu got into a fight, this place would definitely be devastated. In order to avoid this situation, Lin Yan, Yu Xiao, and Huang Mu came to the back mountain. There are many trees and vegetation here, and it is temporarily an uninhabited land, making it the most suitable venue for fighting. Now, Lin Yan and Huang Mu lined up. Instead, Yu Xiao became an audience, watching the battle not far away. My hands and feet are not smart, so be careful. Lin Yan reminded. It's best to use all your strength. If you beat me, what if I call you from now on? Huang Mu's fighting spirit was rising steadily. When the strength reaches a critical value, it's too late, it's fast. Aramu took action without saying a word. In the blink of an eye, the earth cracked open, and tens of thousands of vines emerged from the earth. The vines grew at an astonishing speed, reaching the point where they could cover the sky and the sun in just a few moments. Sawdust flew everywhere and dust flew in the air. In the bushes, Huang Mu stepped on the ground, and his whole body turned into an arrow, quickly approaching Lin Yan. At the same time, Huang Mu reversed his hand, and a spear made of vines appeared in his hand. There was a cold light flashing on the spearhead, shining brightly, and the mere fluctuation could cause several ripples. Holding a spear in his hand, Huang Mu stabbed Lin Yan in the head. Chapter 48 Huang Mu, I would like to call you the strongest. Facing Aramu's attack, a ray of red light flashed in Lin Yan's eyes. The domineering power of seeing and hearing is quickly activated. Catching Huang Mu's footprints, Lin Yan wanted to jump into the air to avoid Huang Mu's shot. Huang Mu was very fast, but in this regard, Lin Yan was not much behind. He jumped up, trying to avoid Huang Mu's attack. But the next second, tangled. Huang Mu shouted loudly. The ground beneath Lin Yan's feet tore apart, and several vines grew out of it. With lightning speed, it attached to Lin Yan's leg and locked him firmly in place. Watch this scene. Lin Yan was shocked and subconsciously shouted, "Damn it, my own mother is haunting me." Look up. Huang Mu's spear was getting closer and closer to him. Simply at this critical moment, Lin Yan used the power of the dark fruit to swallow the vines under his feet. Only then did he narrowly avoid Aramu's attack. Did it miss? What a pity. Aramu looked regretful. Is it necessary to strike so harshly? Lin Yan said. If I hadn't avoided it just now, I'm afraid I have to poke a transparent hole in my body. You are the one who defeated Yu Xiao. I know how strong he is. Huang Mu explained, if Lin Yan couldn't survive this move of his, how could he get on his ship? After a moment of pause, Aramaki continued, besides, I really want to defeat you. Said it before. Yu Xiao lost to Lin Yan. Aramu really likes to compete with Yu Xiao in this aspect. At this moment, Lin Yan has become a unit of measurement in Huang Mu's eyes. After all, he is still a strong man at the level of a general. Lin Yan said secretly in his heart. I took a deep breath and braced myself 200%. Next. To prove one's ability is better than a smile. Regarding Lin Yan, a unit of measurement, Huang Mu could be said to have used all his strength to attack. Sensen fruit is on full fire. The surrounding itself is deep mountains and old forests. Even the environment has become a means to improve Aramu's personal combat power. Under his attack, Lin Yan was a little embarrassed to resist. But he also parried all of Huang Mu's abilities. Even as the two sides fought, Lin Yan's combat experience increased exponentially, and he even briefly suppressed Huang Mu. Good boy. Aramaki was surprised and surprised. He can feel it. Lin Yan's strength was far behind his own. But when fighting against him, his strength was improving rapidly, and the distance between the two was getting closer. Don't mention how surprised Aramaki was. This talent. It's too powerful. Not only Huang Mu was surprised, but Lin Yan was also surprised. Combat is the stage that can best hone a person's strength. Before, he had only a little knowledge of it and had doubts about it. After all, after staying in the Whitebeard Pirates for so long, it was not like he had never fought against the division captains and main cotters, but he had never had any so-called insights or epiphanies. He even once thought that this was not the case. A bunch of guys use it to fool people. Like a classic quote from an unnamed Mr. Ma. I have never touched money, but I am very fond of money spreading my hands. Not interested. Now. With top talent coming. Lin Yanzhe finally realized the situation of those strong men, and secretly sighed in his heart that he had been sitting in a well and looking at the sky. Think about it too. The premise of saying that you are not interested in money is because you already have it, and the amount has reached a level that is difficult for ordinary people to understand. The enlightened monk is not interested in cassocks because there are already hundreds or thousands of cassocks in the treasure house. While others are struggling, he himself has already experienced the warmth and coldness in them. After all, it's still because of talent. But today's shortcomings have been smoothed out by the system's rewards. Lin Yan became stronger as he fought. Instead of retreating, he advanced and directly dragged Aramu to continue the high-intensity fight. Hiss! Such a result naturally made Aramu take a breath of cold air. His original intention was just to defeat Lin Yan. Thus feeling proud in front of a smile. What he never expected was, have you actually become Lin Yan's punching bag? Why? Use me as a punching bag. You are really brave. Although he felt aggrieved, Aramu would not give in so easily. He also has his own dignity and his own spirit. The more Lin Yan shows good combat prowess, the more his combat prowess will soar. Aramaki transformed into a Super Saiyan. The power explodes in full force. The fight between the two sides became more and more intense. You came and I went back and forth, regardless of the outcome. Certainly. Aramu took the initiative throughout the whole process. He even relied on the power of sensen fruit to force Lin Yan into desperate situations several times. But even so, even Huang Mu couldn't break through the last layer of shackles. Lin Yan fought back several times. It's so intense. Next to him, there was a smile with a neither salty nor bland tone, which sounded strange. After a long fight, Huang Mu's breath was already unstable, although reduced to a sandbag. But I have to admit it. The strength of Lin Yan in front of him was far beyond his imagination. Although Huang Mu was panting, the look in his eyes was brighter than before, and his arrogance was rising steadily. To be able to have such strength in the first half of the Great Route, and to force me here, such a force, Lin Yan, I approve of you. For Lin Yan, Aramaki didn't pay much attention to it at first. Even if he defeated Yuxiao, it only made Aramaki a little surprised. To be fair, Huang Mu clearly knows what kind of temperament a smile represents. If you can, stop, and if you can, take a step back. He doesn't care about his own situation, but is always thinking about others. In other words, in Aramu's eyes, Lin Yan just managed to win with a smile and a half-trick through trickery. Certainly, Lin Yan didn't know what Huang Mu was thinking. If you know it. The process was messy, but the results were pretty much the same. I had indeed taken advantage of it. So, Aramaki didn't put in much energy either. But as Lin Yan pressed forward step by step, his talent exploded, and he followed closely and gritted his teeth. Gradually, Aramaki also realized the seriousness of the problem. The strength of the man in front of him was indeed extraordinary, far beyond his expectations. When he reacted. But it was already too late. Just like Yuxiao, Huang Mu looked at Lin Yan unconsciously. How old is Lin Yan now? Around 20 years old. His strength is almost catching up with his own. No wonder Yuxiao chose Lin Yan. Just the potential he has shown. The future will definitely be bright. Let's talk about Lin Yan. Listening to Aramaki's series of sighs. Maybe it was because of his feelings, but in Lin Yan's ears, it became a little strange. Is there something missing? Yes. Without it, I would call you the strongest. Lin Yan and Huang Mu were in a collision of general level strength. Every time they collide, the sky is like a drum, and the aftermath shocks hundreds of sea miles. This is the back hill of the town, and there is a marine branch in the town. There was movement from the mountains behind. Naturally, the residents of the town and the marines in the branch raised their heads. Why is there such a big movement? What happened? Is there a fight? The residents may have had little idea, but the marine leaders suddenly became serious. Many powerful marines immediately rushed towards the source of the sound. Chapter 49 The End, Aramu's Decision. The people present at Marine immediately moved toward the source of the sound. Soon, they arrived at the scene, where it enters the eye. The fierce battle between Lin Yan and Huang Mu has reached a fever pitch. On one side is the dark fruit that fills the sky and is pitch black. On one side, vines are growing crazily. With a clap of your hands, you can summon the dense fruits of wood style. Just a touch, the aftermath of the splash can flatten the surrounding mountains, rivers, and vegetation, and the entire island is rumbling. Even if he smiles, he can't help but raise his hand to block the fierce wind and rain that is coming towards his face. Just arrived at the scene. Looking at the scene in front of me, the expressions of the people in the marine branch began to change. Who are those two people? Is this really something ordinary people can do? I also spent some time under Lieutenant General Marine, but even they are probably nothing more than this. This. Oh my God! Voices of exclamation arose one after another. Seeing the fight between Lin Yan and Huang Mu, many people couldn't help but open their mouths in surprise. Being able to make it here naturally proves that this group of Marines is quite capable. But facing this doomsday scene of destruction and destruction, They couldn't help but swallow their saliva. If they were thrown into the scene, would they survive for 1 minute? The answer is of course no. But in the end, it's still a battle between the strong. To be able to see such a grand occasion, even if you can't experience it personally, you can still learn a lot from it. Some Marines began to look at it seriously. Don't squint your eyes and don't dare to slack off in the slightest. Hey! The eyes of the masses are sharp. They originally wanted to observe and learn some skills from it. But looking at it, many people noticed something was wrong. Looking at Lin Yan, who was wrapped in a dark aura. Although I can't see the face clearly, but the overwhelming impact of darkness gave them a very familiar feeling. After thinking for a moment, some people recognized this situation. A Marine exclaimed, "Wait, isn't this the dark fruit?" Dark fruit? I want to ask who in this sea currently has the ability of this dark fruit. Of course it was Lin Yan who caused a bloody storm on the Grand Route a while ago. Regarding the name Lin Yan, not to mention how familiar Marine was. In order to capture the pirate Lin Yan, they, Marine, put a lot of effort into it. Even General Akainu, the Marine known as the strongest Marine in Malinfando, came forward in person. Of course. Although Akainu lost in the end, Marine's morale plummeted. This also made that confrontation the battle that made Lin Yan famous. Let the 4 emperors, let them Marine, let the world look at this name again. No one expected it. The man who made waves in the new world, now appeared here unexpectedly. Why does the pirate Lin Yan appear here? Also, who is the person who is his opponent? Does any of you know? I don't know. What kind of strength is pirate Lin Yan? This guy even defeated our general in his hands. I didn't expect that there would be someone who could fight him to this extent. Who is that green-haired guy? Looking at this posture, pirate Lin Yan has already become a general, and his opponent is not even worse than Lin Yan. This is not a new world with big waves. This is just the first half of the Grand Line. I really didn't expect that this place would be so crouching tiger, hidden dragon. I suddenly feel that there is no point in practicing in Marine. How can we compete with such a strong person? This Marine, Lao Zi, doesn't have to wait any longer. Hiss, this kid is so scary. While the Marines lamented that Lin Yan was so powerful, and that Marine General Akainu was worthy of their reputation, and even became famous in one battle, they were even more surprised by Lin Yan's opponent, Akainu. Lin Yan has already become famous, and his reputation has spread throughout the Great Sea Route. But Huang Mu is still an unknown person even now. This green-haired man is as powerful as the pirate Lin Yan, and Lin Yan is stronger than their general Akainu. Doesn't that mean that this green-haired man is stronger than their general? Damn it! When are strong men at the level of generals so commonplace? The fight between Lin Yan and Huang Mu. Ever since we finished the drinking session, we have been fighting until sunset. Then he hit the mountains from sunset to midnight, and in the blink of an eye he hit 3 poles again. Yes. Both sides have been fighting for a whole day and night. It was just such a high-intensity fight with Aramaki. Lin Yan's attributes in all aspects, combined with his peak talent, have been improved by 2 levels. Feel the changes in your body. Really. Cultivation is important. But if there is not enough practice, it will be in vain. Relying on fighting with Aramaki for a long time with all his strength. Although Lin Yan's physical strength was almost exhausted, but the benefits obtained are very huge. To know. It has reached the point of LV80. It is difficult and dangerous to advance to a lower class. Not to mention 2 of them at once. Now, the gap between Lin Yan and Huang Mu. It has been further compensated, and it is no longer as far apart as before. Character, Lin Yan. Talent, reaching the peak. Fruit, dark fruit LV82. Ability, physical skills LV83. Haki, armed Haki LV83, Knowledge Haki LV82, Conquerors Haki LV82. Items, Any Door, Fairy Beans X7. After all, watching himself being whipped like a top by Lin Yan. The point is, I didn't realize anything at all. On the contrary, Lin Yan was rising steadily. There is no harm without contrast. Even if the two of them still can't decide the winner. Even though the two are still indistinguishable. But Aramaki is already a little overwhelmed. Physical and psychological devastation make him miserable. What's more, the world is so big, and even before I go out to have a good adventure, I have to fight for my life. In order to fight for a breath, I spend half my life in this bad place to break the environment to determine the outcome. Huang Mu was not that stupid. He waved his hands violently and shouted, "No more fighting! Aren't you going to fight?" Although Huang Mu was in a sorry state, Lin Yan was not much better either. He was already soaked in sweat and was out of breath, as if he was about to collapse in the next second. Yes. Lin Yan now. It all depends on one breath. The main reason is that I finally met an experienced baby like Aramu. If you don't make money, you won't make anything. But now, he had indeed reached his limit. I can't hold it any longer. Actually, if Aramaki continues to fight with him, he will definitely lose without using the fairy beans. Now he has reached his limit. Damn it. Akainu and Aokiji are two hanging hair. How did you spend 10 days and 10 nights on Binghuo Island? Don't think I don't know that you have reached your limit. I shouldn't have challenged you to compete. It was a double torture. In 1 day and 1 night, even if you put an Iron Man here, he would probably fall apart. At this moment, Aramaki no longer had any thoughts of fighting. However, Huang Mu was very satisfied with Lin Yan's strength. He is young, improves his strength quickly, has extraordinary talents, and his devil fruit has been developed in an orderly manner. This confrontation, he had a great time playing. The last time I encountered a hardy situation was the last time. Aramu sat on the ground. Do you have any wine? Yuxiao has been waiting nearby for a long time. He threw the wine to Huang Mu. Aramaki opened the lid. It started pouring in tons and tons. Chapter 50 Lin Yan, this hole is not easy to dig. Guys, don't you want to take me to Marine? Although the fight with Huang Mu has reached its limit, Lin Yan will not fall down just yet. Moreover, around here, there are many Marines watching the battle. Lin Yan dodged, carried his exhausted body and came to the front of the group of Marines and shouted. Hearing Lin Yan's words, the hundreds of Marines present, including several major generals and brigadiers, all took half a step back. A major general said bravely, "You, don't talk nonsense, we never said such things." Another brigadier general followed closely and said, "We are just passing by." That's right, just passing by. When we hear the noise here, let's come over and take a look. This place doesn't belong to your family. If you can come, can't we come? Pirate Lin Yan, since you haven't caused widespread casualties, we won't arrest you this time. It's best to leave here as soon as possible. If not, don't blame us for being rude. Yes, let's go. With the Major General and Brigadier General taking the lead in giving in, the people below also started to take the lead. It doesn't matter whether you can beat him or not. At least you can't lose face. The name of the person whose shadow is the tree. Although they had heard of Lin Yan's past strength. But in the final analysis, it is only to the extent that I have heard of it. In this fight, Lin Yan and Huang Mu fought with high intensity from beginning to end. No matter how conceited these major generals and brigadiers are, I have to admit that I am definitely no match for the opponent. Once the move is made, the opponent can use absolute strength to wipe out all their Marines. Even though my heart is burdened with the desire for justice, the punishment of evil, and the aversion to the cruelty of the pirates, But they also have to use reason to restrain themselves and restrain impulsive desires. The constant warning in my heart. The fierce one in front of me. Absolutely not to touch. Listening to everyone's words, Lin Yan was a little dumbfounded. But there was a persistent look on his face, and he suddenly smiled strangely. He stared at the Major General in front of him and the Marines behind them. He said calmly, "Don't you really want to try? I was offered a bounty of 2 billion belly by your Marines. Isn't there a brave man who can win such a huge bounty? Now you Marines have issued a killing order for me. Don't let me go if you encounter me. Besides, I am exhausted and have almost reached the point of recovery. As long as you move your fingers, you may be able to achieve great feats. Don't you really want to give it a try?" Lin Yan's words were like a charming succubus whispering in her ears, and the fragrance she exhaled made her heart itch unbearably. Coupled with such a high reward, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and such a dying situation, it has reached the point of crumbling. "Don't tell me yet." The other ordinary Marines were really moved. "Yes. Now is the best time to kill the pirate in front of you. If we take action, I believe it will be no problem to capture the crumbling pirate Lin Yan. And once you capture him, your future career will be guaranteed. It's not an exaggeration to say that it might soar into the sky. 2 billion, 2 billion. Who is not moved after watching it?" The Marines immediately turned their attention to the Major General and Brigadier General, hoping to shout the charge slogan from their mouths. Said without politeness. As long as they give the order. Have a personal beginning. The people present will definitely rush forward and surround Lin Yan. Is it not they who have the final say on how the final trial will be conducted? At this point, many people are already ready to make a move. It's as if Lin Yan has been regarded as a meal on the plate, you are the fish and I am the knife. But it took a long time to wait. The Marines suddenly noticed that the Major Generals and Brigadiers looked ugly. It's like chewing out flies after eating. Just when ordinary Marine soldiers were confused. The Major General said, "Do you really think I can't see it?" The Brigadier curled his lips and saw Lin Yan's thoughts at a glance. He said, "You can pull me down, just say something or nothing. Ordinary Marine soldiers can't see it. Why can't they, who are used to seeing wind and waves? Who do you think Lao Zi is?" Lao Zi is a Major General. Although Lao Zi has a high military rank in the Marine Corps, he is still ranked high. Yes. You are exhausted. It looks like it will fall over at a push. But just think about it for a moment. In such a state, he even took the initiative to give away someone's head, and even if he thought about it with his toes, he knew there was a pit in it. Are there really such good things in this world? I'm afraid it was the moment they took action. They will definitely suffer the other party's disaster. The strength of a general. Even if it has reached this level, it's no problem to crush them with one finger. Not to mention the man with green hair behind him. And the blind man, who was leaning on a cane, watched the two of them fight all day and night. These three people. Except for Lin Yan, although the specific identities of the other two people are not known. But I didn't expect it to be much different. The reward of 2 billion and the arrest of Lin Yan are certainly tempting. But the Major General doesn't dare to gamble. He knows how much he weighs. Facing Lin Yan's temptation. Without saying a word, the Major General waved his hand, retreat. Even though the Marine soldiers were a little unwilling, obeying orders was the bounden duty of the Marines. They could only look back with unwillingness in their eyes and reluctantly left here. The expression on his face was as if he was wrong, wondering why their general didn't take advantage of his illness to kill him. Watching the Marines leave, Lin Yan sighed secretly, it's not easy to dig this hole. The Major General was right. Even to this extent, Lin Yan could kill them all with just a raise of his hand. What a pity. They don't fall for it. As for why they should take the initiative, no way. You have to take care of a smile, right? Anyway, the fight with Aramaki. And so it came to an end. We made a bet before. If I win, you have to call me captain. But the problem is, now we are evenly matched, how should we calculate this? Lin Yan looked at Huang Mu and asked. Hey! You haven't defeated me. This can only count us as a draw. Of course, we can't shout. Aramaki was naughty. His remarks. Naturally, the person on the side laughed out loud. You. Lin Yan was speechless. Although it was true, she still felt a little unhappy. Look how anxious you are. Huang Mu took in Lin Yan's expression completely. After being silent for a long time, he continued, Aren't you leaving yet? Why are you standing there? Where to go? Lin Yan asked. Of course, get on the boat. What are you thinking about? Captain! Aramaki shouted solemnly.